Hey y'all, I don't know if this is working from my tablet. I have, let's see. I don't know. I haven't done it from my tablet. Hey y'all, it's your girl Genesis. Oh, let me get my headset because I think y'all. Let me see. I don't hear anything. Y'all hear that? I don't even know who's watching. We need to turn it down. Okay, so I'm just trying something different for my tablet because for some reason my how can I turn this one down? Oh, there it is. Alright, is that better? Alright, y'all, let's see what else is good. Alright, hold on. Okay. What do you mean pause? Okay. Do we hear the music? Okay, cool beans. Hey y'all. It's your girl Genesis. And was just trying to go live from my tablet. Say what's up to y'all. I haven't gone live. This is Genesis After Dark, y'all. I'm gonna put my headphones on so maybe I can hear y'all better. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I'm about to log on to my on the other side, y'all. Let me get my headphones. I swear, I don't think anyone can hear me. I see Sexy Red is live right now. Or was. He's live. Y'all hear me any good? Whoever's out there listening. Y'all know me. I'm getting ready to come in and take me a bath. And whoo, chop. Today was a day. Let's see. Let's see. All right, can you hear me now? Okay, cool. Just a little bit of it. I really didn't want anything. I was just gonna log on, like I said, and just kind of hang out for a second. I see I have two people watching. That's probably including myself. And you know what I learned, y'all? I learned that nobody be listening. So since no one is ever really listening to me, I can say all of what I want. So, um, yeah, your girl's about to take a bath. My head is itching right down the middle. So. Um, put a little t-shirt area, and then wrap my hair up for the night. I see a lot of people were live tonight. Well, I don't know who all was live tonight. I just logged on a little while ago and just kind of was meandering around the net. And yeah, y'all. I just wanted to check in and see how everybody was doing. Hustler and Musler, hi. Welcome. Hustler, you guys haven't been over. I haven't been going live for a while. Um, so but Hustler and Musler. I was trying to figure out how to do some of the things that I can do from my computer on my tablet. Yeah, y'all. But y'all, I made these videos earlier. I've been making these videos and uploading my videos. Hold on. I want to see if I can upload or see a video from here. Let me put my banner up. Do you have a banner? All right, so there's the rules of engagement for anybody who's not been over here before, who's been over here before, anyone who's watching, listening, or going to come back and watch this later. Um, I have like a corny thing I say, pineapple, and that way everybody can be quiet and listen. Um, I do have a cash app. Sorry guys, I got to give my dog some water because he doesn't have any water, you guys. How's everybody doing today? I think I said that earlier. I tried to record a video earlier, but I think my phone died and I had to like log off really quick. Um, all right, so let's see. All right, so there is, let's take this one down. Let's put this one up. There's a ticker for my Cash App. Okay, so the thing I want to do from my page, from my tablet, is show y'all this video because I've been downloading these videos and making some of my day in the life to get my puppy. Um, but yeah, y'all, I just wanted to talk. I had some things on my heart, but let's see. Oh, what I was saying earlier on my video before my phone died was that I'm just curious to know from people out there. I wanted to talk about a few things actually. And I guess this is just one of those rant kind of videos where I just really don't have any, uploading reason, curating anything. Just wanted to talk about some stuff and see what the world is thinking and see what everybody's saying out here. But the first thing was in Hustler, I do have a link. I can drop the link and pin the link in a second, and you guys can hit the link if you want. Whoever's watching. I don't know how long I'll be on, but I've done a few hour sessions before, few hour videos before. So who knows? Y'all can hang out with me while I take a bath, and probably won't turn on my camera because I'll be in the tub. But so what, right? So the first thing that I was curious about, I just wanted to know folks' thoughts on it as well as my own thoughts. But um, folks, for some reason, think that struggle is supposed to look like like you're just on the street, right? You know, because if you're home, if you don't have a homeless homeless shelter, is something happening here? Okay. So what they will say is, again, I don't look like I'm struggling. I don't look like I'm going through anything. I don't look like I have any problems or issues. Thank you, Hustler and Musler, for stopping by. I don't if you are here. We're going and migrating to the tub, y'all. I need to soak. So yeah, so since I don't look like I'm going through anything, I don't look like I'm having any problem. It's just strange sometimes because, I don't know what that's supposed to look like. I see people all the time. And then at the end of the day, folks like to trauma compare, right? With that, the trauma Olympics now, I wouldn't say victim Olympics, but definitely trauma Olympics, where they're like, well, my trauma is bigger than yours, or my issue is more than yours, you know, my issue is greater than yours. Everybody going through something. Okay, well, if that's the case, then let's not just worry about nobody, right? Let's just not worry about anybody. I don't know where this middle ground is. I honestly don't. I can't even figure either you care or you don't, you want to or you don't, you're concerned or you aren't. There's no lukewarm, warm middle area where where um where there's like these variations of caring. So I don't. Let's see. So yeah. So there was a couple of things that was on my mind, but of course, like I said, no one's listening, so therefore I get to say whatever I want. And I just been thinking, y'all, and it's just been on my weighing on my mind. So I'm just trying to play with this play with this app on my tablet. Okay, so hold on. And I just want to see how to utilize it via my tablet. Okay. And I guess so. Not too sure. Not too sure. But it's fun. So thank you for coming by, watching, listening, or whatever. So yeah, so back to the struggle question. Comment, show, stream, yeah. Um, so yeah. Back to my original question statement. So what is struggle supposed to look like? You know, does it look like the guy on the corner that's asking for money or the homeless person? Is that what it looks like? Or does it look like, you know, um, what does it look like? Does it look like someone who's not taking care of themselves along the way? Is that what's happening? I don't know. Y'all can tell me. Be honest. I'm not supposed to look like I have anything going on. I'm not supposed to look like struggle. So that was one of the questions I had in my video that I posted a while back. I may have not posted it. Go back and see. So yeah, you guys, we can move on. I can move on. You guys, there's nobody watching. And there are some folks live tonight, so you guys go ahead and check them out and show up and show out. I think I wanna add this to my Facebook. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't even know how to work this on my tablet. Usually I just log on my tablet to add, to kind of also toggle back and forth between my phone, my computer. Um, However, my computer's been sabotaged, so I have no idea. Is this add an item? Like add a video? Oh, yeah, add a media slot. Okay. Are y'all watching? Let's see. I don't even know what this is. Oh, let's cancel it. Okay, so I don't know how to do it. I've been trying to do it. Hey y'all. All right. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, let's see. See, I don't want the intro outro video thing. I just want to add my clip. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me see where my clip video is. Y'all hear the water? Yay. Okay. Oh, okay, let's try this then. Let's go to my library and I have some videos where I have a video where I was walking my dog, right? And I was asking some questions. It could be in here. We'll find it later. All right, so hey, Killer Swag, welcome back. I know you were like, Genitives, when are you ever just gonna go live again? And I heard you kill a swag. I haven't been live in such a long time. Um, I need to go grab my phone so I can see what this looks like on the other end. But yeah, thanks for coming by, Killer Swag. I know it's late. It's like 1:20 in the morning on my end. And Hustler and Mustler stopped by. I heard him live earlier or a day or so ago. Killer Swag, I haven't been back over to your side of town, so thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Alrighty, so let's see what's happening. All right, so you guys, nobody's watching. Nobody's listening. Great. So yeah, I've been listening to some of these, content creators, and they folks are crowdfunding, folks are doing, what do you call it? GoFundMe's and gift registries and all this stuff, right? And your girl never asked the world for anything like that. So I I just wondered, like, is this the new look for struggle? You put a GoFundMe out there, you say, hey, I'm trying to have kidney surgery, you know, I have to have a biopsy. Do I crowdfund and GoFundMe for support and paying for that because insurance isn't covering it? You know, um, do I go on my live stream and ask the YouTube world or ask the world in general on Facebook or whoever to support and help? Because folks are stabbing people and going to jail and getting mad support, right? Folks are getting evicted out of their house, getting divorced, getting married, and pay, and the world is helping them survive and pay for it. Folks are saying, I need beds for my kids, I need food for my kids, I need clothes, and the world is paying for it. It's helping them. Even to the point where you have content creators getting on the live saying, I'm gonna stay on welfare and y'all gonna pay for it. It's crazy work, right? So I don't know. It's just baffling. So y'all can help me out. What is struggle supposed to look like? Do you know I have such ADD? I have a cut on my finger that's right in the crease. Have you ever? That's like the paper cut from hell, right? And it's literally right in the creasing. So all the little lines on your hands and your fingers, there's a cut right in that crease. It's painful. It's quite painful, and it burns. It stings. So hey y'all, hey y'all. No one's listening. Yeah, so yeah, it's a few things on my mind. I've never seen and never have ever witnessed. So, okay, changing the subject from struggle to let's talk about the good old subject of men. Y'all, these men are weak out here. You guys are weak. You guys are weak. You guys might as well have vaginas. It's just crazy. They're intimidated. They can't even at work. They can't speak up. Even in my jobs that I've had, my career field, they're intimidated by women. You can't tell them anything. They don't want to listen. And the sad thing is that it's so crazy because they all have moms. So it's like you hate your mom. You must hate your mom because you don't listen to anything a woman tells you at all, even down to the point of just doing your job. And it's interesting how you men won't do your job because a woman told you to do a task or you're the woman in charge. It's sad, and it leaves me hopeless on options. Speaking of options, y'all, I don't got no more options. The options are over for me. I'm at the wall, honey. I have learned that as you get older, you become more and more invisible. And someone told me, someone tried to, you know, sometimes the men try to make you feel bad just by for existing. And this dude, I mean, it struck me when he said it, but it kind of like sat for me for a second, and then I had to like back up off of it because for the guy, for a man to tell me, for a man to tell a woman that she's not, what did he say? He was like, "Oh, you're not that special." Like to be able to make a guy nervous, or make a man uneasy, or to have a man just completely like fumble himself because the woman is beautiful or her personality is striking or he just doesn't know how to handle a woman, period. His experience may be limited. I don't know. He just could be a punk. He could be a whole coward. But for the man to say that, and it's crazy because another guy said something in this space, in this YouTube space. He said, "Well, you know what, man? You're not that special." When I just thought it was strange that you don't want a woman to think she's special, which is crazy. And you guys, some of these guys have daughters, so you don't want this is what when they say your first mind speaks the truth. So this is what you really believe, right? Your first mind is that there's no woman that's out here that's special enough for you to be tripped up and say, "Oh, she made me nervous. It was little unsteady." And then another guy said, because we were in this conversation, yeah, I'm gonna turn this water on. I have to, so you're gonna hear the background music for a second. Okay, so the water is running because I need it to be hot. I need to get warm and sweat this impurities out. Um, but oh yeah, so the guy, he was like, your problem is you think you deserve something. And I thought, why wouldn't I? Like, how come, why doesn't, why does me deserving or feeling like I deserve something feel, um, offend you? Does it feel offensive? I don't know, y'all. It was crazy. And I thought about it and then I forgot about it. Well, I just pushed it in the back of my mind. And then I thought about it again. Be- And it kind of popped up. It was triggering a teeny bit because, all right, I had to get some more water in here. It was triggering a bit. Um, it was triggering a bit because I just thought, wow, you don't want, you don't want me to feel like I deserve anything. Um, and I just thought that was really strange to be like, well, if he was so upset, like, well, your problem is you feel like you deserve something. And I thought, wow, that is kind of what this whole thing is about, right? As you grow up and you work so hard and you put on all this work and you put in all this effort so that you deserve what you get on the back end, correct? You work hard, you deserve a raise. You work hard, you deserve a promotion. You work hard, you deserve acknowledgement. If you're honest and true to people and you're positive, then you deserve what you get. Just as I guess if you're a horrible person and if you're degenerate and violent and rude and disrespectful, then you probably deserve what comes from that too. So how dare you even say or have conflict with someone who feels they deserve something? I did. I can admit that I did think I deserved to have a life partner, I thought, but maybe not. And then on that note, what's crazy, I think I made this comment in a video too as well a while back, that it's just crazy that, when I started looking into it, did you know that one of the highest self-deletion rates among women are above the age 50. Actually, there's actually a great percentage. I wish I could bring up that. I don't know how to show things on my app on the tablet. However, yeah, I was looking into some of the statistics. They were talking about how heavy deletion, self deletion is now in our Black community, and it's just strange to me that the numbers go down. They go up during teenage, young adult years. They go down in the mid 20s and 30s, and then they go back up at 50 and late 40s, right? Um, I think I read somewhere they say that, there's a median age of men and women that are self-deleting, right? Because I think I was watching a part one of the I was watching one of the YouTubers, content creators, and then they kind of brought the subject around to the fact that Black men are a part of the huge number of the self-deletions nowadays, and I thought it to be very very interesting that like I said, the numbers they're up at during the teenage years, they go down. The numbers go decrease as you are in your 20s and 30s. I guess you're living your best life. And then during the 40s and 50s, the self deletion numbers went back up. And I thought it was strangely odd that the self deletion for men and women um, were in the late 40s and early 50s. And it's really strange too because that means there's people that are taking themselves out because of life circumstances. Some of it was medically provoked, like they have illnesses that they know they're not going to be able to cure, or to be able to afford treatment, so they take themselves out. Um, it's that whole Kevorkian thing. You guys remember the Kevorkian, the assisted suicide? I'm not monetized, so I can say what I want. But for the assisted suicides, no, a lot of those people were people that had illnesses or had issues that were incurable or were going to cost them too much to cure. So hey, you guys log on and come and sit in the bathtub with me. Phyllis Swag and Hustler and Bustler. We're in the tub. Right, you hear the water? Drippy wet. So I just thought it was really odd and it was really weird that the conversation, when it came to self deletion or suicide, it increased and the number was significant in the older age. So, but that plays into the invisibility that happens once you start to get older. No one sees you anymore. You're not attractive to anyone anymore. I don't care what you guys think you're saying to me. I know what I look like, and I know that I'm not considered useful. I don't know. I really don't know because I still get hit on, but it's weird. It's kind of a weird hit on, or like I said, sometimes guys become really, really awkward, and it's just like, are you trying to say something? And I don't know, maybe at the same time because I'm at the wall. I'm at this older age. I don't really care. Y'all, have you guys seen that video of the woman that's got the called "We Don't Care Anymore" club for women who are premenopausal and menopausal? They just don't care about certain things. So maybe that might contribute to it that I don't really notice or pay attention or have noticed someone paying attention to me. But I do recognize there's a certain invisibility because I'm not a 20 something, not a 30 something, not even a 40 something anymore. So of course, what? Especially now they're hit with the wow factor. What? What? Are you seriously not? You're not interested? No, you're not interested, sir. I know that. Um, why? Because the option of having children may not be on the table. And they're not thinking, okay, I take that back. I did meet someone or I ran across someone, put it that way, who was like, girl, lady, you are like, it's like you're like a freaking, they call me the smorgasbord, or he was like saying that, to be so awesome dating an older woman because um she can go wherever she want to go. She has her own money, she has her own schedule. She doesn't have any kids, any little kids hanging off of her. And with her being older, and she can do what she wants. And that he mentioned, oh yeah, the sex, right? He mentioned the sex, that you can just have all this sex because her libido has changed. And then what was interesting was that he was jokingly saying like, "Oh, you should be on your way to menopause now, right? Which means you don't have a menstrual cycle, you don't have a period anymore." And he was like, "We can just screw all day without having to worry about pregnancy." And I thought, well, that was a bonus. You get a bonus. You got a bonus uterus. I thought that was a bonus, or maybe not a bonus, but just I guess he was trying to look at the brighter side of it. Like with the older woman, she's already past their period having days. She's not having any more kids, and that her sexual libido may be a little higher, and that and yeah, we can do all the doing it without having to worry about the getting of the pregnant, right? That sounds like Bill Cosby, the getting of the pregnant. So I just thought that was strange, that he said that. I thought it was funny as hell. Because I was like, well, I kind of thought that too at one point. I was like, well, shoot, I don't have to worry about me getting me knocked up to anybody's baby mama. Um, but then at the same time, it's like, well, I haven't had any kids, so I'll never know. Um, I don't want to be way. So yes, you hear my water running. Because I'm gonna be sitting in this tub for a minute with you guys, and I just wanted to log on and say, hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What is this? Oh, I didn't know that. I don't want to show this. Okay, delete it. Oh, okay. Um, so yeah, y'all. I don't. How do I show these clips? Let's see. Um, I guess I add a clip. Okay. No, download. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try that one. All right, so I guess what that one is, um, I don't know. Let me see. I put chat. Let's see what it says. Um, Options. Oh, okay. Well, this is new, y'all. I haven't used my app to do this before, and then I'm just curious as to where are the clips when I download them. So I don't know, y'all. I'm just gonna play with it while I'm sitting here with you guys, or with myself. All right, let me see. All right. Hmm. I don't know. All right, well, can you still hear the music? All right, you can still hear the music. I don't hear it. I don't hear the music. All right. Well, I guess I don't have the music. Oh, there it is again. Wait. Right there. Mm, mm. All right. I see what's happening. All right. Well, there we go. I guess I tried to figure it out, but it didn't work. Um, how to show this clip that I was trying to go back and review my own video because I wanted to actually touch on something you said or I said in a previous video. Hey, whoever's watching, thanks for coming by. Yeah, nobody's watching, no one's listening, so I get to say whatever I want. I saw a clip, I love the little guys, my European guys, Shits and Giggles, Fuhad and James. And I was watching a clip and I clipped it. So I was going to show this clip, but I have to learn how to use StreamYard. And in the clip which is crazy. Can't see it. Do I need to open up another window? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I need a whole tutorial on how to use it on my iPad. I have to go access my videos. But in this clip, Fuhad and James, the Shits and Giggles guys, they were it was like it was like a comment where someone says like you're doing too much. And I just thought, you know what? The way he responded in that video when someone said, you're doing too much. You do too much. You know what? James and Fuhad laughed it off. However, James said, after that comment, I would never do enough ever again. I thought it was perfectly said and it was classic. If you say, hey, Genesis, you're doing too much, guess what? I'm going to never do enough ever again. Never. I'm never going to do enough. I'm not going to do it. I won't do anything. I won't do, you know what it was? It was a video that they were reacting to. And the video that they were reacting to was a guy that was being playful with his girlfriend. And the girlfriend responded to him and said, oh, stop it. You're doing too much, right? So I guess they're recording throughout the day. The girlfriend says to the guy, you're doing too much. Oh, you're doing too much. You're being annoying. So the guy took that, and for the remainder of the outing, he was so dry, you guys. He was so dry, and he was so over her that he didn't do anything all the rest of it. He was not playful. He was not jovial. He wasn't being funny. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't joking. He just was over it because she said you were doing too much. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. I thought that was really crazy because how dare you tell me to stop showing you how much I care about you? How dare you tell me to stop showing you right in this moment that I thought you were so adorable and that I wanted to show you my love. So for that matter, you won't get anything else from me. Yes, you're right. If you're visiting me, I don't know who else is watching, but hey guys, thanks for coming. You are taking a bath with me. Yes, you are. You're in the tub. You want to hear the water? Yeah. It's juicy and wet in here. Yeah. So definitely in the bath. You're in the tub with me. If you're watching me on any other platform, when I was with another person's channel or another person's I called in or I was chatting in the chat box, probably was in the tub when I did that. So most of the time I'm watching you guys from the tub. So Come and take a bath with me. Bubble, bubble, bath time. Fun. Yeah. And some people don't believe me, so I don't know. I'm gonna turn on the. Hi. So, all right. So proof, evidence. There you go. I don't know if I'm gonna delete this video later or what, but I don't know. My StreamYard doesn't work on my computer. Otherwise, I'd be on my computer, guys, and we'd be jamming on some videos. But I don't know how to do this on my tablet. So let's go back to that. So when the guy was being very dry and drabby, and he's like, I'm not gonna do anything else with you," and just was there, kind of there with her, was really his mood, his whole energy changed. I just thought that was so on point when they reviewed the video, and he said after that, I would never do anything else. I would never do enough for you, since at this moment I'm just doing too much. Oh shit. That's not cool. Wow. So if your earbud, my earbud falls in the water, do I put that in rice? I think it just got wet. My ear is soaking wet. All right, so um, that was just really trippy. My earbud. Yeah. So can y'all hear me still? Can you hear me still? You can hear me still. All right. Can you hear me now? Okay. It's still working, but it's just being weird right now, I guess. So we'll have to go with the one. Yeah. I usually wear one earbud anyway, so that's fine. It is what it is. So we went from the whole what does struggle look like to now we're over here talking about, the men. Again, my ear is soaking wet. Hold on. All right, you there? Okay, y'all there. You there? Awesome. And then we went over to talking about, well, I moved over to talking about the whole thing, like if I'm doing too much. So I thought that was just crazy work. I thought that was really crazy that someone can be like, "Oh, you're being annoying, you're doing too much," and it could just completely affect and change everything. Yeah, like I'm never gonna do anything else for you. That's it. I'm not gonna play with you. I'm not gonna joke. I'm not gonna do any of that. Right? So, yeah, that's just really like it hit home. You guys ever, if you ever watched a video or heard something and seen something and you're like, "Oh my God, that totally hits home," right? It resonated with you, it bear witness with your spirit. Is that what that is? Okay, right. So that was a little side note. But back to the whole thing of being invisible. Yeah. Invisible, honey. And it's just crazy. Like, ain't nobody looking for nobody that's 50 years old. And I just don't, And it's crazy too because some of the people that are hooking up are just like, how did that happen? How did you hook up with her? Or how did he hook up with you? And then what does that say at this point in life? Does it say that you're a horrible person? Because that has run across my mind. Like maybe I'm just a horrible person. And then at the same time, I did put this in my video earlier. Um, that what does that mean then spiritually? Like, is God done with you, or you know, you're no longer you died, went against God's will. You didn't get married. You weren't fruitful and prosperous. You just were living, right? And from my generation, I'm supposed to wait on the man to decide if I'm a qualified, right? And if he never decides, if he never chooses, does that mean what happens to all the unchosen hurt people, men and women? Because the men are complaining and saying that, or not complaining, but the men are voicing themselves, saying that women are the gatekeepers to sex, and men are the gatekeepers to the relationship. So, in essence, you get no sex, then we get no relationship. I don't know. And then, like I said, the one guy that ran across that he was like, "What? Instead of you like going to like a buffet of just like anything, I can just have sex with you anytime I want because you're not going to be worried about, I have to worry about getting pregnant because most women at my age aren't probably trying to get pregnant. I don't know." So I just thought it was really cute that he said that in his little joking way, like, what? You know what? We can just get nasty. At the same time, not saying that I don't get recognized or acknowledged. It's just a weird place. It's like I'm beautiful to somebody and they can't believe that I'm as old as I am. They're surprised that I'm single and not married is the problem, but then at the same time the men hold the key to that part of the relationship. So what does that mean? That means that you're not chosen by anyone and you live your life and you go and live your life without ever being chosen. Because remember, that's what validates the women, right? That's what says we are women. And the other thing was, I don't have children. Everybody knows this. However, that's really disingenuous, I guess, to add a YouTube vocabulary word, that you value a woman by her ability to produce anything. However, producing a child is paramount to her being a productive person, or her having a child, producing a child, giving birth to a whole nother you, is paramount to her producing good wealth or having good mental health or having a good physical health. Her being able to have a baby and having kids and having had kids, which is awkward in itself because they devalue a woman with multiple children and baby daddies. So you got all these kids out here and you got a couple baby daddies, then you just for the streets, you just a hoe out here, You're not a quality person, quality woman, right? Because then women steady getting pregnant, steady having babies, steady having somebody's kids, steady being knocked up. And we're not ever looking at the fact that sometimes these are the same people who can't be alone, right? You can't be alone. You're going to be in that state because you're going to be in a condition where you're going to always want to be with someone, or your life is invaluable. But it's strange to me that your life, that in this world, the men they don't value us women. Right now, I mean, to put it plainly, I'm the least valuable woman because I'm single and I'm over 45 and I don't have any children. So to the world, to this talking point, I don't have any value. I think I mentioned this before. Where I don't have any value because I don't have any children, and you can't, and I'm not producing a child anytime soon. So my value was wrapped up in whether or not I can have kids. So all those women who have medical issues, who have cysts and fibrosis, who have fibroids and cysts on their ovaries, who have had hysterectomies before after having one child, or hysterectomy after having a, a, a miscarriage, they are no longer valuable women, right? This is what you guys are saying, right? These women have no value. They ain't worth a pot to piss in. And the women who are most valuable are the ones who are got revolving uteruses, right? Who are pumping out everybody's baby. And you guys don't even value the woman who has multiple children by one man. You value her having a baby, period, pushing a child out her vagina. The value is in her being able to produce a child. And it's crazy because you would think the value is in her ability to produce anything, just anything that she can produce. Whether or not you give her like Gucci Mane and Keisha Kaur, you give her $10,000 and she turns it into 10 million. She produced while he was in jail, you know. Oh, I don't know, y'all. It might be shot. The earbud. Okay. So, her being able to produce something, come up with a cosmetic line and a voice trainer line where she produced, even though they didn't have any children at the time. I think they have a kid now. Hey, puppy. Even though they have a kid now, I think. But at the time when he went to prison, he left her some money and she multiplied it. That's biblical. Anything you give a woman, she's going to multiply. You can give me one pack of chicken and one box of rice and one bottle of juice, and I'm going to multiply it. It's going to be enough for me and you, right? It's going to be enough for me and you and then some more. However, when you don't have any kids, your value is zero because you haven't produced anybody. Even though you can be like how Peach Diva have a whole entire degree that's highly esteemed amongst her peers and other individuals who respect achievements like that. However, she doesn't have any children, so all that she's accomplished, we're just gonna say, because everybody knows Peach Diva. Sorry for the name drop, and we're just gonna say that with everything that she's accomplished, I think she said she took a trip to Africa. Hey, Lance, what up, though, bro? Good to see you over here, Lance. Thanks for coming over and stopping by, Lance. Shout out to Lance. You can catch Lance Single Productions on his own channel. And Lance, go ahead and drop your Killer Swag, Hustler and Muscler, and Lance, my 3 watchers. You guys go ahead and drop your link, and I let my chat replay on my video, so whoever goes back and watches this video later, they can see your link if you want to post your link, and that way people can find you and keep coming over. Our two little people. So even though we'll say for this conversation that she accomplished so much in her life in general, it's still not valuable enough because she doesn't have any kids. So her value is still zero. It's like a video game. You start off with nothing. You start off with all these Mario coins and all these rings like Sonic, and then over time you get less and less and less to where you don't have any at all. And I just thought that was really crazy, and it's really interesting because the guy doesn't ever really have a clear perspective on it. So I just up here ranting, you guys, or I've been thinking. And I just thought it was very, very weird and such a I don't know, it's kind of a disheartening thing to think about. Yes, I'm in the tub, Lance. You don't know me, honey. You've known me, Lance. Lance is an eyebrow. Lance is a brow. Lance, you've known me forever, like since we were little. So I've always in the bathtub, and I'm taking a bath right now. Yes, you in the tub, Negro. Yes, I am. And you're taking a bath with me, Lance. I don't know if my link is illuminated on the other side. I have to log on and see. But you're welcome to hit the link and come on up if you want to speak with me, speak with us. Um, yeah, known me since I was, yeah, I was like 14, 15, Lance. And funny, it's crazy because you still look the same, Lance. Oh, I was saying that if anyone was watching and they wanted to know Lance, you can catch him also on his channel, Lance Single Productions, and also you can slide over to Q Butter, and he's on the panel at times over there in great discussion. I'm usually in the clouds. I just slide through and say, "Hey, sugars" to everybody. That's my YouTube tag. So, um, yeah. So I just always say, "Hey, sugar. Hey, what's up?" to everybody, and then I just keep moving. Sometimes I'll listen to the conversation, listen to Q Butter and everybody, and see what they're talking about. So shout out to Q Butter, shout out to Lance Single Productions, shout out to Killer Swag 216, and shout out to Hustler Muscler. Hey, hold on, let me let you up. Um, hey, Lance.
Hey, baby, what up, though?
I have background music. Hold on. I'm
Can
just
you hear
trying to
me?
figure out how to use. I can hear you. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm just trying to utilize my the program on my tablet, and it's really awkward. I usually on my computer. So we're gonna pause
I'm
that
about to
background
say it
music.
sound like porn music in the back, nigga. You in the tub and
Yeah.
shit, got the porn on. All right,
I mean,
all right.
did it sound like that? That's funny. Did it sound like that? It sound like a Vontae Capone. My hair. No. No, I was just giving you a shout out. You look like D-Ray, right? In this picture. Yeah,
Hell nah.
D-Ray is cute with his green eyes. Good playing.
Nah, I don't look like D-Ray though.
You
This is
do.
probably one of the only pictures that I got where I faded my eyebrows.
Yeah, because you've always been uni brow to me. But it's okay, because now with that eyebrows is back in, women would probably be mad jealous, like, how you getting so thick, Lance? Because I gotta draw mine on.
Well, that shit connect me to some motherfucking ancient nigga, some ancient Hebrew motherfuckers. So I know why I've been looking like I've been looking all these years. Nah, it took 20 something years though.
To figure it out, right? Because I'm like, you've always had thick hair, thick facial hair, and thick eyebrows, and I know that as I got older, I look at the guys now, but like, you guys are so lucky because you don't have to draw these suckers on,
That's
and
just because you've been cutting them, nigga. We was younger. You had thick eyebrows, thick hair. Stop it. What you tripping?
my eyebrows, no, because again, I was talking about getting older, and now that you get older, the first thing that does happen to change is your facial hair. You notice that the women start growing facial hair in spots they don't need it, and then they also the eyebrows thin out. So and eyelashes thin out. So because I never wore fake lashes on a regular, so that my eyelashes would be thin, and I never really I arched my eyebrows, but I never really did a whole lot to them. So and I just noticed as we approach the 45, 50 years, they just, where they go? They just, where they go? Where did they go? They start to just go away. But,
Shit, my shit been so thick that I'm 50. So am I 51? I think I'm 51. Yeah, I'm 51. But my shit been so thick that it just like regular eyebrows now.
right, it's regular now. You're back, you're on point with everybody else now. You look normal. Now you with everybody else say, hey, and still they're like, where you get your eyebrows done at, sir? What you do? No, nothing. God did this. Want to do it? But Lance, did you hear what I was talking about at
I
first?
know. I just seen you up. I just came up. When I said
Yeah,
something, I came up.
folks have, not that people have been, I guess I downplayed it because a couple people that were in this space, they're like, when are you going live again, Genesis? You don't ever really go live. And I mean, obviously the name Genesis After Dark is really when I go live, it's after dark, like late hours like this. Because I want to talk about sex and, doing certain things. And I talk about, I'm just openly have these conversations, and usually they're better at night for the sake of the algorithm, I guess.
You remember we used to be phone buddies, nigga. I talked to your ass for 27 years.
Night. Yeah, so I can sit up here and we can go through a couple subjects. So okay, so tell me what you think, because this is what I was battling with. I've noticed now that I've gotten older that I am more and more invisible to a degree. Not that I don't get noticed, but however, there's the level of invisibility because once you say you 50, what? Woo, you look good for your age, and then it's like you keep it pushing. And I'm not even scarred or triggered by it. It just was strange because I was making I said this on a panel a while back, and I was like, I noticed that as you got older, these things, especially, and I'm in good shape for my age. So I imagine someone who's not in such good shape is even more invisible. But at the same time, I also look at, and not to say that I'm not fat shaming, but I also look at some of these women that are out of shape, like, how the hell did that happen? When I've been keeping myself in shape, trying to keep myself together, and no one fucking cares, right? No one cares. They want a fat, big back, bacon turkey necks and, sitting around and like, they want that. Not that it's not shaming. Not shaming anyone. I'm just saying that I'm not
nobody like that. That ain't true. But
when I see it, I'll be like, how did that happen? When I'm up here like trying to make sure I don't, get a big back and make sure I can still fit in my clothes, and I try to keep it cute. But the point of that was that over time I'm noticing that it's getting more and more like I'm invisible or not even being able to be seen. Not that I don't get any attention, but the attention is awkward. And so I mentioned it a while back, and the guy on the panel, he was like, you're not that special. And it didn't trigger me right away. I just thought about it when the subject came back up. And, I go to like Walgreens, I go to like, live my daily life, go pump gas, and, the guys are awkward. It's like they want to say something, but they're not saying anything, or they'll be tedious in what they're asking me for. The guy said earlier, I would come over and help you pump your gas, but y'all bitches be crazy. So that is a roundabout way of saying, I want to be a gentleman, but I can't, because that's really, it was strange to me. Or even Lance, so sometimes they'll stare at me and just stand there. And I'm like, did you need anything else? I'm like, oh no, you're beautiful, by the way. Like, okay, that was weird. And so the guy says, we know that you're not that special. There's not a woman out there that's gonna have me so rattled that it's gonna nerd me out, or I'm gonna be awkward around her. And then also another conversation, the gentleman said, well, you sound like you think you deserve something. And I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you lived all this long, you keep yourself together, and you think you deserve something, right? I deserve to spend my life with someone, and I thought I deserved to be married and have a family, but it didn't work out that way. And it was just strange because the conversation circled back around to Lance that women control sex and that the men control relationships. So what does that mean if you're never in a relationship or you don't ever get married as a woman? And then I don't have any kids. So that brought up the conversation. That's probably where you came in on, and where my value is zero now because I don't have any children. So the value, everything was wrapped up in the uterus being able to produce something. And for the women who have degrees and have education and have good careers, their production is all over the place. But if they don't have any children, then it's like, yeah, but you don't have kids. You got a degree, you make six figures, you have a big house, but yeah, you don't have any kids. Like all that means nothing because she doesn't have any children. Because her value is in what her uterus produces. So tell me what you think, because you're a dude.
Well, let me say this. I'm not going to say that older women, or I don't know if you're talking about yourself or just in general older women as far as value. But
yes, I'm saying overall, and the women in general. You've been on the cute butter side, but I'm on on this side where I am. The conversation has been very much where her value is in her production of having children. And everything is wrapped up in, you know, like I just said, there's a woman in this space that has a PhD. They'll say, yeah, but you don't have any kids. You got all that degree, and she done took herself to Africa, travels where she wants to, buys what she wants to buy, makes 6 figures, but they're like, yeah, but you don't have any kids. Fuck are you talking about?
Like, that don't make no sense, because like the guy that's saying you don't have any kids, normally guys don't want women to have kids when they get with them so that they can travel and do all of the things that you just mentioned together without leaving the kids with mom. You feel what I'm saying? I've been married. I got divorced in 2018. It was a nice 8-year relationship. We just decided that, I mean, it really wasn't no fight or nothing. It was just like, I didn't fight for no relationship. I was good. But you got to remember, I'm a nurse, and always since I've been alive, it's only younger women who like me. Nobody, never my age, likes me. If you notice, all the women I've ever dated since you know me, they always been way younger than me, because that's who picked me. The women that I picked, I want to be like, yo, remember we used to break dance on cardboard, and we used to do the
right. Like we used to sit on the porch getting ate up by sitting on the porch getting ate up by mosquitoes trying to stay outside.
Yeah, they don't like me though. Not the women. So I blame it on women. Women pick and choose who they want. If you, like, for instance, if you 50 years old, you see a man you like, you introduce yourself to him, ask him is he single, and you want to go out with him. You don't gotta wait. You don't gotta wait.
That is not.
Listen, because y'all fucked it up.
That is not true.
Y'all fucked that up. Y'all fucked that up. Y'all fucked up us coming to y'all and asking y'all. You forgot about the days when we used to be in the mall and we say, hey, cutie, how you doing? And you just keep walking and you don't say shit to a nigga. Y'all trained us to not be aggressive and assertive about coming to get you. So we have to.
That is not true. That's not true, because one, you know me, and I've never been that kind of shy person. But on the other side of it is, in this space, as I introduced myself in this space some years ago, I have even been told by men that maybe my aggressiveness, because I've always felt, okay, hear me out, Lance. I've said this plenty of times on this YouTube space, so it's the echo chamber at this point. But I've said it to so many men, and they thought, oh my God, that's just you're just one of a kind, right? Because I feel like I have literally had heart-to-heart conversations with men where I have found out, I mean, just me saying, you know, you look nice today, or the guy smells good, or I'm like, you know, where you going looking like a brand new shiny nickel? And that man smiles so big, and for some men to tell me, you know what, my wife didn't even tell me I look good today, and I've been married with her for 20 years, and here you come telling me I look good today. And I'm like, to me, I'm paying it forward. So hold on. So to me, I'm paying it forward, Lance. So I've never been this whole like shy, couldn't say nothing to a guy, you know, because if we didn't have a friendship, like you said, me and you've been talking on the phone for hours. And if we didn't have a friendship, we didn't have some sort of foundation relationship built to where I'm talking to them. I've never been like scary to talk to a guy. However, I've also been told that maybe that's intimidating to the man, to the guy, because I'm not gonna walk up to you. I mean, I have walked up to someone and just grabbed their balls and was like, "Look, I mean, you need to stop looking so good and come on." And then I have also held the door for him, and I've also told him he looked handsome today. And I've also said, smile at a guy, because I remember that whole Kevin Samuels smile at the women don't smile at the men, and they have mean mugging. But sometimes, Lance, I smile at a guy and he literally won't stop. Like, sir, that does not mean follow me to my car. That does not mean follow me around the Walmart because I smiled at you. So it's almost like the training is on both sides, because it's like you can't say something nice to a man sometimes because they take it too far. They can't. They're so excited that was the first time this week that someone said they look good, because to me, Lance, this is the 15th time today someone told me I look good. This might have been the first time someone told you this week that you look good. So I always was paying it forward, but I've learned in being exposed to these spaces and listening to some of these men that it's intimidating to them. Me walking up to them and saying, you know what, Lance, I'm tired of this shit. Been going on since 9th grade. Drop your drawers, sir. Let's get it. Like, but that's intimidating.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, it shuts the guy down.
You scared the shit out of me.
I grabbed your whole booty, I think. I remember.
No, nigga, you said this. We was at your mama house in the basement. I had just met your brother and them. And
Oh yeah.
you remember what you said?
I can't play. How we gonna see this, bro? Ain't nobody home. My mama ain't gonna. What the hell?
Did you remember
I
what you
don't
said to
remember.
me?
No, you probably do though. What did I say?
You was like, so is we gonna be boyfriend and girlfriend, or is you just trying to fuck right now? Cause either or is cool with me. Like, what you
It's
trying to
cool
do?
with me. What you
That what
trying
you?
to do?
I was like, what?
Oh, man, you told. I don't want to say if it was. I'm gonna get it. I don't want to get it wrong, but I want to say I swear to goodness, because I think you said something back to me. But that was when I came to your house and you was at the little studio in the
Nah, we
basement
was
thing.
at your mama house in the basement.
No, after that you said something back to me that was like, girl, I just make your forehead cave in. And I was like, wait a minute, what happened?
That really intimidated me.
That was later though. So yeah, you might have been over it by then. But it did intimidate you at that point because we were kids. So I mean, does that account for anything that you were young and you didn't know what to do as
Well,
opposed to like
yeah,
now?
by that time, we wasn't kids. We was like 20. I mean, I guess you could say we was kids. We was like 23, 24.
Okay, you
Like,
still don't know shit at 23, 24 to where now
that's the day we
you
had
like,
walked to your favorite Coney Island across 8 Mile.
yes, we walked down to TJ's, period, yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes, that's my favorite Coney Island.
You was probably like the third girlfriend, like girl. You would have, like, at that time I only slept with 3 girls.
Oh, so I was gonna be on the roster.
No, I liked you. I liked you since we was in fucking high school. I had always liked you.
So what happened? What happened?
Well, by the time,
we got a good ass memory. You got your Ginkgo loba going.
Yeah, you know I got an extra
these brain cells. Fried mine.
You had told me that you was in love with somebody, and he ain't acting up. He acting up this, that, and the other. But you told me to fix your computer, and as I was fixing your computer for you,
yes,
I found a video of my man hitting the shit from the back.
Yeah, that's the guy. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, like that was but it was recent. It was like a recent video. That shit wasn't that old. So I just stopped pursuing you. Like, that's you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna fuck with you while you in that,
That was a horrible relationship. And I wish.
But I loved you. Derek, what's your name? Genesis. I loved you, nigga.
I was gonna say, don't say it. But you ever look back and be like, I should have cheated. I should have cheated. What Keisha Cole say? I should have cheated.
I didn't have a woman.
I'm talking about with that dude. I should have not been so faithful and loyal. I wasted all that faithful and loyal. Kevin Samuels was right. What they say, the men suck your whole 20s out of you. And by the time you get 30 and 40 and 50, don't nobody want to be bothered with you. You're too old now. But yeah, that was one of those relationships where I look back and I'm like, man, I wasn't a cheater. I wasn't a disloyal person. So I should have been. Now in hindsight, 2020,
all I know is I loved your hair. I loved your fucking smile, your fucking teeth, your fucking feet. I love everything about you.
I'm already wet.
Nah, for real. I love the shit out of you. That's why we still friends, nigga. You always
I be slick watching you on Twitter. I'll be over there like, look at Lance getting arguing.
Yeah, I can't stand no more. I ain't going over that shit no more. That shit fuck with my. First of all, I'm not a racist person. It's kind of weird. They racist as fuck. So I don't fuck with that shit. Like, I don't fuck with white people, but I'm not a racist. You feel what I'm saying? I'm about my people. They got a false ideology of what being black means. You know what I'm saying? They think all black people come from Africa. I'm like, nigga, my people ain't come from Africa.
No, the one guy, the white guy said that we made y'all shit. I was like, I had to log off. I was like, ooh, I'm sorry, I can't keep listening.
Yeah, I don't.
Spirit is getting wrestled. How was your son? How was your baby?
I fuck with your where you be at?
I don't be anywhere anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to be over there, but that's to give you support because I'm never gonna hinder anyone supporting, and I'm not just saying that because of the live stream. Because again, no one will be listening to me, so I'll be saying all kind of shit. But at the same time,
you be making some great points. You be making some great points.
Well, thank you. I'm not gonna ever tell anyone to not support you, because that's some bullshit. Even though people say not to be sidetracking the conversation, but even though the people in this space and this YouTube space and this virtual space be like, well, I can't mandate who goes where and tell you, but it's the same thing. It's like, it's a mean girl situation. We all gonna be in the lunchroom, but you just can't sit with us. So we all gonna be online. You just don't be going over to other people's pages and supporting them because you now become the ops. So I've been an ops my whole damn life. So guess what? Nothing else is new. So guess what? 2 years in the bucket. Fuck it. I can't go anywhere without someone saying something about where I've been and who I was with at the same time. And then they don't want to come and support me. Then whatever. I'm getting my watch hours up. I'm not ever trying to be like, oh, I need to be monetized and all this shit. Was a hobby, and it was something as an outlet, and it was a way for me to support people that were online with me until it got to the point where people were like, you know what, you need to start doing your own channel. So here we are. But yeah, you can more than welcome go wherever you want to go.
You should do your own channel. You make your own points. You used to write. You used to have a lot of thought.
I did.
You feel what I'm saying? You used to do a lot of shit, and you sit around. And I did the same thing over at Solar and over at Q and everybody else I done fuck with. You invest so much, and they reap the benefits. You giving arguments and watch time and making points and teaching people, and they reap the benefits. They the ones that's getting the money. And I decided, it's like my daughter, she got 10,000 viewers on TikTok, and she get bread. Like, she gets bread, yo. I was like, how the fuck my daughter I'm a nurse, nigga. How the fuck she make more money than me? On donations and shit, like crazy.
And it's crazy because I started off this live stream by talking about the struggle, right? I did a 12-hour live stream one night, and I had people up all night with me until like 6, 7 in the morning, right? Because I would literally go live. How I support is that we'll come over to your show, and when we leave, when you end your channel and you end your show, I would spark my stream up because obviously it's after dark, right? It's just talk about all kind of shit. But at the same time, like I was saying, I would do that and to support, to show support for other people, and end up coming over to my channel and it'd be like 5 people. Like, are you serious? I just left a panel with like 30 watching, and then you come over here and it's 5 people watching. And a lot of times it would have to do with they say my delivery is obstructing, right? How I say what I say. And I noticed that
there's nothing the matter with your delivery, first of all. Second of all,
I've noticed that. Go ahead.
What would get you more views, as fine as you are, is like add little things, like content create. Don't just sit up and talk. Like, do modeling. Like, I just bought these clothes today, Chad. Check this out. Like, show your assets, not necessarily your body, but the things that makes you interesting, the things that makes you show your artistic what is this? Genesis. So the artistic Genesis. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. You said my mic is bubbling?
It's losing, it's going in and out.
Oh.
It's like you got low bit rate.
It's my earbud. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I feel like my ear is getting wet. Okay, you can hear me. Hey, Swag. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So,
you got to hit me up one day and we just talk, because I can see you being a big content creator.
Okay.
Like,
that was never my intentions, but I get it. Like, now I've been uploading, like, I do like my walk and talks, and then I'll just like, you're watching my dog. I've seen how some people it's because I think that's so creative. Like, I literally watch a guy do a puzzle, and he just talks. He talks. He drinks. He smokes, and the camera is on the puzzle. And I thought that was so creative. And I've seen people do diamond art, do diamond art pictures, and they're sitting there putting together, like, the guy put together like a 1,000-piece puzzle. This woman sitting here doing her diamond art, and over time you watch her. And she has a conversation that has nothing to do with the diamond art. You're just watching the diamond art being made, and then you're hearing her have these conversations. I've heard people, I'm trying to be creative with it. Oh, I still got the farting. I'm still trying to be creative with it. At the same time, my heart's not in that in regards to creating content for everybody else. So I just make what I want to make, and maybe that if you like it, you don't like it. But to say that, to start what I was starting off the stream with, was that I've noticed there's a lot of crowdfunding in these spaces. There's a lot of there's a content creator that I was trying to support, but they would literally get online and be like, well, I need y'all to send cash apps because I gotta pay my rent. Or I need, my kids need beds. And I'm just like, how does your fucking children don't have a bed? And then how is everyone on YouTube about to pay for it? It's crazy, right? So I was like, so what is that supposed to look like? Is that that's your struggle? I'm supposed to be like, y'all, I don't have any food. I'm homeless. I've been living out my car. Can you send me a cash app? You know what I mean? When
damn straight.
That's not what but it's like at the same time, no one gives a shit. Because again,
no one gives a shit until they do. Like, it's some people that generally have a lot of money, and I found myself doing it. It was a time in my life where I was making 100 and something thousand a year, and I was basically just giving money to people who just cried about needing something. You feel what I'm saying? And just wanted to do it. I wanted to do it. So it's easy. It's a lot of people that makes way more than 100,000 out here. We just don't know it. They are. I told you my daughter will make more money than me in one night than I make in my week of nursing, dog.
No, that's unbelievable. That is way unbelievable.
Yes.
That's beyond belief. You know what, Lance? I need you to fix my computer.
Oh,
fix my computer. Gladly. And make sure you wear gray sweatpants, sir, and a do-rag. Thank you. That's the attire.
Gladly. How your mom and sister and them doing?
Everybody is actually good, but that's just to put the advertisement out there. If you need to do any work for me in person, I need you to wear your uniform, which would be gray sweatpants. Thank you very much, sirs. Okay. Fix my car. You put gas. I need you to wear gray sweatpants. That's the uniform. But yeah. No, my ex-boyfriend sabotaged my computer. I'm over these men altogether because every time I turn around and I deal with one, something goes cracker haywire, right? So he supposedly uploaded the program on my computer, but I don't know what the hell he did because it just disappeared one day. Like, I went on my computer one day and this was recently. I went on my computer and it's like I have no internet connections or whatever it's asking me to do, and I don't know what the hell he just Jimmy rigged it. He called himself trying to do things and build and in my laptop, and I was like, sir, I don't need. Now he's just a complete, memory. However, it's like, you think the relationship's over, and then you look up and you're like, oh my god, this is fucked up because of him. So my computer is wonky. And
ain't you still down south?
No, I've been in Michigan. Lance, I told you that on Cuba. I've been in Michigan for a few years. Been back in the 30
minutes. I didn't know that. What the hell is you talking about?
I did. Don't be under me, sir. I'm triggered. I got PTSD.
Nigga, don't you know I would have been hit your ass up?
No,
you know how many times I needed a date to these fucking
reunions and shit. Oh, dude, I went to the reunion picnic and I was like, yo, I'm not trying to be funny, but why is everybody? Oh my god, I'm not trying to say anything about my class reunion, Lance. You know that, but I didn't recognize them, but they can recognize me. Why? Because I haven't changed since high school. I'm just now getting thick. I just now got 150 pounds in my life. I just now finally got big butt and big boobs. I don't have boobs. I can't see.
Hell no, you lying, nigga. Big booty.
I just now got 150 pounds, Lance. I ain't never been 150 pounds in my life. I just now got it. When I was 20, I was 120. When I was 30, I was 130. When I was 40, I was 140. And now when I turn 50, I literally am now 150. Like, I've never been this thick in my life where I'll be like, girl, who is this? Thighs is touching and rubbing, and I had to up the bra size, and I was like, wait, where did this weight come from? So look at God. I've just not got thick in my life, period. Thick ever.
Nigga, I'm about to come and marry you. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
All right, well, the last year's over. Genesis don't stand for getting married. Y'all gonna see the wedding on YouTube like everybody else does, and we're gonna send a GoFundMe and we're gonna send cash apps and crowdfunds, and we'll put our registry online.
Nigga, didn't I tell you that I was in love with you? When your ass, you remember when I came over to your crib and we got fucked up right before I had to...
This is a long conversation. Go ahead, though. You're giving me great content. Go ahead.
You remember when I came over to your crib before I had to go to work, and your little fucking dogs in the basement was jumping on me and shit?
Oh my God! You talking about when I had the hot dog?
Yes, all of
yeah, Barney. But yeah, we had two outside and one inside. Well, if you know, I have a 75-pound pit bull boxer that's laying in the bed in there, my puppy.
Wow.
I've never been, you know what? And thank you for reminding me, Lance. I've never been without a dog, a pet. I can't remember. Yeah, I've always had a pet. I've always had a
Yorkie, though.
No, I had, when you're talking about was when we had the dachshund, the brown hot dog looking dog, and then I had my German Shepherd, and then my brother had his pit bull, or had a Labrador. So we had two dogs outside and one inside.
Not when we was that young. I'm talking about when we was grown, like in our 20s.
No, that was my Chihuahua. Yeah, that was my Chihuahua.
Yeah, Chihuahua.
My Chihuahua. Yep. I had him for a long time. He got old. He was like 13, 14 when I had to finally.
Bro, I got fired that fucking day.
For hanging, he was fine.
I was sleepy as hell. I went outside on my lunch break and fell asleep in the car.
You went to work fucked up.
I fucking got fired, bro.
But that's okay though, because you were nurse. That's so great. I remember coming over here.
At that time.
No, I remember because you encouraged me to get my CNA license because I worked at the senior living center, and then I transferred to California because I worked for Sunrise. But I remember coming over and who was I talking? Was that your brother? That was the dog. It was the two dogs. And I had to come down.
No, that was before I was a nurse. I was a medical assistant.
Oh, okay. I thought you was because you were telling me about the CNA, and I became a CNA when I got my CNA license shortly after that.
Yeah, I didn't become a nurse until 2011.
Okay, well, I don't feel good.
Oh, Wuda.
I feel a corona flu pneumonia ear infection.
Yeah, I remember your teas. I got you some ginger and your lemon and your honey. And
I feel something coming on, man. I feel I need my blood pressure taken. I mean, I might need some restoration. I don't know.
Right. I got you. I gotta bring my I work in gynecology, so I'll be there. I'll be there. No, I'm serious though, dog. I wish I knew you was here. I would have been.
Wait a minute. Go back to do you work in gynecology? We gotta clear this up.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
You do not work in gynecology, Lance.
I do. I got my own patients and everything, girl.
Well, honey, we gonna have to get this uteri checked out because she be giving me problems.
Oh.
I have to be like, Lance, can you check this for me? Yeah.
Okay.
And while you down there checking if you get hungry, I got whipped cream for you.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't let me leave if I did that. Cause you know why? Cause I really enjoy eating pussy. You know what I'm saying? If it's
you wouldn't want to leave, but you can go, but you wouldn't want to. No one ever does.
I would have to go to work. I would have to buy food and shit. Like I'm talking about that.
He's I have to buy food. I mean, we can fucking Instacart. What the fuck are you going? You can work from home. What the hell? No. Nowadays, remote tell you better tell the doctor and shit. You better answer the fucking screen and be like, "Can I help you?" But no, because you know what's funny that you said that because that was a conversation as well. I like go over these talking points whenever I do go live sometimes. And that was one of the talking points. And I was mentioning about how like I had someone that literally he loved doing that so much that he fell asleep. He would fall asleep between my legs, and I'd be like, "Sir, you need to wake up." He'd wake up and keep going back to what he was doing. And it's like I get that that's irreplaceable. You're never gonna get someone. You just imagine someone down there just giving you head, and then they fall asleep, and you're like, "Babe, I got to get up." And you wake up, and she just continues where she left off. Is crazy.
Nah, like I'm the type that like I know how much you like your pussy ate. So we watching TV, I'm gonna lay my head there. You're gonna be humping the back of my head sometime and shit. You know what I'm
Punching his
saying?
head is funny. Well, thank God I'm already sitting in a full puddle of water that I don't have to worry about making my own. Because you know, as you get older, that's a whole lie in itself too. Because I don't know why guys think that the sex drive is dried up for women my age. Because we ain't got shit to do but fuck. Because like I said, I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you heard me, Lance, but I ran into one dude that was like, "Yo, you're how old?" And I was like, "Yeah," you know. He was like, "Shit, you finna menopause," and I was like, "I'm having some private summers. I'm having some vacations now." And he was like, and he mentioned, he was like, you know, he jokingly said, "Man, that's like a fucking storage board. We could just be fucking because you're not gonna get pregnant no time soon. And not like I'm fucking a 20-year-old where I'm gonna worry about her being fertile. Yeah, them days is over with." And at first I was like, ha ha ha, but I was like, did he just say like the good thing about older women is that you guys can just fuck like rabbits because she's not going to get pregnant after menopause. Not that her uterus is not valuable anymore. It's just it's done, right? So, but that
You
doesn't
are
stop the
nowhere
sex
near the
drive.
age that you can't have babies. What the fuck are you talking about?
I am 50 and my body is starting to go through some of the changes. Like, girl, it's not even summer, but we
You
hot
black.
for it.
Listen, you not white. Black people can have babies for a very long time, baby. Don't get that shit twisted. If you want a baby,
Well,
you'll have a baby. There are several people, as a nurse, I've seen them, couples having babies in their 50s and late 40s. Definitely. So
I
don't
was
get that.
down for it. I was down for like you don't even got to be my baby daddy. Like I just wanted because again I was talking about how remember I just said just now how like my value is actually going to be whether or not I have a child. Like nothing else I do is going to be great enough to be like, oh well, you don't have a kid. So at one point I really was focused like, okay, I got to have a kid. I got to have somebody's child. And then I was even down with the point
Can
of
you have
like
kids?
I don't even know at this point. I mean I know that I have I'm Rh negative, so that's a factor. And again, in these spaces, trying to be transparent, talking about it, like, well, I'm Rh negative. So some men are like, well, you don't have any kids. Well, some women, their body aborts a child before they even know what's happening because that's what Rh negative does to your body. It
That's
attacks the
only if you
fetus,
with somebody who's not Rh negative, but you can get
and I have to
shot.
get the shot.
Yeah,
I
you can
get the
get shot.
shot. That's the right. The shot, and anytime you've been pregnant in the past, even if you've had a deletion, if you had an abortion, you get the shot immediately because they want you to be able to have children for the next, go around. So, needless to say, I had a miscarriage when I was with that guy that you're talking about, and didn't know that miscarriages were brought on by the men having dirty, nasty wee-wees and fucking around. And but also didn't know the effect of the Rh negative, what it's doing to my body and how it was causing me to miscarry, and it was basically, doing what it did. So
Boo,
I
your
got the
mama and
shot.
daddy had you, so one of them are Rh negative too. So
It's but you know the science behind that. The
your
dad gives you
mom.
but you don't get that until you pass through the birth canal. So if my mom had a C-section, I wouldn't have gotten it from her. So I
Oh,
got it
got
right.
you.
It comes through passing through the birth canal, and it's only when the mother's blood, the father's blood, and the baby's blood mixes together. So her trying to push me through the birth canal for 22 hours caused our blood to mix. Had my brother and my sisters are C-sections, so they don't have it. So
Wow.
yeah.
You the
So
middle
yeah.
child? You the middle, right?
I'm the oldest. Nope, I'm
Oh,
the
you the
oldest.
oldest? Oh, I thought your
Yeah.
brother was older than you.
He act like it. He's not. He always act like it, and he's bigger than me. So I guess everyone always
Yeah,
assumes
he
that.
always was bigger than I'm gonna say this to you, and I know how it is to like go through
Remember
life.
you online.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not revealing anything. Like, I'm online savvy. Like, I've been online for many years.
Mm-hmm.
When when you get older and you start reflecting on life, you think about having something left here that people remember you by, or you to remind to something that says I was here, and something, usually we can look at our children and things of that nature. Where as we get older, we look back, we don't have kids. Like my best friend, he don't have kids, you know what I'm saying? And he keep trying to date young girls to have babies with, so that he can finally have a kid, but it's not working out for him. So I understand the psychology behind it.
However,
right. You got to remember that even, and I hate to go biblical, but some of that shit is true. They had babies unexpectedly at upper ages. They have like you close to, so would you say 50? When you look
Sarah,
up,
so you think it's Sarah and Abraham type of, like how she was like well over 50.
like a lot of them, not just Sarah,
Yeah.
several different.
Well, no, you're right, because part of the part of the part of that was some part of the revelation was someone gave me a book about all the women in the Bible who were ordained to be single and childless. And I thought, and in the moment, Lance, I was like, wow, this is beautiful. But then after the taste wore off, and then you get the after effect, it was like all these women. You tend to tell me that God didn't want them to be have any kids and be fruitful and prosperous. They just wanted, God wanted you to just not be with anyone and not have anybody.
No,
So I don't know how I felt about that.
Look at that, but I wouldn't say that. When I was how old was I? 28 years old. I fell in love with this girl. I chased her down. I brought her flowers. I did everything that you're supposed to do. And she loved me back too. And we was the best couple. She rapped, I rap. She sang, I do beats. Like we was the best. She was funny, I was funny. We was the best couple. Everybody be like, just knew we was gonna be. And and I and she wasn't one for saying, hey babe, let's go to the next level. So what I did is I told her, I said, let me step away for a minute and get my life together, because you just don't care. Like we can just sit up in here and fuck all day, hungry as hell. Like I gotta do something with my life, bro. Like, what I'm saying? She's not on my back about, nigga, you need to, as long as we got some smoke or something, drink, or as long as we got that, she happy. And that was dope to me too, because she was fine. She, like, when we went out, she leveled me up. To her, I leveled her up. But to me, she leveled me up. So I loved all of that shit. And we started talking about marriage, but then she got pregnant. She had a miscarriage in the tub. Kind of find out she RH negative. And she already had a daughter, you know what I'm saying? And I was cool with just like, hey, let's just me and Jelon and your daughter, and that's us. We good. I don't care about I'm good. And even if I didn't have no kid, I loved her daughter and her the way she was about kids and about people. We can just be walking down the street and she'd be like, oh my God, he's hitting her. Let's go and say something. I'm like, he's beating her ass. What you want? What if he got a gun? She's like, are you for the Lord? I'm like, you know what? That's right. It's like, are you afraid? You got the Lord on your side.
Sir, what are you doing?
Right. And she'll go, hey y'all, it's a lot going on. Let's just pray. Man, like, fuck that. She talking to a nigga. She's like, I'm not a prep. She's like, I promise you guys, let's just pray. She had me holding hand with strangers and praying and shit. And that's what the fuck I needed. You know what I'm saying? I needed that in my life. And I ran away from it, like, looking for the sluts. Looking for but she was fine, like she was a whole stripper. She'll do anything. She'll put on, hey, you know what? I'll be right back. She'll come back with some heels on. Fucking chain around her neck type shit. What? I fucked that up so bad. But
you really think you messed that up? You think?
Yeah, I fucked that up. I walked away from the whole relationship. I fucked that up. And we wasn't even arguing. We wasn't nothing. I just wanted to get my life together, and she misunderstood that shit. You know what I'm saying? She misunderstood what I was saying. And she went and started fucking with a nigga who was pursuing her. And Of course, I got mad, and she was just trying to make me jealous, and I realized it. I knew she ain't sleep with nobody yet because I was still fucking sometime. And she not like that. She only sleep with one nigga at a time, and she really was on me. Like, so you want me to start sleeping with this dude? I said, she's like, we've only been dating. I said, I don't want to hear that shit, bro. I don't want to get off in all of that shit. I'm straight. She's like, don't, like, once I start fucking somebody else, it's over. And I'm like, okay, move on. I wasn't fucking nobody or nothing. I wasn't messing with nobody or nothing. Don't threaten me, though. Don't try to. And I didn't understand that was her begging me, pleading with me. You know what I'm saying? Using psychology.
So what happened? So what happened? Like, why? Because I know this is one thing also that I know, men, that a man wants something, he will go through hell and high water. So then I think I posted this a while back too. I was like, well, what happens if no one goes through hell and high water for you? He doesn't, you know, like what if no one said at the end of it all, because I've seen men jump through hoops, like you said, bring her flowers. Like this woman could tell you, like, I'm not here for you. And the men would still be like, I'm going to persuade her. I'm going to convince her. I'm going to show her I'm a good man. So what happens then if no one goes through the hell and high water? Are you not worthy anymore?
No, it's not true. Sometimes men egos cause them to do that, and until they then they immediately stop doing that shit when they done conquered her. You feel what I'm saying?
So then then you really didn't really want her. You just wanted to try. You wanted to win her, which means that Kevin, right? Go back to the whole thing that the woman is the prize in, because you did everything you had to do to win her, just to have say you got the prize, not to actually be with her and keep her. You just wanted to be like, yeah, I hit that. I made her, you know, I made her give me a chance just so I could be like, aha, bitch, you know.
Well, it depends on how much he had to work, because sometimes she can take a nigga through some shit and he finally get her. Like it ain't nothing like seeing a woman submit, like all of the tense, everything about her that she like animosity, all of that shit just leaves out of the window when you get her in a space where you controlling what's fucking going on between her legs. When you got all of that control and she just don't want you to stop. She wants you to keep. It's a power behind it. But sometimes a woman can take a nigga through some shit sometimes so much that when he get that shit, he be like, there we go. And think about all of the times she fucked him over. You still dated that nigga when I was trying to pursue you. Like, niggas will walk away from shit like that. But this girl didn't do that to me. It wasn't like that. And when it comes down to older people, everybody just wants somebody that they can die happy with, that they can spend the next 30 years of their life. You know what I'm saying? 10 years of my life was great. I lived a 10-year life that I felt like, shit, I can die now. So just imagine at 50, you meet somebody that you can ride out with all the way to 60, 70, and hopefully 80. That shit takes away all of the loneliness from in your earlier years. Like, you don't even remember that shit no more. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel contrary to that, because I felt like I've been lonely in my relationships at times. You know, even though I was with someone, it was like I might as well be by myself, because
you being with somebody for pacification. Like, be with you.
Because I was trusting what this process was. Remember, this space is an echo chamber, so you hear the same things over and over again. Even now that I'm hearing it more and more in the world now, outside of YouTube, it's like, well, the men control the passage to the relationship. The woman controls the passage to sex. So, you know, I've been assaulted, so I can't actually say that a woman controls the sex, because I've literally been that woman who told the guy no for sex, and he still took it anyway. So that even proves to me more that if a man wants something, he will go after it, even if you tell him he can't have it. He'll still go after it, right? He'll still go after what he wants, all the way down to landing him in jail, right? However, my point is, if the man control the access to the relationship, and no one has seriously come to that woman, because there's plenty of women in my position where no one has said, you know what, I don't care what is happening in my world, I want to be with you. And they're opening the door to the relationship. Now, them coming to me for the sex,
you know, again, I control the access to that, but again, I don't because I've been with someone who says, you know, you can't get in trouble for raping your girlfriend. So I'm getting it tonight, whether you want to give it to me or not. So that changes the perspective of whether or not I actually control the access to us having a sex relationship or sexual encounter versus I can't be in a relationship with you, even if I want to be, unless you want to be in a relationship with me. You know what I mean? I can't rape you into a relationship. I can't make you have a relationship with me. I can manipulate or I can try to con my way around it or I can finesse it. You know, I can put the punani on you and all that. All that things that have happened in the past. However, the relationship doesn't happen until the man wants it to happen. So what happens to all those men and women who no one has chosen to be in a relationship with them?
Now, I doubt that that's the case because people don't put themselves, like me not being in a relationship since 2018. It's because I put myself in that position not to. It's even if the girl is ugly, I should have been in a damn relationship and keeping my practice up. Even if she was fat and not my type, something just to get by, just for a relationship. But when you have morals and you have value in your position, you tend to not want to go through the bullshit. Like if I'm not gonna fuck with somebody I'm not gonna marry. It's always my intentions of all of the 5 girlfriends I didn't had in my life. I intended to marry them. That's why I always been in long-term relationships.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna be married by now too. I thought at least I would have, you know, my transparency is my worst enemy. So I thought at least by now, you know, and again, I have Facebook conversations, getting different perspectives, thinking that maybe I'm just being weird. And I find that no, a lot of other women that are around my age that have not been married and are still single, they did think that this by the time they got to this point, they would be with somebody, and they did believe that it wasn't a case of it not happening because that's the path that we were raised in a different frame of mind. You know, we were raised by what are they, baby boomers now? We were raised by those parents who, you know, I remember my mom telling me, I remember all the time that everybody that would come visit me because I was on house arrest, so to speak, right? I couldn't leave until I finished my chores. And one of my chores was a lot of my chores were very domestic. And I remember, you know, even when you were coming to visit me back then, because you came to my house because I probably had to do something around the house, or I was watching my sisters or brothers, or it was a reason for me to be at home to where I just didn't leave because a lot of times I had duties at home. And I remember my mom telling me, you know, when I asked her, why am I doing all this? And she's like, well, you're going to get married one day, right? So you got to know how to keep the house clean. And her whole motive was raising my daughters to be domesticated so that they can be able to have a mate. And then now, fast forward, you were raising me to
take care of your siblings. Probably. Hold on, I don't hear you. You disappeared. I can't hear nothing you saying now.
I need to come over to my phone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, I think when my tablet goes to sleep. But yeah, fast forward to now, and the conversation is very different. You know, there's a lot of women in my position where they despise the fact that they were raised to be so domesticated. And the men, you know, at one point it was a badge of honor. It was like, oh, you can cook. These young women can't cook. Or you know how to keep a clean house. You know how to actually get down and clean, like Saturday morning, you know, put the slow jams on and clean up, type of clean up, you know. Or, you know how to make something from scratch. You know, and I used to pride myself in not going out to eat with my relationships. I would say, you know what, babe, we don't even gotta go out to eat because once I taste it, I can make it. And I would pride myself in that. Like, we ain't even I can make you red lobster biscuits at home. I can make, you know, a seafood boil. You don't got to spend $75 at the seafood boil place because we can go get the food and I can make it. And, you know, every now and then I would run across a man who was like, oh my God, that's the bomb.com, because then they would look at it like, wow, you would save us so much money on the back end. You know, you're a financial investment. But then at the same time, I'm not married to that person. So it wasn't so great, was it? Now it's a hindrance. It's like I'm domesticated out of the wazoo.
You know, I clean up when I get frustrated. I clean up when I get angry. I clean up when I get sad. I listen to sad music and cry. And I'm like, I should have a husband at this point while I'm cleaning my house. And if it's just me, I clean up behind myself every day, so there's nothing to clean up. I'm just washing walls because I'm upset. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing. I'm neat and tidy, so it's embedded in me, and it's kind of a hindrance at times because I'm like, these messy bitches have like houses full of shit, sleeping on air mattresses, and still be getting their back broke out and got boyfriends and have people buying them shit and getting flowed out. And it's like, girl, you ain't got no bed. You got, you know, a bag full of clothes, but how is this happening? And I'm organized and clean, and I clean up and I take care of my environment, and I just sit in my clean silence. And you out here living your best life, and you a nasty, dirty rat. So I don't know, because the shit's backwards as hell now. But I just remember that being a
Like,
pinnacle like moment.
like you, what type of niggas you like? Because, like I said, you a very attractive woman. Keep your feet
I
nice.
don't like no type of niggas. That's probably the problem. I should probably be liking some niggas.
No,
I'd be
you
trying
know
to
what I'm
like.
saying. You know what type of
No,
man.
I'm saying no. That's what I'm saying. I should probably be going after like the niggas now, and not the men, because the men be wanting younger women. Lance, I have had a wonderful conversation. I was sitting at the I went to go take myself out. I take myself out. So I go to like, you know, I love me a seafood boil. I go, you know, go to Olive Garden. Just corny stuff, right? I just take myself on a date. And I had a wonderful conversation with a very handsome man at the bar until he found out how old I was. And he was like, oh, have a good day. He asked for my phone number, and I mean the whole nine. He went through the whole like, yeah, you know, can we keep in touch? And by the way, how old are you? And his way was like, well, you don't look your age. And I was like, okay. So
Yeah, you
now, why does that change
age,
anything?
baby, at your age, you don't got to tell a man your age no more. All you got to do is say
I
old
don't
enough.
want to tell him nothing. I told him, listen, I say I'm on the list. Say, how old is that? I don't look that young to where you have to wonder if I'm legal, which is stupid, you know.
Right.
So I have to
You don't
entertain
gotta
the whole
say
like.
how old are you no more. You don't got to do that no more.
I'll be like, sir, what are you saying? I'm legal. I'm old enough to be in this restaurant. I'm old enough to be in this bar. I'm old enough to be talking to you right now. And they're like, yeah, but so when they want to know how old I am, and they're like, and this always followed up by the you don't look 50, you don't look 49, you don't look 48, you don't look 50. No, then what am I supposed to look like? What is that supposed to look like then?
You look 50. I'm 50. I don't look 50. Only way you will know I'm look 50 is because I don't dye my beard. You feel what I'm saying? My beard is gray. This picture right here is an old picture.
But nowadays that's not even it, because folks is getting gray in their weed. They're getting gray as a look now.
Yes, I get more young women. I want to date women my age, but I only attract young women. And you know, I'm like a moral type nigga. Like, I'm not going to marry you. So all of this, I literally had a girl take my dick out and what can I say? Take my thing out and rub it, like ride on my thing in her panties until she just like slid it in. Like I wasn't even trying to have sex with her. She was just like, just let me do this. Just let me do this type shit. And it's basically just took it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, cause I made my mind up. If you don't sleep with them, you don't gotta pay their bills, car note. You don't gotta do shit. You just be friends. You feel what I'm saying? I already knew what type of woman she was. And she was like a stripper on and off. So I was just straight with that. Like, I didn't want that lifestyle. I don't want to go backwards. I want to go towards positive lifestyle. Like, I don't want to go backwards. But she's fine. You know what I'm saying? 32 years old. I'm 48, 49, 48 at the 49 at the time.
That's perfect for you, right?
No, that ain't perfect. I told you I want to date somebody who can say, remember hostess pie.
Remember Dutch girl down that line used to be out the all the way down the street, out the restaurant, just for some donuts on Grand River. Like, what's happening?
Like that. I mean, that's what I always see myself, but not somebody who act old, because I'm still young. I still act young. My kids, my oldest is 26, my youngest is 10. You feel what I'm saying?
That's the other thing too, Lance. I have way too much energy for these old ass guys.
Now this is the thing. This is the pushback. All while we were all of us young. That's why I tell older women that's like my age. All while we was young, niggas, the good guys. Like I was a good guy. Like I was raised right. I didn't sell drugs. I didn't shoot people or none of that. I didn't do none of that wicked shit. I was just a good guy, did music and played sports. And all that whole time, y'all was chasing the drug dealing niggas. The niggas that did this. Y'all was dating, niggas was coming to get you in high school in a car when we wasn't even old enough, you know what I'm saying, to own those type of cars yet. You was going with them. So stick with it. You, this is what I'm saying. You 40, date your 50-year-old nigga. You 50, date your 60-year-old nigga. Because that's what y'all been doing the whole time. Always date older. Now niggas is up in age. You like, I don't want to go old.
Well, I don't know who you're talking to on that end, because that was never me. For one, young and I don't think I've only dated.
You went to the same school I went to. You remember when?
But I never dated. Yeah, but that was never me. I never dated a drug dealer. I never dated. I dated nerdy guys. The guy that you were referring to was a super nerd. Like he's still a nerd, right? I dated guys that because I like thinkers. I like to have conversations. So if we can't talk, then what are we doing? I've most of the men that have been in my life have been have been usually, hey, King of Kampala, how you doing? Hey. Most of the guys that I've dated have been scholars, nerdy, I guess you would call them nerds now, intelligent, individuals, and always have been younger than me, with the exception of, I would say, the guy that you're referring to. He's older than me, and I don't remember anyone ever that I was serious about being older than me after that. I think everybody has been younger than me. Because you remember, I'm the oldest sister, so all my brothers, friends were like, when I get 18, I'm gonna smack your sister down. So it was all those young guys. I'm the adult in the room type of thing. But even in high school, even in school, I mean, they're younger than me by even a year. Like they're behind me by a year, or behind me by months. Never have been at my age or necessarily older, with the exception of that one person. But they've not been drug dealers. They've not been no type of no.
Where'd you go? I can't hear you. You was gone.
I think when I walk away from my tablet, it just kind of goes to sleep for a second. I don't know how to change that. Oh, he said, would you ever try a real one? King of Kampala. Lance knows me. I've never been opposed to not the real one, so to speak. It's just that they have not been real. They say they are, but they're not. Because one of the things that work has, like I said, it's been my gift and a curse, has been my transparency. So I'm gonna tell you what's happening with me. I'm gonna tell you what's going on with me.
But you always been like that. That's why I made that comment.
Right. But it's been too much for people. Remember, I just told you the guy has said in his face, he was like, well, maybe do you like Genesis? Do you think it's intimidating to men? Like it pushes them away, like it rubs them off? Because you don't ask me how I'm feeling today. If I'm not feeling okay, I'm gonna tell you I'm not okay. That's crazy for us to build a relationship together, build something that that you and I only have, and to me to be lying to you every day. How you doing, Jen? I'm all right. No, and I'm about to go in the bathroom and cry. Because you can't cry to your man, because men are, because men are stoic, like all that bullshit. Like I can't even let you know how, like it's on my face. If all the places, and I used to tell this to my ex-boyfriend all the time, I said the world is so unfair and messed up. Why do we have to be unfair and messed up to each other? And of all the places I should feel safe, which I can't remember when I actually felt safe with the man I've been with.
like I feel like completely safe. Like I know you got my, not you having my back, but just I told my ex-boyfriend this. There's some power, even with you and your daughter, Lance. There's power in knowing that she can say she ain't got to never see her daddy whip nobody ass. She ain't got to never see her brother beat the shit out of nobody. But she definitely can say, I will get my daddy to beat your ass. So,
Goddamn
you know
right.
what I'm saying? But she ain't never seen you in a fight. She don't even know if you can fight. You might get your whole ass whooped. She don't know if it can actually happen. But she finds security in saying it. And I just was reflecting like, damn, that's crazy because I've never been able to really say like, I'm about to go get my brother because I'm my brother's keeper. I'm the one that was taking care of, him. Or even just like having the knowing that, you know what, you keep talking shit to me, I'm gonna go home and get my man. Now my ex-boyfriend was crazy like that but he would let me know, look, don't be out here doing something crazy and running your mouth and then get me in a situation where something's gonna, be dangerous. But at the same time, I don't know if you can fight. I ain't never seen you fight nobody, so I'm not gonna sit here and say my man gonna whip your ass when I don't know that can happen. But at the same time, nothing you've done has given me the security that you have my back like that. I'm on my own in this situation. And then
Right.
when I heard the word survivor mode, it triggered because I said, that's what it is. I've been in survival mode, even inside my relationship. And if I have to be in survivor mode with you, laying next to you, rubbing feet, watching Netflix, and you done started because we didn't have beans in our tacos and shit, and I done ate too much ice cream, and now I got lactose intolerance, and you still kissing and hugging on me, what the fuck? I can't be vulnerable with you? I can't do it. I can't do it, Lance. I can't do it and then come home and be like, I still got to act like I'm out in the world. I can't do that. That's impossible. That's crazy. And to sit here and listen to all these couples go through and how we never had a fight, or you don't even know if this man got your back. And then when you ask him shit like this, and you ask him some shit that is pinnacle, you find out this man doesn't have your back. He is a narcissist, and then especially when I see them breaking up and divorcing, and all these relationships around me falling apart, and it's falling apart because this person really never had you. Y'all was just play faking, pump faking. Y'all was together. Like, it's just, I can't do that. I can't be with someone and know that what we talk about, you're going to go tell your mom or your cousin, go running by your brother, and before you even process and do it. Like, one of the things that was crazy is triggering because my ex-boyfriend was really close to his baby mama. And I understand because that was his oldest child, his oldest, his longest baby mama, right? And they actually developed a friendship. Huh?
I know what you're saying. Like the youngest ones, like when you have a child in your earlier days, you more closer to the one. You more closer. You keep relationships
with the oldest, especially with the oldest of your children.
Yeah.
The youngest one, you might be like, fuck her, but the oldest one, you've grown through being a grown up, and now you guys have a palatable relationship, right? It's beyond a business agreement. You guys are actually cool. Your child is like your kids, your oldest is like in their 20s. So at this point, you and the mother have beyond understanding, right? Maybe the youngest one, you might be like, this bitch, she can't figure out shit. But the older child, it's expected. For him not respecting my maturity and saying, you know what, my woman should be able to handle, that I have a relationship with my oldest child's mother. But once the relationship got a little too much, like y'all are talking like y'all best friends, and I feel like some of the conversation is inappropriate. And at the same time, you should have a meter. You should have some sort of meter or some sort of way to read that when I walk in the room and, I done came home, took a bath, now I got my little short shorts on and my little tank top, and I'm sitting next to you, rubbing my feet on you. That should be a time that should give you the cue that you should need to end this conversation. And I remember he and I getting into an argument about it. And for this nigga to go and check with his boy and go ask his boy, tell me what you think. And for his boy to be like, yo, you was mad disrespectful because your woman was sitting there rubbing her booty on you when you was still on the phone with baby mama type shit, or you should have ended the conversation. Not, you should have ended where it looks suspicious, where, she walked in the room, let me hang up. But it should be a conversation about your child and not about who she's dating, who she's fucking, and what's going on in her life, because that you now have someone in your life. And for him to have to go check with his boy to see if what I was saying was valid was crazy. And I was like, okay, I can never do that again. If you gotta, outside source yourself on your own and on your own fruition in your own life, I should not know that you know, it's understood that men, it's understood that women go sit in their little hen circles and the men goes at the barbershop. But the conversations never come back to and say, well, all the niggas at the barbershop said I was being disrespectful. No, I told you you were being disrespectful when it happened, but you didn't believe me or you didn't trust in me. So that tells me something right now about our relationship. You know, so it's certain things. He what? Oh yeah, he's younger.
Yeah, he was younger.
Mm-hmm. And what's crazy is that he got bit by the Kevin Samuels bug. Everybody knows that Kevin Samuels ruined that relationship on top of what was already wrong with it. Real ones bring their children.
That motherfucker that be talking about if he ain't respecting you, the one that end up getting caught by his girlfriend. My ex-wife used to listen to that nigga every morning while she was getting ready to work. Come back and argue with me and then repeat the shit that he say. I'm like, that nigga.
Yes, that is exactly what happened. Oh my God, he went, but it was even more detrimental, Lance, because when Kevin Samuels said it's okay to domestically discipline your woman, he came in the room like Kevin Samuels said, I could pop you in the mouth anytime I feel like it. Like, who the fuck is Kevin Samuels? One, and then why are you wanting to pop me and like I'm a child to you? When Kevin Samuels said something to him and he came back, he's like, come listen to this conversation, listen to what they're saying, read the chat. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. So, I mean, I've already talked about this in the space as well online that, you know, Kevin Samuels was not a good influence to my situation because he took that, it was almost like his inner thoughts came through and finally, you know, someone was saying how he actually felt.
Yeah, because how can he be that influential? Like he be that influenced by another grown man, that influenced by another man, like to come and
all the men, the thousands of followers that believed him, that still on this line, that still sit up here and say rest in peace, Kevin Samuels to the Godfather, are those same men as well.
He made some great and valid points. You can't say that he didn't, but the thing is, you can listen to somebody talk and have their opinion about things, and you can agree or you can disagree. But to have it influence your actual real world life based off of him saying it it lets you know that person isn't all put together. That person isn't confident in his actions and his movement, how he think, how he understand relationships in life. Like that type of shit right there, which is why I had the problem with my ex-wife. Like you that influenced by these, it's like listening to a fucking talk show and you coming back to me talking about
Oprah said. Yeah, Oprah said you need to be doing this, Lance. Oprah said, you like Oprah? The hell, Oprah gonna sleep with you?
Fuck Oprah. Oprah don't pay this fucking note.
Is Oprah gonna suck your dick tonight? No, thank you. But yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible in the sense that he literally would take what Kevin Samuels says literally in the moment and be like, oh, well, he said X, Y, and Z and Z. And you're like, I'll be like, what? That don't work. You know, so I was saying that to say, back to the older thing. Obviously, I was in a relationship with this man for almost 5 years, right? So at the end of it all, he's like, well, you're older, and Kevin Samuels said that I need a woman that is feminine, fit, and friendly, and that can produce children. And I was like, nigga, I was older when you met me.
That nigga didn't have a dad, did he?
Him and his dad had a tumultuous relationship, but it was the point of I was already older because he's like, oh, I like older women because they're mature, they know what they want to do in life, and they have their life together, you know. But then at the end of the Kevin Samuels, it was like post Kevin Samuels, he was like, oh, I need a younger woman who is feminine, fit, and friendly. And I was like, so I was older when you met me. I was older than you. I've been older than you since you were born. I'm just confused on how the logic. I was older than you when you were born. When you came in the world, sir, I was already older than you. So how do you later on in a relationship to say one of the problems is you're older than me?
No, that shit, that age shit. Like I said, I don't want no young woman unless she just act old. Like I like an older woman that's
me neither. King Capella, nothing nice to say about him. Go ahead.
I like an older woman that is young still. Like she'll get on the floor and play. She'll jump on my back and wrestle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like yoke me up.
Which makes me
too young for these older men because they don't want to. They think I'm immature. Do you know I took a young man who looked like, remember Charlie Batch? What's his name? Charlie Batch from the Lions. He was
Yeah.
very handsome, right? He looked like Charlie Batch to me. Everybody like, oh my god, he looked like Charlie Batch. He looked like Charlie Batch. And I'm like, yes, girl, he do. No, he's fine. Man, I took him to one of the things, and this is another thing. This is why this is very intimidating because I took him. He wanted to go. My whole philosophy has always been, you want to take me out, take me somewhere I want to go. And if I'm already going there, just come with me. Well, it doesn't mean that you don't accommodate the date. It's just that if I'm already taking myself, you ask me, what are my plans? Okay, King Capella, this is what will happen. And you guys in the chat. A man will approach me and he'll, of course, in the conversation, he'll ask me, well, you got any plans for the weekend? Or you got any plans coming up? And I'll say what I have to do, right? Hey, Lance already knows if I'm taking my little sisters somewhere, I'm taking them and their friends somewhere. I'm taking the kids to, the amusement park. Like we just, we'll go to Sky Zone or something. I have a nephew now. So I'm like, okay, my nephew's 11 or 12, just like your youngest is 10. I'm like, yo, Lance, we're already going to the bounce house. If you're telling me you want to hang out with me, then okay, guess what, Lance? Me and my nephew are going to the bounce house. And if you and your son want to come or your daughter want to come, fine. If you want to come by yourself, but I'm already going to be there. Why would you want to take me somewhere I don't want to go, that I've never, necessarily don't want to be entertained with? I already have something going on. And so in this situation, this man, he said, well, I'll just join you. That makes sense. You're right. I'm already taking myself to the Ann Arbor Art Festival. I go every year that I've been in Michigan. And I just, even though I don't buy anything, I just go to walk around. I want to be I want to be just enveloped in the art. And it's just so beautiful up there. You know how U of M looks. Yeah. And it's just, the streets are filled with arts and it's just food. And I got to have a corn dog and some lemonade. Like there's certain this nostalgia, things that I need to have. Like when you think of a carnival and festival, you think of, hot dogs and cotton candy. Like I need that, right? If I'm going to be there, I need that.
Fucking popcorn and candy.
Yes, I need all that. I need my cotton candy, I need my elephant ear, I need my funnel cake. Me and my nephew went to the big Bounce of America. The first thing we did, we're getting fried Oreos and funnel cake after we jumped ourselves crazy, right? So we won't throw up. But I asked him to go with me, or he asked could he go with me. He said, you go by yourself? I said, absolutely. Like, if I wait on someone to take me, I'll never go. And so he was just blown away by the fact that I have this restaurant, this bar that I like to go to that's down on the main street in U of M, right in the heart of U of M. There's a bar downstairs. Up top, it's a hookah bar, weed spot. You buy you some bongs, you smoke a little weed up there, and you come downstairs and eat and have a drink, and you can walk the streets with your beer and your Mike's Hard Lemonade, right? And I'm having a ball, and he's like, you take yourself? And I was like, yes. So he decided he wanted to go with me, Lance. Do you know, at the end of the date, so-called date, he was like, oh my God, you're so childish. Because you went with me on my playground. I'm confused. How was I supposed to act? When you were with me, I was already going to be there acting a monkey.
It's hundreds of people at the same spot that's older and young and about your age doing the same thing.
Child, when I tell you I have so much fun, I said, well, next time you ain't going with me then, period. That's it. Bye.
Yeah, we getting on a slingshot, nigga. Let's go.
I was walking around looking at the art. There were people. There's this life-size sculptures of people making animals, and there's this someone who makes body art. It was just there's people walking around on a stilts. They look like what's it called, caravana, and they look like they're in the middle of the carnival. And the first day you go, it's just people are dressed up, and there's painters out there. There's face paint. It's just nostalgic. Towards the end of the art festival, it's just more artsy. It's just real quiet. It's real calm. You drink your lemonade and you walk around in your sundress. And it just was fun to me. But I was so happy to be there. And I was like, oh my God, to share this with somebody would have been so great. Because when I'm there, I'm like, man, I wish somebody would come with me so they can see about this. But nobody likes what I like sometimes. So I just go by myself. And it was just really funky.
You would let them put face paint on your ass and everything.
Yes, because the first I go in a sundress, and if I wear my sundress, if it's short, you can paint my legs, like tattoo art, like henna or something, and just do whatever. I'll have my face side painted, or I have like a butterfly on my cheek, or it's so much fun.
Who was the best female friend that I ever had?
Oh, Lance, don't make me cry. I'm gonna get in my car and come over there.
No, you was my best female friend ever. Like we used to talk every fucking day. You
Yeah,
was
and
me through like 4 girlfriends and shit. Like we was talking.
I remember when your son, when your who was it? Your son was born. He was little, a little guy. He was a little dude. I can't remember
Yeah,
he was little.
he was born in '98.
Yeah, he was that because, and it was after that because your studio was in the basement. My hair got wet. Your studio was in the basement, and the kids were running around upstairs. And he was like, "My son's up there," and I was like, "Oh, and let's go play. I'm about to go up there and be with the kids."
Man, you know how I ran back into? Do you remember how I ran back into you from when we was in high school?
No, Lance, I smoked a lot of weed. Listen,
That's
they
what I'm
it was
with you.
I can't remember.
I'm about to remind you.
About to remind me. I can't remember how I ran back into you. That's
We had
crazy.
a Freaky Friday party down at the studio. Ron,
Oh
E,
my god.
Joe, and I was like, "Don't I fucking know you?" And we hooked up ever since we have been cool again since high school. But that is where I ran back into you at.
Yeah. Yes, King Coppola. I was turned up on a date by myself. Yes, that's true. That's crazy work that you remember. Lance, we gotta hook up. We're gonna connect. You guys, the 3 people that's watching, y'all heard it live. I'm gonna go. We're gonna have to go and hang out with Lance since we're both in Michigan. And he was over
What
in Inkster last time in Inktown, and I'm in on the other side of town.
you north, south, east, or west?
Um, Auburn Hills, Pontiac, Rochester area.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh
hate Pontiac,
god
but
damn.
I try to stay
I
away
just
from it.
turned the job down out there.
Yep. I
I had just turned the job down. 21 Mile.
Yep. I'm out here by
And
Maple. Yep. That's where
but I think it's a little further than where you was. I think it's
21
probably more.
miles further. It's further out.
What is this? It's called New Baltimore. But
That's past me.
yeah, that's a little more further past. But not too much
Mm-hmm.
further because that shit's still 21 Mile.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what's up. We definitely gonna hook up for sure. You still sing?
I still can sing. Yes, my vocal cords. Sad story. When I realized it when my ex, he would see, and it's so messed up, you guys, because it's so messed up because the same things that are sexually intriguing men ruin it, right? Like I've always had long hair, so I like my hair being pulled sometimes. Pull my hair and be like, "Rrr," and I'd be like, "Hey, real,"
Yeah, you
and
used to tell me to scratch your head and shit.
scratch my head, right? Pull my head and rub my booty. Come on, like, but over the years, I can't lay across a man's lap and him just rub my booty without anything else happening. Like, dude, you can't just lay here and rub my ass and just not want to put your fingers in. Come on, man. Let's just finish the movie, right? Rub my hair. So for the singing thing, I still can sing, but there are certain notes I can't. Like, my voice won't stretch as far, and it may just be that I need to work my voice out more in those areas because I have a good octave, right? I can hit a couple octaves below
Yeah,
and
you used
higher
to
than
be
what I
really
speak.
good. I used to be
So
like,
I still can
she
sing.
gotta have a great fuck voice.
I still, man, she nasty. I still can sing, but I know that some of my notes that I try to hit now, I can feel, and it's like it reminds me because my ex-boyfriend liked to choke me, and it would take the choking out of the sexual realm and more so fighting. So when he won the last time he choked me unconscious, and that just ruined it. So now during sex, don't choke me because I feel like I'm gonna have PTSD on, right? And now
That's
I
what
go
the
to I
fuck
go to
you getting choked for, so you can fall unconscious while you
no.
coming. That's what that whole
No,
sex thing
no,
is.
don't put your hands around my neck at all because I'm gonna
I mean,
flash
I
smoke.
personally don't do that shit. I remember
No,
a couple of years ago,
no.
I had a friend that liked it done. I was rubbing on her chest, and she just kept every time I went up towards her neck, she would shake her head. Yes, it wasn't no words. She was just letting me know that she want me to do that shit, and she wants you to squeeze tighter until she about to pass out. That's what she wanted.
No, no, don't choke me at all, ever. And now pulling my hair is kind of like, well, okay, don't pull my hair. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it would take someone to not to bring back the sensualness and bring back the eroticism in those areas to make it back pleasant because before, not that you could walk up to me and grab my hair, but the guy, I would be dating someone and he would just pull my points and I'd be like, okay, now I keep pulling my points down, now I'm gonna pull your dick out, keep playing with me. So it's just not so, but to the singing point is that when I was singing and he would just choke, if he would choke me out of anger. So it just ruined it for me. And then the last time he choked me unconscious, when I woke up, my voice was different. And I feel like something happened when he pressed on my
Oh, he was still
throat.
choking you while you was out.
No, he was choking me out of anger. Like he would shut the fuck up before I choke the shit out of you.
You don't
And
supposed to
because I'm
press
tired.
on the vocal cords.
Right. And so he would his goal was to get me to stop talking. And he felt like if me hitting you, he was very, very, very abusive. So he felt like me hitting you or slapping you or punching you wasn't quieting you. It was causing more noise. So the way I can stop all this noise is to choke you. So even though it started off choking me or kind of gripping me around my neck sexually was intriguing, was like, ooh, daddy. Now that you had choked me out of being angry with me and you choked me till I couldn't breathe, don't touch my throat at all. None of it. I don't want none of it because now if it's gonna it's too triggering. It's like, are you because remember it started out sexual and it went into violence.
But
So
that's why you
now
don't be
I can't do
violent
it.
during sex. Like because it's like if me and you always friends, right? Let's say we dating and we got this relationship where we like, oh niggas, fuck you. Listen, bitch, don't make me fuck you. I'll be like, fuck you, nigga. We got this verbal abuse.
You can't speak like that to me in anger either because
but
I
that's what I'm
can't tell the
saying.
difference.
You can't turn that off when you used to having that type of relationship. Because I'm mad, don't mean that we not going to talk like this now. So it's best to just like you don't want to implement. Like I learned this from living it. Like you don't want to implement an abusive sexual relationship. It's a lot of things you can do that take a person to the next level. You feel what I'm saying? And without doing some masochistic type things, you know what I'm saying? Sadistic type things to them. It's a lot of things you can do. Really, women, like, we get that shit from watching television. Ain't nobody fucking up and out of the blue, like, basically act like you raping me. That's what you're saying.
Mm-mm. No, that was a horrible experience too.
If I'm sitting with my hands around your neck and I'm fucking the shit out of you between your legs, and I got my hands squeezing your neck, that's what the fuck it is. It's fake rape.
And being that happened to me on both ends is so disturbing. Especially being that my ex-boyfriend knew that. Like that's why I said the transparency is a gift and a curse because me telling you so that it's not telling you that I don't and for you to not try to do anything with me, to enjoy it. But it's a hindrance, it's a gift and a curse. Like it's like if I say once I reveal this, then it's weaponized. It's very much weaponized. So it was like I can't even tell you that I like certain things because then you do them and then you turn around like I don't like nobody calling me a bitch at all ever. Because again, I can't tell the intentions of you saying, bitch, shut the fuck up, or bitch, I hate you, to bitch, you tripping. No. First of all, me and the whole mother man is not gonna be talking like that unless we both like men. But I can't, and I say that I can't tell the difference. I don't know if you're angry right now. I don't know why you're saying this. So why not just don't use it? But for the man to force it and say, I'm gonna call you bitch anyway. And then you're not gonna get the results you want from me. You don't realize why I can't get you to submit, why I can't get you to be this kind of woman, because you keep calling me a bitch. So guess what we're gonna do? Live up to the word. So I just don't I can't deal with any of it. I can't deal with certain things sexually anymore because it's too triggering to the abuse. And
exactly. That's why you don't do that.
And the like I said, I told you this early in this conversation. my ex was like, "Who's gonna believe you if you go tell them that your boyfriend raped you?" Like, I can't say no to you. No, you can't say no to me. Okay, well, if you take it, then you know what that is, right? But who are you gonna tell? The police? No, you gonna tell the police my boyfriend raped me? And he was dead ass serious because he was indoctrinated with this whole like men are just, once he got a hold of Kevin Samuels, he was like, really, like, who's gonna believe you? Like, who's gonna believe that? You're gonna go to the cops and tell them I told my boyfriend no, and he did it anyway. They're gonna be like, okay,
But you know what
take him
though?
out the house.
My ex-wife taught me this. One of my old girlfriends before I got with her, she used to like, hey, you don't gotta wake me up to get no pussy. You don't gotta ask me, can we have sex? This yours. Like, that's mine. This yours. When I got with my wife is like, nigga, how you just gonna be sucking on my titties and shit while I'm asleep, fingering me? I'm like,
Right.
I'm trying to get you in the motherfucking mood. She like, that's rape. I said, that ain't no fucking rape. That's me. You my fucking wife. What do you mean? But I had to understand that everybody not like that. Some women.
Well, it is what it's not. It's there, and I understand what you're saying, but it really is what it is. It's still going against someone's will. Is that the woman has some sort of crazy indoctrination? She has rationalized something with herself, and again, somewhere in there, her value is tied to the sex that she gives you. Because if I'm with you, we gonna all have plenty of opportunity to have sex, but you ain't gotta take it from me. So that you ain't gotta do that. And he was like that too. He'll be like, if I roll over in the morning, some mornings it is, but some mornings you don't know. I don't be knowing when my cycle gonna start. And if I'm cramping and I'm telling you that, babe, I don't feel good, I'm cramping tonight. I feel like my period about to start. And then you don't care. My whole body is throbbing and hurting and you don't care because
We can't hear you.
can you hear me now? I think
Yeah, we
my
hear you.
phone might go okay. I was saying that I think every woman understands that it's just something we're in there. They have because I used to be like that too, but then I realized that was me changing the value of it. Because no, you can't have it unless I give it to you. Even if you want to roll over in the morning, and I'll be like, yo, you're not gonna make me late for work because at the end of the day, if you're not here, I still gotta take care of myself. You know what I'm saying? Why would I be late for work because you want some pussy? Like, come on now. You know what I mean? Like that's not conducive to what we got to where we trying to go in life. I have to freaking do my blow dry my whole hair again because I was in the bathtub talking to Lance, and now you guys, my hair is wet. So my hair is reverted back to being curly when it was just straight. Okay,
Your hair used
thanks,
to be
Lance.
pretty when it was curly. What you talking about? You look like you was exotic when your hair was curly.
Well, it's back to being exotic. I look like I just came off the island, the boat with the curly locks hanging down my back. Okay, and
Yeah.
it was straight because I needed it to be straight, y'all. I cut my ends, and now my hair is back curly. Thanks, Lance, because I was in the hot tub.
Yes,
Was in
ma'am.
the hot tub. But now I gotta blow dry my hair again and flat iron it back out once it dries. You know, I got that kind of hair where you gotta be dry or wet, Lance, and I can't comb it until I get in the shower and wet it back up, and then I can actually comb through it.
Yeah. I remember what type of hair you is, nigga. I've been knowing your ass since you was a kid, nigga.
Because I remember what type of hair you have. Now it's got gray streaks in it, Lance. It's gray.
I know you sexy old. I know you about
I got
sexy
some
old.
streaks in there. I'm gonna come over there. I don't know where you at. You can tell me offline where you at, and I'm gonna come over
Yeah.
there.
You see my beard? You see all of that shit?
Yeah, I saw on the other news over on Q Buddy. That's what I
Yeah, my
did.
shit like that for a long time. Dude, since 28, 29, I was grand.
Yeah, I just got some gray hairs. I was like, ooh, where did this come from? But yeah, I don't know, Lance. I think it's the ageism happening. I don't know. I don't know what it
Look,
is. It just
it's
feels
good.
weird and it feels frustrating.
Yeah, it's because we'll
It
talk
feels
offline.
really
We'll talk
crazy, and it
offline,
feels
but you really is in one of the best positions in life. Like you are a fresh start. Like you like
And you know what else too? I wasn't joking about it's like the invisible factor, because I remember in my 20s I used to be like, oh my God, I wish niggas would just leave me the fuck alone sometime. And oh my God, they are leaving me alone. So I'm like, ooh, I can run downstairs in my little booty shorts and go to get something out of my car without somebody trying to, man. I'm like, okay, sir.
Shit, you had when you was thin, you had a big booty. If you say you 150, we have to work on some spit babies. Shit.
I am 150 pounds. I think it was like 154, 156, I think around there. And then I think during the winter I was like 160. I was like, oh, she's thick. Thick. Finally, like I was
You
like, oh, I
always
gotta buy
been
bigger
girly girl
pants.
too. Like I remember you, if you wore jeans, you wore heels. Even if you wore gym shoes, you were still girly girl. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
how long you been back in the city? Or back in the
It's
hood?
in the Michigan. It's been a
Yeah.
couple of years. I've been back for like, what is this, 25, 2 years.
I wish I would have fucking knew that. Mm. Oh, we got to catch up, bro.
Wait a minute. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
So it wasn't that it was a secret or anything. I think I probably needed to process and go through healing. And it was a lot of, I can tell you, when I first left that, hold on, wait a minute. Lance is coming out of the club scene with lime green brohawk and an ankle tattoo. Okay, Lance, that's what you're doing?
Nah, you know how I get down. That I don't know. That nigga always been a motherfucking he be on
King
cute
Capula.
shit and all that. Yeah.
King of Capula. I think I'm gonna chalk it up for healing, because when I first left that relationship, I left because I needed to survive, right? Because this man was gonna take me out, because he didn't know when to stop, and he would be so upset, and it would just be so violent. So I ran away, right? I had to hurry up and get away, me and my dog, and I think in the beginning it was more so healing, because I didn't trust being alone with no man, because I still, and in some way,
in jail?
I don't know where he's at.
You supposed to put the motherfucker in jail. That's what you supposed to did. I don't know
Well,
why.
you know, Lance, if we call the police nowadays, you might not make it to jail.
I don't give a fuck. He putting his hands on you. He choking you and shit, nigga. Like I used to listen. I ain't never beat on no woman or hit no woman. My ex used to make up shit because she had that shit done to her before, and she knew what had happened to the police. That's why I was happy to divorce. I was like, you fucking call the police on me, making up shit. Had a PP order put on me and shit like that, so I couldn't come back in the house. Man, I had to set cameras up and had arguments with her and like, you gonna fake a fucking PP order? You goddamn straight. You and your motherfucking I'm like, okay, now take it to the judge. See, she lied about the PPO. Now I can come back in my house type shit. Like I was happy to get rid of that. But women who's getting abused, bro, y'all supposed to call the fucking police. You supposed to, if you worse off calling your friends, your brother. You don't want your brother shooting a nigga and going to jail. You don't want your fucking friends coming over there and beating the shit out of the nigga and the nigga shoot them or something. Call the fucking police. Fuck them niggas. If they to the point to where they putting their hands on you, there's no love there.
I wouldn't call anybody. I wouldn't call. I would just leave. I would just try to get away as quick as because I knew that I would, what they say, I can do bad by myself. I don't even need to be around you. I can be by myself, and I can just be in the same miserable state that I am with you. And again, to feel that I'm not safe. And I just thought, I was walking my dog the other day in the dark, right? And I walked the same route around the same time every night. So after a while, I'm not afraid of the dark, of the unknown, what's out there, right? So I'm like, okay, I go, now he's with me. He's like, before I sent something, the dog's gonna send something. But I just was walking the dog the other day, and I was like, wow, that's so crazy that I was just reflecting on all those little moments where I was trying to feel safe with this man. Like, I would try to reach out and grab his hand while we were walking somewhere, and he would be like, pull his hand back, like, or he would want to have affection towards me when he wanted it, not when I wanted it. And I was just reflecting on all these moments because over this past year, Lance, 3 of my exes, and I'm talking about going back 20 years. The guy that you're talking about that I was so in love with, what you were talking about when you came to my house, that guy even called me up and was like, in a roundabout way, trying to apologize or trying to, realize that they were wrong and that I was a good woman for them. And in that, they were saying, and each one of them made a point to let me know how they failed to recognize when I was trying to love on them, and how they now today, in this current day, in their current state that they're in right now, whether they're successful or not, they don't have anyone that loves on them the way I did. And I just was like, and so when I was walking the dog the other day, I was just thinking about, because I was like, oh, it's dark outside. And normally, if I was in a relationship, the person would be like, don't go outside, it's dark, I'm gonna go with you. You know what I'm saying? The guy would be like, where you going? Or every single boyfriend, even every single man has had that, because I've been super independent, right? I'm the oldest of all the kids. I've been independent my whole life. So I just naturally go do things on my own. And then not that I don't respect the man, it's just I fail to ask, fail to consult with him, because I'm doing it on my own anyway. I'm going to, even if I say, hey babe, I'm about to go walk the dog, I'm going outside by myself anyway. So the point of me telling you is what? I don't know. So I would never say anything. And I just remember when I was walking the dog the other day, it was a couple days ago, like last week, towards the end of last week, and it was dark outside, and I was like, wow, that's so crazy, because all those little things that I would try to do to be like, to show that I would, to just show that I'm to love on this man, hold his hand or grab his arm, and just to reiterate, like, I feel safer when you're around, and just to realize I didn't feel any safer when you were around. So I think now for me, it's really, I'm starting to notice safety above consistency, because we're human, we're going to be inconsistent on something, and things change, right? We supposed to, you only you work out until you get the muscle you want, and then you kind of now maintain it. So things change. I get that, but at the same time, I would be like, I don't feel a certain safety. I don't need the consistency over being safe, knowing that even though this man is stronger than me, he's not going to hurt me. He's going to protect me. So I'm really starting to realize that protection has never really been there. The security has never really been there. Like, the safety has never been there. But that man, each one of those men called me back to let me know that they had that with me. I knew you were never going to hurt me. I knew that no matter how angry you were, you haven't said anything. You haven't gone online and said my name and put all this out there. When you could have just put, I have pictures of you abusing me, sir. I could put all the pictures together and make a big spreadsheet and it looks like you just beat me from head to toe, type of thing, I have evidence of certain people cheating, or, I have emails from back in the day or text messages. And I'm like, I've never did any of that. And for them to all thank me for not being that type of woman, it's crazy, right? After how you treated me, but I never treated you that way. I never one of the main things that they all said was that I never reciprocated the violence or the anger back to them. Even though I would jokingly say, okay, you keep hitting on me, and then I'm going to piss in your food. I'm going to piss in your chairs and piss in your cereal and put it back on the shelf. I'm going to fix you dinner, and I'm going to shit in your dinner, mix it up, and serve it to you. And watch you sit there and eat it. I could be that crazy. I could pour bleach in your food. I can go pour bleach on all your clothes, pack my shit. By the time you come home, I'm gone. And I've never exercised any of those demented thoughts or actually moved on action on any of those, anything that I was thinking in relation to how I was being treated. And for those men to come back and thank me for not being the asshole, being a bitch to them when they were being an asshole to me, was crazy to hear that. And I was like, wow, so you're thanking me for being loyal and being honest and being consistent and being transparent, even though it was getting on your nerves while we were together. And this is exactly the reason why you were an asshole to me.
And you don't. And now today, you can't find a woman who's honest, loyal, and transparent that can cook and keep a clean house, and is pretty. You tell me you can't find that, but you said fuck me though. Oh wow, it made my day a little bit. It just made my day. I was like, I was right. I was right then that I'm a good person. You know what I mean? But it just was like, you're calling me back to tell me that you realize where you fucked up. It's crazy. And that and to thank me for never being as big of a jerk to you as you were to me was even crazier. So yeah, now it's consistency is okay. You being consistent and being boring is fine. I'll take a boring, nerdy, gotta talk about it and don't go to sleep angry, guy over that bullshit, all the other shit. Cause it's just not, no. You know what I'm saying? I wasted my loyalty, I wasted my honesty. I could have lied and been a cheater, taking your money, all that, and that was never the case. So it's just, I don't know, it's crazy. That was a tangent, but yeah,
cool.
these niggas, I can't.
Well, sometimes niggas will glaze you like that just to get back in.
Mm-hmm.
I done said that to my wife, like my ex, like, yeah, I really appreciate that, and I was actually telling the truth. I appreciate that you knew how you was with the kids and how you are with the children and this, that, and the other, and that.
Oh, let's not even talk about how I was with their kids, the men who had kids. Oh my God, my daughter loves you. She still asks about you, nigga. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's what I would say to get back in type shit. Just glazer, like over a period of time to hit again. But I'm just saying that's what men do. They'll just glaze you. But you to me was raised right. You to me, you know what I'm saying, is like a wife type person. So don't feel like like that's your norm. So just because
did we miss it though, Lance? Is it? I mean, if you don't get it by now, is it over with? Like, it's too late.
Is what too late?
All that. You said I'm a wife type person, but it's too late for all that now.
How the fuck is it too late? I just tell you that I'm in a medical field where I see women have babies in their 50s. Like, they don't look 50, but I'm
not talking about the baby. I'm just saying, just to even start, because marriage is supposed to be a start of a new life. So
you got listen, Genesis.
Niggas is not trying to marry 50-year-old woman.
Listen, what I'm telling you, dog. Yo, last 10 years or last 20 years can be totally forgotten if your next 10, 20 years is a whole new life. When yes, and you still listen, dog. You beautiful. I already told you. You my childhood crush. I think we should work on.
But Lance, you just saying that because you want to hit it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what you want. I'm not even gonna get the line.
What did I tell you? You was my childhood crush, and then you was my 20-something-year-old crush. Now you my 50-something-year-old crush. Girl, is it
Okay, that's funny. I'll take that. Where's my comb? It's really not here. It's in my purse. Gotta be.
I remember you totally.
I remember you totally.
Everything about you. Yes. Genesis, you got to shut up, nigga. Give me a chance to talk.
Who said I need to shut up?
Put that over.
Oh,
huh?
You said that?
No, I'm saying you. I know everything about you, up and down. Like, not every single thing. When I'm talking about your character, I've known you for a long time, and it's some things that do not change and won't change. So it ain't like you knowing a new person, nigga. I'm lobbying, nigga. That's what it is.
I'm lobbying. It's funny. Well, y'all hear that, world? The 3 people that's watching my channel. Lance is lobbying. Lobbying Lance is what we're gonna call him.
Lobbying Lance.
And remember, I used to say your name, Lance, like old girl say it on
Lance.
Yep.
Oh, Lance. Lancy Wancy and all that shit I remember. We can't hear you.
How do I change that?
What?
My tablet goes to sleep. Like if I'm not sitting in front of it, moving
That's
all
that's
around.
your battery running down on your headset.
No, my tablet is going to sleep. Like you can hear me now, but then I'll look over and the tablet will have a black screen, and then you say you can't hear me.
Oh,
And then I come
change your
back and
sleep.
change my what?
So you got an Apple?
iPad, yeah.
Yeah, so it has presence. You got to go to your settings and turn off your presence and your sleep. Cuz to save battery when you walk away,
It shuts down. Okay.
yeah.
So I need to take it with me and it need to be in front of me. Like it can feel me in front of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well, that's
or your battery is running down. Like I told you to do that to save the battery life.
well, it's plugged in, so the battery's not doing anything. It's literally like I walked over here to get my comb, and then I turned around and then my screen was black.
Are
So
you on
when and you said you can't hear me when my screen goes black.
right? So
Okay.
it got a camera on there.
Yeah, so it's reading that I'm not in front of the screen, in front of the
Right.
camera. Okay, well I just moved it over here, so it's in front of me now, so it shouldn't do that. I just thought I could walk away and go look for my comb, but I stand in front of the tablet while I get my hair back to unlance my hair. Y'all he done swept my hair out and ain't even in the same room with me. This is why I do Genesis After Dark, because I talk shit. Just
My
sweat my
dream is
whole head out.
man, all I want to do is have you sit between my legs while we watch a movie and I can brush your hair. That's it, dog.
You brush braid my hair.
I ain't about to
Braid
braid this
my
shit.
hair.
I had to braid your hair like I had to do my daughter before she went to school and shit. I had to learn how to braid. Her mama didn't know how to
Yeah.
braid. She would get her hair done.
Well, that baffles me. How are you a whole girl and don't know how to do your hair?
She didn't never even do her hair. She just went and until she got with me.
How do you not do your own hair at all?
Because her
It's
mama
your
took her to
hair.
get her hair done.
Okay, well, you can't just afford that every single day of your life. At some point, you need to do something, put in ponytail, touch it up, wash it yourself, blow dry it yourself, make sure because it
They
can't
was
be just stressing
military.
everybody.
They was military, so that's how their lifestyle was. Always paid for the hair to get done. And I had to tell her, I said, you got a little girl now. You got to learn how to braid. If I learn how to braid before you, we gonna have a problem. And I asked my sister to teach me how to braid. At least I can put her hair into 2 ponytails and brush her little bangs and shit before I take her to school. Cause her mama go to school before me, go to work before I went to work. So that's why I was stuck with getting the kids to school. But I had to learn how to do that shit, you know. But I used to get mad as hell. Like, why you act like you can't brush your hair, dog? Like, why you can't do this or that before you get out of the house? Like, I can't go nowhere today. Like, I used to set up dates and shit. Oh, why you do that? You gotta tell me when you do things. The fuck I gotta tell you when I surprise you? How that fucking sound? Get your hair done. Do your hair. We about to step out. I'm gonna iron your little dress. This is what I want you to wear. I'm gonna iron your dress for you while I iron my shit. Just do your hair. I told you I don't do no hair. I don't do no hair. When we had a daughter, she had to fucking learn how to do hair, bro. Ain't no waiting until no. So I started doing my daughter hair. I used to wet that brush and
Yep. Get you
make her
a
look
warm
good.
cup of water, sit her between your legs with a towel, and you would make them ponytails and make them plaits. And that's wash day. That's Sunday morning. Get ready for Monday morning school. Wash your hair.
Yep.
Yep. I've been doing hair since I was 8 years old. To the point where it would come to me, and then when having a whole brother,
But I still was doing the girls in the neighborhood, or you know what I'm saying, the other kids. When my sisters came along, my mama would take them to get their hair braided because sitting there having their hair, all of us getting our hair braided. But just in general, a braid come out, I'd be like, hold on, come in the bathroom, I'm gonna put your hair. Now I braid my own hair. I just took my braids down. I haven't had to have my hair braided in years by nobody. I barely even have my hair done by anybody. I'm doing my hair right now. I'm about to flat iron it back because my scalp is wet, thanks to you. And I'm just about to air dry my scalp out while we talking, and then I'm gonna flat iron my hair back and wrap my hair up.
Girl, you better throw some blue magic on that scalp.
I knew it's green. I got the blue magic that's green now. But my hair is oily. It's so oily right now. You can touch it and your hands are gonna be moist. Cause I don't play about that. And love how everybody at work thought I was bald headed. They was like, I didn't even recognize you. I was looking for you. Like one of my managers walked right past me and was like, have you seen her? And I'm standing right there. He's like, oh, you look like one of the young girls. Because I had braids in my hair.
So fine when you used to wear your hair braided back, or when you put that little headband.
I used to be so fine. No, I'm not.
I said I used to think you were so fine when you wore your hair back, or would put that little headband you had on your head and wore it all the way back. Like you put the headband on, and then the back of the hair would just hang out all wavy like type shit. I remember.
Yep. And it's still down my back. I cut my ends, so it's probably right. It's past my shoulders. Hey, puppy. Hey, mama boy.
That is crazy. I knew you all the way back to
14.
Yes, I remember. That's crazy. Anyway, dog, I gotta get up in 3 hours. I did it again. Hopefully I don't get 5, 6, 7. And we on Facebook.
What did you do again? What did you do again? You gotta go to work in 3 hours.
No, not work. I got to get up in 3 hours. I got to do something. And I don't want to be tired while I'm doing this shit. But
yeah. Well, I wasn't gonna stay down long. I've been online now for 3 hours, so I'm about to finish my hair.
Yeah, you stream every day for 3 hours, bro. Get your shit back up. Get your own shit popping. 3 hours for every day. Put one of your old sexy pictures, or if you got some new sexy pictures, make that be the thing that make people come to your page and say, like, use little catchphrases like, this Emma effort and did it again. Like make like it's drama, just so people to come in and see how smart you are. Like that's what make people. I help you get your shit going. I'm working on my Twitch right now. I got some important things. My son, Jelani, he an upcoming star in Detroit. Working on some label shit. But
yeah, and I ran back into some people now. So I was singing down at Hart Plaza. I was doing background singing for a guy who was coming up, and I was going back to my Facebook and I saw my pictures. I was like, wait a minute, I was on the stage at Hart Plaza and I was modeling, and I got all these pictures of me, these photo shoots, and I said, you know what? It's time to get back into that, and it's so crazy because the lady I used to model for started her clothing line, and I saw her and look at God, because I saw her video pop up on my feed today.
Girl, I'm a
confirmation.
I'm
that's
a photographer.
Confirmation.
Get off into these OnlyFans and porn, nigga. We gotta get paid.
You said no, OnlyFans. OnlyFans, not the OnlyFans. Everybody, listen, is Little Miss Shirley popping her fan at 4 years old got an OnlyFans. I can get an OnlyFans. That little girl that be done, where them fans at? Where them fans at? The little baby. She is like 4 years old, right? And she still wear a pull-up. And she be popping her. She got an OnlyFans.
That's crazy.
That little girl mama, they call CPS on her, but that little girl mama got her OnlyFans.
That is crazy. Child pornography.
And she talking about something. Where them fans at? Where them fans at? Popping her little fan. And she gave her own name, named herself Miss Shirley. So she already got the old name for the industry.
Is we Facebook friends? Let me see.
I think we all around. I'm on Twitch too. My gaming when I did play my video game. I'm on Twitch. I'm on IG, Facebook. Just go to the private chat and leave me your put your information in the back private chat. Can nobody see it? But whoever, well, don't put it back there because everybody that's on.
No, I can contact. I'm just gonna contact you on these little outlets that we got. I know I seen you on something. I think I seen you on IG. Let me see.
I think you're on my IG too. Guys, look at guys. Lance done pulled up on me.
Yeah, nigga, I told you we about to get married.
About to get married. Because at this point, I feel that though. Because I was like, I really was thinking, like I said, I think a lot when I walk the dog, and he just be doing his thing, and I just think, and I just wonder sometimes, and it had me really pondering, like all these value conversations really just had me wondering, like, wow, okay. And I just was like, wow, so nobody just wants to chill for the remainder of their little life and, travel, build a business, do something like.
Definitely have a business.
Do something like these, or how these every time I hear these men in these conversations, how they have a business and they have things going on with them. They don't want to let they're dating younger women, but they don't want that younger woman to be a part of it because they don't work so hard to build their life up. Now they got this going on, and then these younger women come up here and just run into hell, And even someone even told me, they're like, oh, millionaires are not dating young women either now because they don't want no one messing with their money. They want someone who can manage the money, and these young women can't do it. And I just thought that's crazy now, But like I said, I've been enjoying my solitude. Sometimes I enjoy it. I enjoy being by myself a lot. I think that's just a breed of person I am.
I hate being by myself now.
No, you don't enjoy just being with yourself?
Not no more. I hate that shit with a passion.
Well,
I liked it. I liked the break that I gave myself, you know what I'm saying? But now, I want to drive and hold somebody's hand, and I want to fucking put my hand on somebody's fucking thigh, and I want to fucking I want to, certain shit. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm feeling that too. Like I don't want to.
You getting older, you know what I'm saying? Who the fuck? Like dog. I'm making a move. Like, you ever thought about, like, what if I die in here and like nobody?
Listen, no. Let me tell you, this is part of when you said I was attracted to the, part of it was this desperation or this need, because I really was. One day I was home by myself, and I've always had a pet, and my freaking dog got in front of me, and I tripped down the stairs, and the first time it happened, I tripped 2 times, right? 2 different houses, 2 different homes. I was living by myself when I fell down the stairs. And I was both times I was carrying something down the stairs, laundry or something that was, you just try to get as much as you can in one move, right? Because it's just you, and you got to come up and down the stairs. You got to go back and forth by yourself. So you're trying to do as much as you can, or just pull the laundry basket down the stairs. And I remember that's when I had the 2 beagles, the twins, and I tripped over them. And I remember just laying on the ground like, damn, like I've seen so many videos of people falling and they just break their tailbone and they fall and they have a concussion, right? And they can't get back up. But the last time I fell, the dog got in front of me and was going down the stairs, running to the door. And I fell on the ground. And he ran into the door because my boyfriend at the time, the abusive dude, had pulled up. My dog got to the point where he recognized, he knew the car, he can hear him pulling up, he can go in the window, and he's like, oh, he's on his way home. And he jumped in front of me, he ran down the stairs, I fell down the stairs, and when I tell you, I must have passed out for a second, because I was laying there like, and by the time I actually was like, when I was waking, like coming to consciousness, my boyfriend had been standing over me, like, yo, get up. Like, what the hell are you doing? And I was like, I fell. And he walked away and was like, you need to stop being clumsy. And I was like, no, I fell down the stairs trying to bring the laundry, and the dog ran in front of me trying to run to the door. And, you took so long to get out the car. I've been laying on the floor since that happened. And I didn't even realize that I wasn't like awake for a second until he was like, yo, get up. What are you doing on the floor? Like, what kind of crazy shit is this? You're on the floor. And he didn't put it together that I fell, that I slid down the stairs. So then he felt bad. He was like, oh my God, what if I didn't come straight home? You would have been laying there until I woke, who would have known? And it hit me like, dude, that's what the fuck you're here for. Like, you're supposed to come home. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot running through my mind at that time. I was like, that's a whole relationship. That's part of the reason why someone else is here, so that someone can come home and knowing that, hey, if I ever, if something ever happened to me, you would be coming home soon to find me. And that's when it kind of hit me like, damn, what if I was by myself and I would be laying on the ground unconscious. The dog would be sitting there, who knows what would have happened, because I don't remember. I just remember him tapping me like, get up off the floor. What are you doing? And then he put it together like, oh shit, you fell. And I was like, I fell. But that was like 5 minutes ago. I must have passed out. I must have hit my head and blanked out for a second, because I don't remember falling asleep. I just remember him pushing me like, get up off the floor. And I was like, wait, and I realized, oh shit, yeah, I fell. And that's when it dawned on me like, damn, being home alone, and that's all you have is yourself and alone. And everyone's so proud. Like, I live by myself. I take care of myself. I pay my own bills. But yes, if you fall down the stairs right now, if something happened and you hit you on the head and you passed out, you in the house by yourself. And you'll pay your bills by yourself house. You and I take care of myself. INDPEND by yourself. Knock the fuck out on the floor. And there's so many times where one of my friends from high school, picked me up from the train station. I was coming back from New York, and it's so crazy because his Facebook page is still up to this day. And it was shortly after he picked me up and brought me back into the city. A few weeks or so went past, and nobody heard from him. Do you know they found him on his? They found him. Someone took a picture through the window when they went to go check on him and posted it, and was like, "This is how I found him." So that picture of him is on his page, of his feet on his kitchen floor, of whoever was on the outside of the house taking the picture through the window. Like, yo, I couldn't even get in the house. I had to break the window because I went to check on him, and he was his life was over. He had a little stroke, and he was right down on the floor. And he was one of them, I live by myself, I take care of myself kind of person. So thinking about it in hindsight, it's like, yeah, I know that my dog's gonna bark, he's gonna, whine, he's gonna scream, he's gonna sit there and wait and wait with me. He's gonna make noise if he can. He may or may not make noise. He might think mommy's sleeping. Then, dogs can tell.
If you don't wake up, he'll end up eating your ass too.
Well, he'll bark for a while because he'll be hungry. He'll use the bathroom. He'll make some noise. His dogs understand death. They understand death, so they understand what happened if you actually passed.
Right.
They don't understand.
Like, yeah, I don't have nobody to feed me, so I don't think she's gonna miss this Pinky. I'll start with this Pinky.
Well, they do end up start eating on the person after a time because no one's feeding them. But they'll bark, they'll make noise. The building will start to smell. The neighbors around you will start to realize the dog is just barking profusely because he's trying to get attention, because he's gonna first alarm that my owner is on the ground unconscious, and he's gonna alarm because that's a set around for alarming. And then it'll become more of what's to process it. Like your dog can tell that you've gone, right? That's a lot of people when they pass with their pet, they want to die with the dog laying next to them because they understand death. What they don't understand is abandonment. They don't understand that you left the house and went to work and got into a car accident and never came back. They think you abandoned them. But if you lay on the ground and you hit your head and you expired, they understand that your body is gone and you died. So they're going to bark for their own survival. They're going to do the same thing they do out in the world, and is just bark and try to find something to eat. They're going to use the bathroom. And eventually what usually ends up happening is that the room starts to stink, or the building starts to smell, and you start to smell the decaying of the body, and the dog starts to bark profusely because now it needs to be let out. And now that draws attention.
So at some point, we seem to find what happened when the dog is, this dog's been barking next door for 2 days. We find out the old owner, 95 years old, passed and they sleep. But the dog's been barking in the house for 2 days. So they're gonna go through their process of the defense of what they need to, how they defend themselves. And then they'll end up eating your body because once they realize, it's been a week and no one's come in the building, no one's come in the house, no one's, there's no activity. But then again, that's when we got on this subject because if your husband was coming home every day, your wife was coming home every day, then they would find you before the dog ate you, right?
Yeah, if your peoples came, exactly. I thought about that shit. Like I can die in here and nobody
would know.
Nobody would know. Because especially I wasn't dating nobody. I ain't had no visitors. I was staying in Westland, at the Stargate, waiting on a house, and Skygate, and I was smoked the fuck out, bro. I was smoking. I was just staying up, and I don't know if I fainted or I don't know what the fuck happened. All I know is I woke up. It was nighttime. It was nighttime. Hold on. It was daytime when I woke up, and when I went to sleep, when I passed out or whatever the fuck happened. And when I woke up, it was still daytime, but it was in the morning. So I passed out in the afternoon and woke up in the morning.
Can you see this? This is what it looks like when I finally get it straight. Lord Jesus.
Let me see.
It's straight now. This little piece I did. I gotta finish the rest.
Yeah, I see it.
It's a brush. The brush that straightens my hair.
Dang, your hands is nice.
Oh, my fingernails. I need my nails done.
No, you always had nice hands. You always had nice
hands and nice feet.
Touch a nigga neck hands type shit.
I remember this dude that was like going crazy to suck my toes. I was like, sir. Every time I had on them jelly shoes. I feel like my feet smell like rubber. He was like, yes, that's the tastes great to me. I was like, why do you want to suck on my toes every time I come over? I can't wear sandals. I said, okay. Golly. This is crazy stuff. Like, I don't know. And it's not that I disregarded any of it. It's just when you're younger, you're like, this is weird. But I learned early on the stuff what I like. I like my toes sucked, and why I try to keep them pedicured. But it was just
right.
My hand like certain. Yeah, now I can't reach no more now. I can't reach now. Sometimes I can't listen. I try to get down and get scurvy. My nephew was like, Auntie, get sturdy with me. I said, we can get down there, but Auntie can't get the leg up like that no more. I can't squat down like and don't be popping back and forth. I can't twist and turn. I said, I need to go one of these stretch classes just to get this stretch out of me, because honey.
Yeah, you just need to get broken in. I can help you out with that.
I can't reach it. Listen, I said I ain't even big to be trying to breathe hard to tie my shoe, but I'd be like, oh, that's way down there. I'm like, who's gonna tie this shoe? Because I gotta teach how to tie shoes for mommy. my dog be like, you want me to do what? But dogs be going to get the beer and shit. Come on, Beans, you can help me tie my shoes. It be all kind of shit. Dogs be on TV and dogs be online and opening the door. They can help me tie my shoe. Yeah. Thank you for the compliments. So thank you. That's right on time too. And I prayed about that. So I was like, you know what, God, I'm tired of this. Just send me somebody who just appreciates just me being around. God damn, at this point. Because golly, I don't want to be around somebody who just, these niggas don't like us. These men do not be everything they say. They don't like women. They don't like women. They definitely they don't like us. It's like, good. Can I just get someone who actually likes women and then likes me? I mean, I understand that just because of the way these men talk, they don't like nobody.
Everything's wrong with them, and it's all because of the women. So it's like, well, god dang, sir, you don't like any of thing about us. But I'm
No,
not saying
I
it
think
because of how I feel about it. I'm just saying in real life, like I would like a man who actually likes women. Because these niggas act like they don't like nobody.
yeah, I like women. I don't like
I
men.
know, I know that I'm saying in regards
I'm
to
just
that
trying to
way that
find
these.
somebody I can jack off with.
Oh my
I can
god, oh my
masturbate
god,
with sometime. Shit.
that's
I
crazy.
don't give a fuck. Let's just masturbate tonight, baby. I'm tired.
I'm tired. It's funny.
Throw your leg across me. I'm good.
I'm tired. It's funny. Because I'm tired.
I don't
Just,
feel like
just,
huh.
just, just give me some foot action. Like Curtis, look like on Love and Hip Hop. What that young Jack said, she jacked me off with her feet. I was like, what? I had to go online and look that up. I was like, foot jobs. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
my ex my son's mama used to seduce me like that.
I remember doing that to somebody. I told you he wanted my feet so bad.
Yeah.
He was
She used to
obsessed.
turn me the hell out. I ain't know nothing about all that freaky shit until I ran into her ass.
Yeah, foot jobs. Yes,
Yeah.
all of
This
that.
last chick I was dating.
We just put all our business online. It's funny. Three and a half,
Nobody
3 hours.
watching this shit.
I
Give
know.
a
That's
fuck.
what I said. Every time I say that, I'll be like, y'all know ain't nobody watching. But knowing they watching and study clipping, or they just gonna clip it to be, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, Genesis went live last night and blah blah blah. Like nigga, you wasn't even watching. How? How?
They see it the
How? How
next
do
day.
you
I
even
don't
know?
give a fuck. I'm
No,
I'm
they
like
do it.
this.
They be trying to clip and you know that whole receipt sphere trying to dox you and shit and get your Genesis is online. Guess what? It was nobody watching. Nigga, it was nobody watching. We know. Just so they can rake you through the codes and be like, guess what? Nobody was watching her channel. You're right. Thank you. Doesn't mean I still ain't gonna lie. You know, they just be petty on it. Petty. So yeah, I know no one's
Yeah.
watching. I say whatever I want.
I said
Do
I
I?
told on my page, I done told why my ex-girlfriend broke up with me. And you would never guess why. It's the most.
She's a lesbian.
She was that, but I didn't care nothing about that. That didn't bother me. She had been sleeping with her friend, her best friend, on and off since they was kids and shit like that.
Oh my
So
goodness.
yeah, literally. But she broke up with me because I caught her letting the dog hump her.
Ew. Yeah. Yeah. I've never. Needless to say, I've always
Listen what I
never.
said. Listen what I said.
No,
She
I
broke
know.
up with me because I caught her letting the dog hump her.
Oh no, I heard you. That's why I said it's never been. That's what I was about to say. It's never ever been that where my
I don't
dog.
know if I was gonna break up with her though. I was like, hold on, it was kind of freaky as hell.
No, I can't do bestiality. Sorry, I can't do it
I was like, wait a minute. Wait. She was like, oh my
because
God, leave. She was like, oh my God, leave, leave. She walked me out the door and never, ever. I'm talking about we was good sexually. We was good financially. Both of us make a grip. We only dated for like 2 months, but dog,
why would she?
why would
Why do
I
you
be the
need to
one
do?
getting broke up? I think she was just so embarrassed, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you left the fucking door, the patio open. Like, why
First of
wouldn't
all, there's nothing in the dog that. First of all, that's too brutal, and there's nothing in the dog that even can. I can't even imagine. You know, I'm his mom. You know what I'm saying? I've had him since he was a puppy, and he's not my boyfriend.
No,
You
here's
know
the
what I
thing.
mean?
She wasn't naked. She wasn't naked. But she was
No,
letting the
but
dog
even
hump
that,
her.
no, all that. I'm not letting him hump me because no, he tried to listen. He's been in heat. You know, they go in heat when they can smell us going in heat, right? When we have our menstrual. So every month he looks at me like, you know, sir, I'm your mama. And then he tried to run up on my leg or he'll do he's like I'm only 5'4", right, Lance? So he's probably like maybe 5 feet tall, like 4'11" when he stands on his back. He's like right at my face. So he'll try to, stand up on like he'll get up on the bed or he'll get up on the couch and he'll stand up over me and he'll give me a hug. And I'm thinking at first, I'm like, oh, give mommy a hug. Oh, that's so cute. And then I said, if you don't put that lipstick back in the case, sir. And I said, no, we're not doing this. He trying to get up over me. I've laid on the bed and he'll walk up on me and he'll put his body right across me. He's trying to get up over me, laid up on top of me. I said, oh, hell no. I punched that nigga right in his face. I don't care if you are half pit bull. You have beat your ass today. You crazy? Don't you ever jump on me like that. And after that, it was over. It was a wrap.
She broke up with me and never. Why? I don't think that was fair, but I don't know if I was just stunned. Like, you know what I'm saying? I thought that was like, what the fuck? I didn't even have no time to. I didn't even know it was a word. I didn't even know it was a such word as bestiality type shit.
Yeah, that was back. I learned that from Vanessa Del Rio when she had sex with a snake. LaToya Jackson had sex with a snake.
Yeah, no, I just learned it 8 months ago. So now you can understand why I'm like single and like done. Now, mind you, she's young.
And see, that's why I said it's not when they say, oh, you can choke me and wake me up from my sleep. That's that frame. That's a way they think. It has nothing to do with that's not the woman in her. That's something else because there's nothing. This woman just got arrested. Yeah, this woman. You see the woman that just got arrested for having a full out and whole entire sex with her animal and her dog with a couple dogs. Like she foster dogs and she's fucking the dogs, right? And there's been I of course because pets are in my algorithm and all. I see all these crazy videos, and every now and then something comes across my screen about animals that are being rescued, and there's a lot of Lance. There's a lot of female dogs being rescued with prolapsed vaginas, and one guy pulled up on a dude. He was getting ready to literally screw this dog, and he was like, what the fuck? And the dude, he was like, what are you doing with that dog? And then the dude stopped. One guy got caught screwing a chicken, like a whole like and then they're videotaping it and they're like, yo, what the hell are you doing? You not okay, then that means the incel movement is true. You not getting no real pussy that you have to fuck a dog? Or is it just straight bestiality? It's the next level. You're done with vagina. You're done with women. You're on to the next thing. It's like a gateway. Is it a gateway drug? Is it like marijuana? Like, okay, I done had a human pussy. Now I need this because what? Why would you need to? Come on.
Get out here, fuck me one of these lions.
What's exactly like? What's next? You gonna mess around and get you a Cayenne Corso or a big ass Doberman or something that's gonna have a 6,000 pound bite and bite the shit off you? Like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? There was I don't know if it was true or not, but there was a story. Like I said, these dog stories come across my algorithm. There was a story about a woman who was complaining about stomach pain, and she went to the hospital, and the doctor said, well, you're pregnant. All the signs of your body is responding to you being pregnant. She's like, well, I can't be pregnant because I don't have a boyfriend or whatever. And the doctor was like, well, that's just, maybe you had a one night stand that you weren't, because sometimes that's how it happens. That women have come through my office and they've only had a bar night, a one night stand with someone, or had went to a bar and had a quickie with someone, and now they're, or even being assaulted and they're pregnant. So she was adamant, like, no, I've not been with any man or anything. Do you know when they did the ultrasound, they went on to try to look at her and saw that it wasn't a human forming fetus.
Wow.
She was pregnant by her puppy.
Oh, fucking werewolf.
Yeah, it was like it wasn't a human. They were looking, it has some human DNA because she's human, But they were like, okay, there's something that, let's just run the test of you being pregnant because your body is responding to as if you were pregnant. She's like, well, no, I feel sick. I feel nauseous. My breast hurt, going. And he's like, yes. The doctor's like, yes. Everything that you're saying is indicative of you being pregnant, of what women, that's what they go through being pregnant. And she's like, I can't be pregnant. I have no boyfriend. I've not been with anybody. She wasn't lying. She said, I haven't been with any men. I haven't been with a man. I don't know how I'm pregnant. So now the doctor's really stuck like, is this immaculate conception? What's happening here? So let's just run the test as if you were pregnant to find out what's happening with your body. Just to say that your fetus, what is growing inside of you, is not right.
That's wild.
So put that with the female dogs who have prolapsed vaginas. Why is a dog's vagina prolapsed or their anus prolapsed?
Fucking wow, the fucking video. It's a real video.
Yeah, it's a whole video. You can pull it up about the woman.
It's a black girl. A woman gives birth to a dog. 1.3 million views. College student finds out she's pregnant while already in labor.
Because the doctor was like, there's no way. Everything that you're saying that's wrong with you is you being pregnant.
I thought it was impossible for people to
No. It's sperm, I guess. I don't know.
Your body, that's wild as fuck.
But her body is rejecting it, even though she's in the labor time. It's not 9 months then, because the gestation period is different. It's but he said when I guess if you read it or look at it, they did run the test, and half of what they got was human DNA. The other half, they were like, what the fuck? And then that's when they like, dude, something's not right. And they ran the test as if she was pregnant. Just go ahead and just look and just pretend like you're pregnant and do everything we would do if you were a pregnant woman coming in here, getting ready to go through have birth. Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is.
But look up the prolapsed vaginas. There should be no dog walking around. Like these dogs are being admitted to the vet, to the emergency. I watched some of these rescue stories.
While I'm thinking about it, I do remember people like fucking like goats and shit like that, and some cows like in India or some shit.
But now,
I didn't know black people did this type of shit. Like I didn't know.
The one I saw was this white girl getting fucked by her German Shepherd, and had like a whole black gothic looking on gothic. Right. The one I just told you about is a black girl. But what I remember seeing a video of a woman, and it happened to be, sorry, shoot me, but it happened to be on a porn site. And I'm going to, my ex-boyfriend likes to watch stuff, and he would be like, let's put on a video.
Yeah, like porn.
Right, but he would like to watch, porn. So he'd be like, okay, let's turn the video on. We about to get our little liquor and smoke a little couple blunts, and boom, 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 I'll rub your booty. And I'd be like, cool. So I would say, let's put on something we both like to watch, and we would talk about it. Like, what do you want to see? What do you want to see? And he would just go through the videos that he's already, as he would go through the videos, it would be the ones he's already seen, because they would say the ones, most of you just viewed. And then I remember one time he left out the room and was like, yeah, find something for us to watch. And I'm just going through trying to find something, because I don't really have a specific, what I'm saying? I pull up what I want to see. And some, I have a couple of people that I like to watch. Like I like seeing Jada Fire, or, Lexington Steele, or Mixer Marcus, something like that. So I remember
makes some of the best sex noises ever.
Yeah, I used to like watching her. But I would I'm going through, and you know how sometimes you type in, big, and you miss that one letter, and it might say, bog, or it kept saying, it's like I missed the letter. And I was like, why would all these videos with people fucking animals come up? Because I missed the mistyped in the letter, I'm high, I'm smoking, you know what I'm saying? And I mistyped the letter. And so he walked in the room and was like, this is animal porn. And I was like, wait, this ain't what I was looking for. And he was like, hold on, let's look at this. And then we watched the video of this white girl in her college dorm getting screwed by her big ass German Shepherd. And we both was like, yeah, we finna watch the movie. And And after it was like nobody was fucking nobody. I was like, okay, I am no longer turned on. He
This
was
is
like,
a
yeah, me
real
neither.
fucking thing. National Library of Medicine. The woman
Mm-hmm.
who gave birth to a dog, monstrosity and bestiality in Quintinos Quaestinios Medico Legals by Paleo Zakia. This is
Mm-hmm.
fucking real. So maybe this is an explanation for the dog-headed men back in the Middle Ages.
They was
That's
doing something.
crazy.
Yeah,
No,
they was
because
doing
they really
something.
did. They got so many art. It's so much artwork with dog-headed men from the Middle Ages. Even a fucking priest, a Catholic priest, is a fucking dog-headed. They got names and everything, and they try to teach us that this is mythological. But here
Mm-hmm.
in fucking 2003, a fucking woman, 2003, 2013, a fucking woman has a fucking dog.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, and then another instance where a girl dog gives birth to a fucking human, part human. This shit is real. What the fuck?
And that's just what's surfacing to us finding it now, where again the video that I saw was maybe 4 years ago of this woman in her dorm room, like she's trying to run from this German Shepherd who's breaking her back, and it's her dog
Let me see.
in her apartment or her dorm room, and she's got a dog collar around her neck, and he's on her back scratching her
The
back up,
fuck?
and yeah, he was fucking the shit out of her. And then now you have a person giving birth, according to that story. But I saw that because if I'm correct, they have an ultrasound on that
They got a
video.
whole picture. This lady
Yeah, they got a whole picture of her. Or they got the ultrasound. They got her when she went to the doctor at the hospital. Mm-hmm.
is Puerto Rican. She beautiful. Man, if she fucked the dog, she'll fuck me. Hey, I gotta call you back.
You will not. You will not do that. But that means, that means there's some truth to the incel factor to these people who have been voluntarily celibate, to where they're not, because what makes you not want to get human wee wee? What makes you not want a man? Like everything about a man being on top of you and moaning, all like, but you can't be over me. I'm not over men that much. Me and my dog are about to get busy. No, I'll have to put up with y'all shit a
Wow,
little
this
while
is a
longer.
real fucking thing.
Yeah,
They got fucking
I told
porn
you.
sites.
Yep, I told you. That's when I first saw it, like some years ago. And then I recently heard about the woman who had a baby because that came across my feed, and I saw the ultrasound. So I followed the story. And I was like, it's a picture of her ultrasound of the freaking dog baby.
Get the fuck out of here. These are black
But
women. These are Puerto Ricans. This is
yep. And then the other one I saw was the guy that was doing it to the chicken. And chicken was like, fuck, 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 and he was sitting on the ground. I think that was like in Thailand he was Asian. I won't say not Asian, but he was brown skin. He might have been Taiwanese or from the Philippines or something. But he was literally like screwing the hell out this chicken, and the chicken was trying to run away. Like it was crazy. It was very
bro.
much crazy.
So after seeing this shit, I know for a fact she probably fucked that dog.
I'm just saying, I've not felt like I'm over men to that degree. I'll have to just keep dealing with y'all mess or be celibate and alone because I'm not screwing my
This
animals.
is an explanation for all them old women with them big ass dogs and they live by themselves.
But then
Sleeping in the
remember,
bed with them and shit.
but
She
hold
let the
on.
dog lick her coochie.
Remember, Vanessa Del Rio, right? From back in the day, Vanessa Del Rio had a horse dick up in her, and Latoya Jackson did a whole porno with a snake that went up inside of her and turned around and came out.
What the? I'm about to look for that.
Look up Latoya Jackson's little breast. I think it was like, I want to say and then Vanessa Del Rio was a whole 1970s porn star. That's the rumor is
Vanessa
that
Del Rio is the sister's sister, right?
is
The Cosby girl and the
Felicia
girl that play
Rashad's
on
sister.
Fame.
Yeah, Felicia Rashad and Debbie Allen's sister.
But I thought Vanessa Del Rio was like a fucking
Porn star.
80s black
Porn star.
exploitation. Oh, porn star.
Yeah.
Let me see what she looks like.
Vanessa, she was the queen. She was the Debbie does Dallas, Debbie does New York, Debbie does Philadelphia, Debbie does San Diego. She was that girl.
Let me see what the
But
fuck
there's
she-
a video of her being. I think it's. I don't say it's a video because back in the day it was a whole like VHS.
Wow, she looked just
But
like them.
But she did it. She did it to a horse. I think she was the one that had the horse wee wee up in her, or allowed the horse to hit it.
Let me go.
I know Latoya Jackson.
This shit in my
Back in her day, Latoya Jackson had the snake, and I think there's a snake around her in one of her pictures. But that's back, back when it was like VHS, VCR videos.
Hold on, wait a minute. Is that legal? Is it legal for us to look at this?
Whatever website now, because remember they're trying to make it to where it's not a abnormality no more. If you're into that, it's just like something. It's just like you being gay, just the way God made you.
Well, I'm saying I don't want to bring this. I see the thing. I don't want to bring this shit up and I'm fucking get in trouble for.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say because it's been on VHS. It's been out. I don't know if that matters on the internet nowadays. You know what I'm saying? How it affects it because it's been out there. This is like you can go get a VHS and put it in your. Well, now you can't, but you used to be able to go get a DVD and a VHS and put it in and just watch Vanessa Del Rio do her thing. So I'm not, to be able to pull it up online. I don't know how different because it literally was still. It's been out here for 20, 30 years since the 70s, right?
They having a threesome with a fucking dog? What the fuck is this? Let me back out of this before I get in trouble. I don't think this is legal. This can't be legal.
Mm-hmm.
This cannot be fucking legal. What the fuck? People is fucking animals for real.
Yes, there's videos everywhere. Chickens.
There's millions of fucking videos on this site.
There's prolapse vaginas on puppies. Like, there's no way your human penis should be inside my female dog in real life. That's crazy. And then for you to have the dog to have a half baby, that means that man nutted in her until she was pregnant. It's crazy. Which means to me is that
this is
either you having it. It means which means to me that you have a beyond insatiable desire for sex that you can't control. You got some demon on you, you got some demonic shit going on you, or you're not getting any vagina. No one's trying to fuck you. No one wants. There are men out here like that. These are incels. These are men that are like no one is trying to have sex with them. No woman wants to be with them. So are they left with no choices? Or is that something that they're choosing above being with a woman? Like, you know what? This dog ain't gonna talk shit. This dog is gonna submit. This dog is gonna do what I want it to do. I can call her a bitch and it's fair. I can't say that to my woman. I'm over women. I'm gonna go fuck my dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? What's happening to where are you so lonely that you're like, well, I guess no one would. You know what I'm saying?
Because this fucking girls, like, they literally letting you don't think about the fucking dog's mouth is nasty. These women is literally letting them lick them. What the fuck? I live all this time and never seen no shit like this before. What the fuck?
You got a whole tree coming over here messing with me. I told you this is why I do the Genesis After Dark, because I can't talk about animal bestiality and animal porn, and we can that during the day. They'll be like, get off the internet. Flag your account. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just know it's better at night.
Yeah. That's
wild.
Yeah,
it's not. It's
anyway,
wild, right?
We gotta kick it, and we probably should
You got what?
said we have to kick it, and we probably should start doing shows together.
Aw. All
Hey,
right,
we
so
should.
here you go. I finally got my whole head done. Woo. Relax.
Sweet.
Woo. Now I gotta get it together so I can. Ooh, it gotta dry. Still kind of moist, but I will get it together.
Oh, look at her.
Don't be watching it. Turn that off.
I talk about you. I didn't even know that. I couldn't bring that up on my. I had to go to a whole nother whatever you call that
Like,
shit. No, I'm
server.
like I don't want it in my feed, so I went to my another profile and looked at it. I ain't even in there. Yeah, when I came back over here, I'm not in that shit no more. That's wild though. Like I never seen no shit like that. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if I can even jack off to something like that. I don't give a fuck how fine they is.
Mm-hmm. And you can imagine that there's a whole there's websites just for that. There are, you know, there's when you go into like porn sites, there's like categories just for that. It's crazy. But yeah, I remember, and then folks would be like, "Why would you look at that?" Like, it would be so weird. Like, okay, but now we're in 2025, and folks are actually fucking their dogs and fucking their chicken and shit. So now you're like, now I'm not so weird. Cause I like, you know what? I saw this. I saw this. I know I saw it with my own eyes.
Fucking incest. They got incest on this shit.
Yes. So right now there's a brother and sister who they have a blog now. They have a whole page now. People are interviewing them because they had an OnlyFans, and they posted because they're brother and sister, and they now have a baby. And where they live is illegal for them to have a baby, so they had to leave and go out of the state to have the baby just to come back and live in their city, their state where they live, in their home. So they are an entire brother and sister. It's not no situation where they found out they were brother and sister, you know, later. They were brother and sister the whole time. And people are interviewing them. People are talking to them right now. People are, like those shows where the guys interview like the street workers or the girl that run away from home and have been trafficked and they're now telling the story. It's one of those web pages. And one of the people that they're interviewing is this brother and sister who knew their brother and sister from the beginning. It wasn't a situation where you're like, my mom married your dad type of thing, and we found out we were separated at birth and we just happened to be brother and sister. No, they knew their brother and sister from the whole beginning. He knew that was his sister. She knew that was her brother, and they got together and she got pregnant. And like I said, it was illegal in the state that they live in for her to have the baby. So in the interview, they discussed how they had to go to another city, another state, have the baby, and come, and they can't live where they live or something like that. They have to move, but they're a couple.
Yeah, I'm seeing New Jersey and Rhode Island is legal. Ohio.
Yeah, so this couple had to go to a state where she can have the baby.
It's prohibited only between kids and parents.
No, this is a whole brother and sister. They look like they're around the same age.
Wow.
Yep, it's a young boy and then when you see them together, you can see how they look like they can be related. And yep, I watched part of their interview because I follow this page where this guy, he interviews like ex strippers and young girls who've been prostituting since they were 12 and 14, and they were one of his guests that he interviewed, and how they were going about their life and having their kid and knowing that they're both related to each other.
And I'm thinking I'm a freak because I want my girl to wear these virtual goggles while I eat her pussy. And these motherfuckers is out here fucking animals.
and their sisters.
And they're fucking sisters.
So how would I babysit you when we were 9, and then when we get 15, I have your baby? And like when we get 18, I have your child.
Being
But I was
exposed
a babysitter.
at a young age.
Right. I was your babysitter when we were 8 and 9 and 10 because I'm oldest and I have to watch the kids. And then when you get 18 and 19 and I'm 20 and 21, now we together and I'm having your kids. Crazy.
They
How's
black?
that happening? They both are black, yes. Or they're the fair light skin. I think the dude is light skin if I remember how he looks. And yep, they're both black people. Yep.
Hey, you know what just hit me? Just to change the subject quite just real quick. That all black people are not are not the same people.
Right, that's the all skin folk, ain't kinfolk.
Well, just like you got Russians and all these different white people that's not the same people.
Mm-hmm.
Just like black people. Like, so some of us in America are the same people and some of us not the same people. And you can see
Zero.
it,
Go ahead.
You can see it phenotypically, but people want to, they threw us all in one bunch. In another time, in another country, we would have been enemies. But we forced to live amongst each other. And you can see, like, we don't get along. We fighting. We look different in America because we not the same people still.
It's interesting that you said from that perspective because whenever I'm doing my hair now, right? So people, oh, well, you must got Indian in you. What you mixed with your hair? And when I found out about my heritage, my grandparents both are Native American and their tribe, because just what you said, because they're in America, because of the Trail of Tears and putting everybody together and saying we all y'all are Indians, even though they all look different and they were all from different tribes, just like we all look different and we're all from different. Some of us are truly red, some of us are gingers, brown skin, dark skin, very dark skin, blue, black, and we're not all kinfolk, right? So saying that to say, when I found out about my grandparents, they weren't supposed to get together because them two tribes was enemies. Wow. They were not tribes that were supposed to even interact. One tribe was a cannibal and the other tribe were agricultures. So one tribe is planting fruits and vegetables and tending to the ground and making aqueducts, and the other tribe is going through chopping folks' heads off and eating them. They weren't even ever supposed to get together.
You have war with yourself always.
Well, yeah. So when you said that, I thought about my grandparents because they told me, my grandparents was fire and water, fire and gasoline, and it showed up in our family, in our relationship. We got a feisty side, which is that cannibal side, that energy, and then you got the peaceful side. The people just let me plant my flowers and leave me alone. So when I see my grandparents arguing when I was a little kid, it makes sense now when I found out about their tribes that we're not ever supposed to mix with each other. Those tribes were never that one tribe was not supposed to mix with nobody, let alone the peacefulest people in the village. But because they were all in one big village together, they had to figure out how to get along. And the cannibals were the ones that protected the village. They stood on the outside. They circled the village, and they would put poles where they would cut your head off and keep your head. If you try to pass through, they would put your head on a stick, put your head on a pole. And they believed that you died when they expired you. If you died with your eyes open, your spirit was released and it went on to be with the heavens, and your body was good to eat. Your body was clean of your spirit. But if your eyes were closed, they had a ritual where they had to clean their spirit first, get that spirit up off your body for them to eat it. Like you clean the meat, like you don't kill a deer when a deer is anxious because the meat's gonna taste gamey, right? So you couldn't eat the human if their eyes were closed. You had to purify the meat first. Same process. We do the same shit when we go deer hunting.
You don't want to kill it. Talking to you, Genesis.
Hey, Zero. That's Zero the Infinite coming over from the Discord. When he says Genesis, hey, nothing and everything at the same time, yes, because zero means
nothing and everything at the same time. Hey Genesis, I'm now seeing the avatar. Excuse my French, but that's not my avatar, Zero. That's actually a picture of me modeling. I like
You
to
you
take sexy
know.
pictures.
Oh my god. You just
I used to
brought
take
back
very
my memory.
hold on. I used to take very sexy pictures for my boo things, but I used to model. I love my body, so I got a lot of naked pictures of me, like half naked. So that's literally me with a pink robe on, tied across my breast with pink thongs on, and heels. That's all I have on in that picture. So that's actually me, not an image of anything. He said we need to start calling those tribes Native American, Indigenous people, which a lot of Black Americans have roots in the same and haven't found yet. Yeah, so yeah. I've always acknowledged them as Native American and Indigenous. Even my granddad is super, very fair, light skin, could almost has we used to make jokes because my granddad didn't need hair gel. He didn't need grease. He needed like DAP and White Rain for his hair. And then my grandmother needed like Blue Magic. So it was like, you know what I'm saying? So my grandfather was that fair, light skin to where he almost could be, are you mixed? Are you mixed? And then he also knew Japanese, which made it very hard for them because he was stationed in the military, which made it very hard for Black people to kind of peg him as one thing. But my grandmother was olive brown, chocolate. She looked like a Middle Eastern, Habib. Like her skin was so olive colored and her hair was so brown and juicy, and they looked completely different, completely opposite of each other. And again, those two tribes were not supposed to mix. So I guess
Wow.
I got my grandfather's hair, my grandmother's attitude, because they always be like, "You got
Me,
good hair, but you an
when
asshole."
you look up and you start paying attention to everybody, and I know now that I look Middle Eastern. I don't look African, so-called African.
Yeah, you don't. And then
When
the
you,
height factor too, because it's also like no matter who your parents are, you're still gonna have a certain build, right?
yeah,
You ever notice that? Yo, you can have a skinny mama and a tall daddy, but you kind of thick and short, or you big and thick. You be like, why your legs, your thighs, your arms? You bigger than both your parents. Whose genes are those? Neither one of those. It's not your mom's or your dad's. So where did it
right.
come from?
From your fucking tribe, where you really come from.
Right, because you be like, I dated a guy who was 6'7". He was the biggest. His mom said he was the smallest baby out of all her kids, but he's 6'7". No other child, nobody in her family is that tall. Nobody. So who did he take after? It was crazy. He said, I see you, but you got some kind of growling sound. Oh, my audio. That's my earbud, y'all.
Now I still have somewhere on one of these computers the sprinkles picture you sent me.
Oh, that is a good picture too. That's in my little collage.
I still have that picture somewhere. You sent me a sprinkles picture, and you
The
sent me a
sprinkles.
picture. Yeah, you in some sprinkles or something,
Mm-hmm.
and you sent me a picture that had you was bent over a table, but you couldn't see your coochie. It was blacked out.
Yep. That was the sprinkle picture the concept was in the kitchen. Everything I wanted to go.
He was in the
I
kitchen on
started
the floor. That's right.
Yep, because I actually poured honey on the floor and I poured sprinkles. I rolled around all over it, and I was completely naked. Yes, that whole photo shoot is where
So how old is that?
that picture is like 10 years old now. Around 10 years old now, probably. Yeah,
Hold on.
probably even a little bit. Well, it's been no, it's older than that.
Yes, it's
It's when
older than
it's
that.
yeah, because it's when my grandmother passed, and that was in her house, and she had already passed when I did that photo shoot. So yes, it's older than 10 years. I still look the same. Um, like I said, that was 120 pounds there, 130 pounds there, and now I'm 150. Woo, I'm all big now.
Yeah,
But
I have that picture. I still have it. Can you believe that?
that's crazy that you actually have that picture because I have it in a collage, so I don't even think I have the actual picture by itself anymore. I have the picture like mixed with other pictures.
I have
But that photo shoot was I like to have concepts when I did my photo shoots for crazy reasons, but that photo shoot was the concept was him coming home and I was, dinner and dessert. And then the one over the table, that entire photo shoot, that entire concept was all shadow work. So what you do is you position the light. I sit on the table and I lay on the table until he gets the lighting to where you can't see anything. You can't see anything specific. Because there's another one where I'm sitting on the table and I have some beads around my neck, and you can see my whole cooter and everything, but you can't see it because of the way the shadowing is. So the when we did that was intentional to make the shadowing so that so when he took the picture, you couldn't see anything. You weren't gonna be able to see because of the way the lighting was, the blue and the green and the red lighting was. What did he say? He said, hold on. But in the chat, he said, "Okay, Genesis, I see you, but you got some kind of grounding sound for you." Okay, I think I might have fixed that. And then he said the closest African people that looks close to black native, black Americans are Nigerians. I don't know. He said, "Well, damn, Genesis, I'm gonna face you, Chef."
Africans, people
that look like are Nigerians. I don't know.
Yeah, that's because Nigerians was taken from America to Nigeria. Black people was taken, Black Indians was taken from America to Nigeria. Not only that, a lot of the Yorubans are not every Yoruban, but a lot of the culture of Yoruba share the same Sephardi Jew heritage, which is also Moorish heritage.
So they all came from the same place.
They all have the same root, right?
Same root. Okay. Well, I'm proud of certain things because my teas and my herbal background, me being able to, one of the things that one of my ex-boyfriends told me that I saved his life because he was in a hospital with like GERD and like upset, what do you call it, like heartburn, and like it was real bad, like he couldn't lay down flat. I had to go get all these pillows or prop him up. His legs, like he couldn't get. It was nothing. He would be burping, and then he couldn't burp. Then he couldn't breathe. And I was just like, "Yo, do you know?" I went to my recipes, and I said, "What's what my grandmother would do? My grandmother would make you a smoothie or a tea." And I went straight to all my little herbal wheel. And part of what he said is that he was like, "Dude, you literally like." We went to the doctor. He went to the doctor. By the time he was with me, he had already been to the doctor like 3 times, and they told him they just gave him like Mylanta and like you need, you just have gas, and gas can feel like a heart attack, right? If it's not,
if it's on your diaphragm.
Yeah, so his chest would be red, and he'd be having this lump in his back, and how we'd be pressing the lump out, and then he'll belch, and, he'll pass gas, and he'd be like, "Oh, I feel so much better." Child, we went to the doctor 3 more times. This Jamaican lady came in, the doctor came in and gave him, she said, "What you need is you need to burp and you need to fart," right? She gave him some Mylanta, some like medical grade, like Metamucil. And he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. He was like, "Oh, it's just coming out of me." But it was extreme. So now you can't breathe, you can't burp, you can't pass gas. And now you just can't keep anything in. Man, that last doctor visit, I told her, I asked her, "What do you think is going on? What's wrong?" She said his esophagus, he can't digest. If something's happening where it's interfering with him digesting properly, which makes gas. And so I had to go back to certain things that I knew, like don't drink while you're eating to create those little gas bubbles. Eat your food and then drink afterwards. And then I started making him these smoothies. When I tell you, Lance, again, I'm not saying that, I'm all that in a bag of chips, but right then I was, because when he called me back to tell me, "Yeah, of course I miss you," and all this other stuff, he was like, "Man, you don't even realize how you helped me. I've not been back to the doctor since since you healed me." And I was like, "Wow, that's amazing." You said, I mean, I knew what I did. I know what I was doing. At the same time, men, y'all don't like to admit that the woman, like, she helped you. Oh, he said, "Yeah, that sound hasn't stopped." I don't know what it is then. I think it's
motherfucking men need women. I just
Yeah.
realized that I can't clip my own ass hairs no more. Like
You
I
know
can't
what?
do that shit. I need
You
the
will just
money.
have a hairy
I'm
ass. I'm
fucking up
sorry.
all of the damn tissue. Now I'm using all the tissue because I got a double, triple wet wipe my fucking ass because I can't cut my ass hairs.
Get you some clippers. You better get you some scissors in the bathtub, honey, and do what I do. Spread the legs open and get up in there. Bend over with that razor and get them little booty hairs.
I ain't about to
But
put that
you
shit
know what
on
I'm saying?
my ass crack.
It's just the thought of it,
I
like,
told my
wow,
ex-wife, I said, babe, no homo. I need you to do me a favor. She like, what? I said, no
cut my
homo.
booty hair.
I said,
How
she
is a
said,
homo and she a girl?
right, that's what she said. How is that? I said, I need you to clip my ass hairs for me. She was like, boy, are you serious?
How you gonna say no homo and she a whole female?
I had to make it funny though, because I ain't never asked her to do this shit.
When you in the shower, that's how when I do mine, you bend over and I do a nice little shave and I check the razor and make sure
Bro,
I
you
got the
remember how
hair.
fat I was when I was married? I was fat as hell. I couldn't even wipe I had to do so much shit to wipe. I think I started wiping my ass like I had a coochie. I couldn't go around the back no damn more. I was so fat. I couldn't do that shit.
She said she probably gonna have to wax you. Be like, we ain't gonna keep doing this every other day. We have to
Nah,
get you waxed, honey.
that shit was like probably once a year. But for the 8 years we was married.
That's funny.
Yeah, that shit was probably
Zero said you're gonna get a wax after that, honey. Because we have to
anybody about
wax
to
this booty.
hell nah. Need some
How
special
about you
hair.
can pull up? How about we accidentally pulled up on YouTube? We were looking for something. I was on one of the panels, and the lady was looking for. I forgot what she was looking for, and she pulled up tutorials on how to shave your ass from a man. When we pulled up the video, it's on YouTube, so you won't even get strikes for looking at it. When we pulled it up, when I tell you it was nothing but men's buttholes bent over, and this man, he's giving an instructional video on how to shave your butt. First, you bend over, and then you get the shaving cream, and yeah, he was giving a whole DIY on shaving your booty for men,
Yeah, yeah,
for
I don't
men to
know.
shave their own butt.
Nah, I still to this day, and I'm not as fat as I was. I can't fucking reach and I think even when I shave my bald hairs, I got my old hair clippers, like my old trimmers, not my ones that I use now, but I got some old ones. And I can get as far as up underneath my ball sack, like to my sacrum. I can't reach my fucking ass crack. That's what we trying to get out, so we don't fucking use all the tissue. Get that shit clean. And you can always just 2-3 wipes and wet it and wipe again, and you good. Now it's like
it took 7 wipes to know that you were gonna need 6.
mud, wipe again, mud, wipe again, mud, wipe again.
It took 7 wipes to know that you only needed 6. It's funny.
Well, actually, I don't want like when you dating somebody, you don't want no assy smell. So I'm wet wiping, like I wet wipe and shit like that. But
Take
I
a
will wipe
shower.
my ass until I bleed. Like, okay, it's done now.
You said I don't want no assy smell. That's not what that is. It's something else. No, Zero, I wasn't talking about you because I know you're a guy. I was reading your comment where it says she probably is gonna have to wax him. I know you're a dude, Zero. He's like, we're talking about me because I'm a guy. I know you're a guy. It's funny. It's okay, Zero. What did you say? I hope you weren't referring to me. Yeah. You said, why did you start speaking? What? French? Who started speaking French?
He said, why did he start speaking French?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, he's saying, oh yeah, you see my face, bro? I'm a hairy guy. Yeah, I not all men. Some of you niggas is girl built, got no testosterone low, all that shit. My shit I've been always hairy.
Yeah, Lance has been hairy since we were 14. Lance has been hairy. There's a few of y'all that's been like had y'all man face when y'all were little. My dog is dreaming, y'all. He's barking in his sleep. It's so cute.
God damn it! I gotta take a nap.
Wow.
I am going to reach out to you on one of these, probably on Facebook or something. IG, leave you my information so you can hit me, and I hit you. And nigga, we need to be back friends like we supposed to be.
Aw. That is a blessing, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. We're gonna make this our last word. Wait, hold on. You should be bleeding from wet wipes, sir. If you are, then you're doing something wrong. Zero
No,
telling you.
no, yo, that's what he's talking about. No, I was talking about, Red that be with Cat Williams, and he was talking about him wiping his ass, and he be like he keep wiping and keep wiping and keep wiping. He be like mud, and he wipe again. He say
Blood.
mud, and he was like blood. Okay, he finished. He's done. Like he's cleaned it enough. He keep wiping
Mm-mm.
until yeah. That was with the joke, but y'all didn't. It went over your head.
That's funny. Oh, Zero was like, yeah, that's not funny. That's hilarious, though. Y'all, I am flat. Listen, I told y'all I was gonna be up flat iron my hair. Okay, had to get it together, dry it first, and I'm about to get it straight. And then when I finish, I'm gonna wrap it so I can go to bed.
Uh-huh. Look at her, Genesis. Your hair so long.
Yeah, it's long now. I'm gonna braid it. I'm gonna braid it probably in a couple weeks. I just took my braids down this week, so I'm gonna let it breathe and then braid it back up because you see it just sweats out easily. And then I want to start. I have a gym membership because he said I didn't get it, but now I do. I haven't listen. If you're been homeless like I have, then you want to keep your gym membership if nothing else because you can definitely go there and take a shower. Thank you, Zero. I do cam up. I usually cam up. I don't have no problem camming up. I be out with my titties out. Listen, I don't be topless, but I just be, I'm not afraid
Damn, you
to
still got your teenage titties.
be my body. So I like myself. I've always liked myself, but I just cam down sometimes because folks they be taking their pictures and like I said, they be trying to dox and shit. But I don't normally not cam down. I just did it today because I was in the bathtub, which I actually cammed up for a second while I was in the tub. So, I've
Why
always
my
looked at
mouth just
myself.
water up like I was picking with an open sore?
Ew.
I seen your titty nipple. My mouth just got watery.
What was that on? That was on Life, right? He said, "Well, that's a nipple." My mouth just started drooling. What was that? What show was that? He was like, "Oh, is that a nipple?" I'm pretty sure that's a nipple. He said, "I don't know why my mouth just started drooling."
Pretty sure that's a nipple.
Yeah, October is no bra. October 3rd is no bra day. It's breast cancer month, so we be out. So I've never been ashamed, as you can see. I've never really been ashamed of my stuff, my body. So it's me, the girl Genesis, plain old face with no makeup. All right. What you say,
Sexy
Zero?
mama.
He said you gotta set them free. Set them free. So we're gonna end my live because Lance is well, you know what? Lance can go to bed. I'm gonna hang out until I finish my hair. So if anyone else wants to hit the link, Zero or anyone else, they're more than welcome. If he wants to go to sleep, then he's more than welcome. We'll definitely connect later.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
I'm gonna listen in. I'm just gonna lay down and go back to
he
my
said my
lap.
birthday. My birthday is in October. October is no bra month. Women are supposed to let them free and not wear a bra the entire month in honor of breast cancer. So
When is your birthday? November or December?
it's neither. My birthday is in about a month. My birthday is in July.
You are what? Taurus? No, you are
Cancer. I'm a Cancer, y'all.
Cancer.
Yes, I'm a crybaby Cancer,
Okay,
and
that's what's up. Capricorns
everything
and
that I
Cancers
have
go together.
do not. I can't stand y'all sometimes. Y'all get on my damn nerves. I swear to God, I'm telling you, if I wasn't related to Capricorns, I would not be talking to them. If it
I
wasn't
am
from
a December Capricorn, nigga, not the Sagittarius. I mean, not the January Capricorn.
December what, Lance?
24th.
My brother is December 28th. My mom is December 30th. Can't stand none of y'all niggas.
We get along just
Capricorn,
fine.
Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Taurus are part one of the signs that I actually am compatible with. But I can't stand being related to Capricorn.
I
It's
can't
just
stand Sagittarius. I don't give a fuck how fine you is. I'm straight. I don't give a fuck.
here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that. Look at hang time. What are we doing?
I see
What are we
you.
doing?
You still look the exact same. That's crazy.
That's why I said when I went to the reunion, I was like, who are these niggas? Who is all these people? Fat and faces. I can't tell what nobody looked like. But everybody walk up to me like, girl. And I'm like, because up until like 5 years ago, I could still fit my prom dress. But we'll say about 8 years ago, I could still fit my prom dress. Like it was still fitting. I could put my body into it because I was still that small. But here's the thing. We tried to do my little chart, right? I had a show on one of my shows on Zodiac, and because I wanted to understand that, and somebody was like, "Well, let me just do your day, your night, or whatever it is, your rising, your falling." And they said I am a Cancer, but my moon or whatever is in Sagittarius. So I have a lot of Sagittarian tendencies, I guess, where I don't even realize I hurt people's feelings. I guess that's a Sagittarius trait because Cancers are very emotional. But it has now been brought to my attention that I have lived my life pissing people off and hurting their feelings, and I had no idea I even did that. And then other times I don't even care because I mean, if I was to care about how many times I hurt someone's feelings, I'd be walking around caring about everything, and I don't. But I guess I have some. I guess it's true to some degree. But everything that I've read so far, when I read these little memes about Cancer, they be true. Don't piss me off because I'm done with you. All you're gonna do is continue to hurt me, and I'm too sensitive for that. I'm not built for this space. Like a lot of these back and forth conversations, these hurting people, doxing, and all this crazy stuff. I'm not built for that kind of stuff. Hey, right. Zero. So I you know what I'm saying? I'm not built for talking mess. Hey, Zero the Infinite, welcome to the stage.
How you doing?
I'm not built for hey, what's up to Lance? Look at my panel.
What's good?
So you know what I'm saying? I'm not made for. I'm too much of a Cancer to go to do all this vicious, back and forth with people. But I'm also, I guess, the Sagittarius part of me is that I can say things that I don't really connect, that I even did anything wrong. In my mind, I'm just, because the Cancer in me is going to tell you the truth. That's all I can. I don't know. I get caught up every time with that. Like, you want me to lie? And then at the end of in the whole thing, proving my point or getting the truth out, I don't really care how your feelings feel. I can't, because if it was coming towards me, you wouldn't care about my feelings until you got what you had to say. Oh, right. Mm-hmm. So sometimes it's the same thing for me. I thought maybe I was weird. I was like, and then someone read my little chart and they're like, well, no, you operate in a different way. You're not the kind of, you're July Cancer. So July Cancers have a tendency to be, depending on where your moon is rising and all the other stuff. So apparently I hurt people's feelings and I say fucked up shit to somebody. Someone said that to me. Okay, for example, not too long ago, I walked into the room and I said, hey, all these beautiful ladies. And whoever was feeling themselves that day was like, what? What you say to me? I said, well, fine, you ugly then. Gone. What you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Was I wrong, y'all? No. I don't care with that ugly ass. Bye. Ugly Ugmo. Like, I just gave everybody a compliment and said everyone was beautiful. What you trying to get on our good side? No, bitch, I just was complimenting you. You know what? Your ugly ass can go away now. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say, y'all?
See, I'm kind of like, I'll be easy with you if you want to be easy with you, baby. Like, yeah, if you ask me to tell you the truth on it, I was like, okay, you sure? And I'm like, all right. I was like, all right. All right.
I mean, at the end of the, because what am I supposed to say? Okay, I told you I told you honestly how I was feeling. Hey, Lance. Lance hung up, guys. I guess Lance is leaving. So shout out to Lance for coming by. Don't forget to drop me your information, Lance, so we can hang out and connect for old times. Thank you for coming to the show. I'm pretty sure you'll come up next time. Lance has to get some sleep. I think he needs to go to work or something. And I think I've kept him up past his bedtime. I don't go to work till tomorrow afternoon, so I got time to sleep. So we don't want to keep anybody awake. So thanks for coming, Lance. I'll talk to you soon. So infinite zero, the infinite. What's up? Hearing your voice for the first time. Thanks for coming.
Oh, I thought you had heard my voice before, but I mean, I guess I haven't been on the panel in a while, so I guess maybe you probably haven't.
Yeah, and we don't talk in the Discord, and on the phone, on the live call.
Yeah.
You can talk on the live call. He said good night, good morning. He about to go. Yeah, I figured you had to go. That's no problem, Lance. Thank you for coming by, though. I'll talk to you soon. I'm pretty sure. So, Infinite, when you were listening to what I was talking about.
I'll go by zero. I don't use him.
Oh, I'm sorry, zero. Screw me, zero.
I'll just let you know.
You was listening to us when we were talking about the whole bestiality and being married and how I'm like the old and these niggas ain't looking at me like it's crazy.
You talking about the rims?
That's what I said. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, there's got to be a rim thing because why would you need to be with an animal? Like, there's nothing in me that's gonna be like, well, I guess I can't get no niggas, so I'm gonna go be with my dog. Like, no. You know what I mean?
That ain't even a black thing. I told that like, wow.
But yeah, when Lance was looking it up, he was seeing that the women were of, there were some black women, there was some Hispanic women, there were Puerto Rican. They're getting with their dogs, man. The black girl's the girl who had the dog baby. They getting with their pets.
They must be desperate. They doing all that.
That's what I was saying. I was like, is it that you're over, like, okay, I can't get no men, so I'm going to go be with my puppy? You know what I mean? Like, is it that you can't be, is that even possible? Because they're saying that there are people out here who've never been with anybody. They're going to die a virgin.
I mean, I never heard anybody having a baby with an animal, but.
Yeah, we looked it up. I showed Lance. I showed it to Lance while we were talking earlier, and he pulled the link up on his end. And there's a whole story about the young girl who had she went to the hospital and she was complaining about stomach aching, and she was just like, and the doctor was telling her like, what you're telling me is is signs of you being pregnant. She's like, well, I can't be pregnant because I haven't been with any man. I don't have a boyfriend and all that. And the doctor's like, yeah, but what you're telling me, these symptoms are signs of being pregnant. And she's like, well, she didn't lie. She's like, I haven't been with anybody. And she wasn't lying because she hadn't been with a human. Then they did the ultrasound and they did the exam on her, and they found out what was inside of her was part human and part canine. And while we were on talking earlier, Lance pulled up the video on his side so he can see, and he very much saw what I was talking about. Because I saw the story, and there was the ultrasound of the woman's belly.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised that ain't made the news, like the national news.
Yeah, it was over in I forget what country or state they were, but then as he was looking it up, he found hundreds and hundreds of videos. Because one of the videos that I saw of a woman interacting with her dog was on a porn site. So if you go pull that up, you'll see it for yourself that it's just a whole category of bestiality and people who have sex with their animals, their goat, their dog, their chicken. So it just makes me wonder, like, are we that over people? We're over it, right? I'm just over it. I can't find no good man. I'm about to go get me a pit bull. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
I ain't gonna never be that old women to be messing with no animal. I'm sorry, that's not
That's
gonna
how
happen.
I feel. I'm just gonna have to just deal with the man. He's gonna be a cheater, a liar, but I'm not gonna do it with no dog and no cat and all that. You know, I just gotta deal with a man. If he ain't gonna be shit, then at least at least he ain't a human. But you know what I'm
Cause
saying? It's just
that be wild. If you, they do it with a cat, the cat cheating on them, or the cat and dog cheating on them. Like, dang, you went with an animal, and they still cheating on you. Like, what's going on there?
exactly. So you might as well just keep your human and just keep dealing with your person and just don't even, just try to get it together. Like just try to understand. But Infinite, what do you think about when I was saying earlier that, I feel like sometimes, over time I've literally started to be like, okay, women my age are becoming like men aren't looking for us. But then at the same time, the men who are looking for the cougars and the thundercats like me, they want they're missing their mom sometimes. They need a woman to be maternal. And I don't want no sex kitten. They don't want no partner. They want a mama sometimes. So it's frustrating, but at the same time, the older
So
men
what?
wants younger women. They don't want no 50-year-old woman like me.
You 50?
Yeah, I thought you knew that.
No,
Yeah, I have
I would
wonderful
never guess that.
conversations. I have great conversations with men, and then find out how old I am, and then they're like, "Have a good day." They're like, I thought you were gonna be 20, 26." I was like, wow.
I mean, I wouldn't say 26. I would say like you probably your 30, just like yeah, how you interact.
Mm-mm,
But yeah,
honey. I've been on this earth, what they say, a half a century now.
yeah. I ain't, I ain't even got in my 40s yet.
Well, you got that old man laugh. You need to do my on your sound like you on your way, laughing over there laughing like an old. You got your
Yeah.
granddaddy laugh already.
Well, I don't know what my granddad sound like because I never met him.
I bet you
Well, I mean, at
sound like
least,
your granddaddy.
yeah,
You said
I wish
50 is
I,
what? It's not old?
nah, ain't really old. Well, not for black women anyway.
Right, because they say black don't crack. So absolutely. I don't look my age is one thing, but at the same time, you get older and you're like, okay, what's happening out here? You know?
Yeah.
And it's not that they, like I said, I was saying earlier that I did run across one guy that was like, wow, you're older, so that means, you got certain things together, you got a certain way of thinking, you know how to cook, you know how to clean up, you know how to wash those clothes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know how to do laundry. You'd be surprised you don't live off of a microwave. Like I can, you know what I mean? It's just I didn't think though. And when I was younger, I wasn't thinking like, well, I'm gonna when I get real old, I'm gonna be know how to cook, and it's gonna be women who don't know how to do shit like this. I'm thinking, I gotta eat. My mom was raising me to make sure I can take care of a household, and finding out these women
I
out here getting boyfriends and husbands, and they ain't cooking shit.
I had to teach myself how to cook.
Now, how do you go about doing that?
Hmm.
How do you know if it
Trial and
was good or
error.
not? How do you know if it was good or not? You had somebody taste it?
Cause well, I tried it. If I thought it was good, it was good. If it wasn't, I'm pretty critical of myself. So if I don't think it's good, You know, I mean, you know, especially if I'm serving somebody. If I know I ain't liking it, I'm not gonna give nobody else because they probably ain't gonna like it either.
Well, what's your dish that you know for a fact that you make this and it's like it's gonna hit. No matter how many times I make it, I put my foot in this.
Well, I mean, since I'm pretty sure I do. So yeah, chocolate chip cookies or brownies for sure. I mean, well, I mean, cakes now, but yeah.
You make cakes now?
Well, I mean, I'm saying as far as like, you know, without fail, but I mean, usually if I just had a recipe in front of me, I can, you know, I can whip it up.
So
Even
what's the
even my
one dish
first
that
time.
you can make that'll never fail? Like after you make like some people
Uh,
can make pasta, spaghetti, or they make a baked chicken. Like no matter what, how many times they make it, it's like it's gonna win.
I'm in certain things, but I would say, uh, since I used to make a lot of this like chocolate chip cookies.
Do you make them from scratch? Like you make the batter,
Yeah, yeah,
or you
yeah.
just open a pack and just put the cookies on the cookie sheet?
I make from scratch.
Oh, okay.
Cause I remember like when I first learned how to make them, I made a mistake asking my granny to help me because she messed it up. Like we followed the instructions perfectly until it came to that salt. Don't say a teaspoon of salt. She
Versus
threw
a
way more in
tablespoon
there.
inside. Yeah, no.
No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no. She didn't use a spoon. She just threw a, threw a whole lot in them. But it said only a teaspoon. And like, oh, don't
Oh
worry about
yeah.
it.
She poured it in by taste instead of measuring it.
Yeah, I guess it's whatever she was trying to do. And when I ate them cookies were salty as hell.
Yeah, I
I
did
was
that one time.
like,
I think I used baking soda instead of baking powder one time, and it was a little salty. But you know what? They were what we now know is like what they call it, sea salt and sweet and salty. And people ate
yeah.
them because they you put caramel over them, and they kind of tasted like the sweet and salty kind of cookie. So
Well, I mean,
I did that too.
think about it. I mean, salt can bring out the flavor in it, but she's put too much salt in it. So when I made them next time by myself, they came out perfect.
Okay, so y'all hear that? Anybody's listening? Zero to infinite. Bake some cookies. Okay, them cookies is on print. On print. Zero, where you from with that accent? You got an accent
I mean, I'm from the south. I'm from Nashville.
from Tennessee. Take me to another place. Take me to another Tennessee.
Kind of funny. One of my friends was actually was a member of Arrested Development too.
I love them.
Cause
Tennessee.
like I remember I met him. I was like, I said, y'all from Tennessee? He said, no, we from Atlanta. We just made that song called Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Take me to another place. Take me to another room.
Oh yeah, I remember that song because I was like a kid when they came on.
Yeah. Aw.
I
I think
remember, yeah,
I was a whole teenager.
yeah, that, yeah, that makes sense. Say you 50. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why I be cracking up because when especially when like with my ex when he was like, "Oh, you too old," I was like, "Nigga, I was too old when you was born. What are you talking about? I was a whole kid. I could have babysat you, and then then look up later and now you my man. So when was I ever gonna be younger than you? Never. I was born. You was born and I was already in elementary school. What you gonna do? So
And
yeah, it was kind of disheartening.
yeah, I had people like say they I mean they thought I was older just like I guess like how I interacted because well yeah you sound so much you say you seem more mature and all that Okay.
That's what that South do to you. That South do to you. Hey y'all, who's watching? We got Zero the Infinite on the panel today. Lance just left. You guys go check out Lance Single Productions, and you guys go check out Zero. I don't know, Zero. Do you have a page?
I mean, I do. I haven't done much over there in a while, but I still got content. We got plenty of content on it.
All right.
I
Well,
just
see anybody that's listening, go back and watch and go check out Zero's content while he stays up with me while I flat iron my hair because
yeah.
my hair just got wet in the bathtub, and that's crazy. My whole scalp is wet. And my hair wasn't even in the water. It's just the moisture. I like the water really hot and steamy to like purify and like
Yeah.
get my pores open so my scalp was gonna sweat. So I was gonna be up flat iron my hair anyway because I have to get it back to normal for me to go to work tomorrow. So y'all can see I look crazy. I'm done with the back. Now I just need to finish the front. And
Yeah, I
then
remember.
whew,
Yeah, I remember earlier we was like talking last time about like, oh, that's a nipple, whatever. You ever think about like that part from Half Baked where that woman had a titty? I said, oh wow, that's a titty.
that's where
They
it
call it that.
was. That's what it was
That's a titty.
from. I
Yeah,
was
to
trying to
Half
figure
Baked.
out where it came from. It was half baked
Yeah.
when
It was
no,
like
that
that.
wasn't half
It was
baked.
in
Was that
Nashville.
boomerang?
I ain't say boomerang, so I don't know, but I remember Half Baked. They were like fighting, like I guess like fighting one of the women. Titty popped out. Whoa,
Oh
that's a
yeah.
titty. They
Okay.
go, whoa, that's a titty.
What? Okay, so you haven't seen Boomerang because obviously you're older. And that's probably what the movie with Eddie Murphy in it. But that's where it
I mean,
was where Sean J.
I heard of it. I don't know. Just didn't take time to actually watch it. I don't
Well, I
know. I
think
guess.
there's like a revise of a Boomerang now. I think it's the kids of them. So in the movie Boomerang, it was Halle Berry, David Allen Greer, Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, um, Mike Tyson's ex-wife. What's her
Robin
name?
Givens.
Robin
Robin Givens.
Givens, and Grace Jones was in the movie, right? And one of the Grace Jones snatched her dress off at a at an event, and they were reviewing the video footage of it, and that's where he said that from. He was like, "Oh." He's like, "Is that a nipple?" And she said, "I think that's a nipple." He said, "It has to be a nipple because my mouth is watering." So
Oh,
that's where I got that one from. Where he was like, "It has to be a
oh,
nipple.
man.
If I'm drooling, my mouth is watering." Because he was that old man was like, "Yep, that's a nipple because my mouth is watering." But now the Boomerang that's out now is the children of those guys. So it's the character that they played in the movie. It's their kids. So they all had families and had kids. So there's the daughter of Eddie Murphy and Halle Berry character. There's the daughter of Robin Givens character. You know what I'm saying? They all had children. So the Boomerang now is the offspring of the people that were in the movie. If that makes sense.
So yeah, that was gotta give you like that feel like that coming to America too, sort of, but not exactly the same, but just like
The
I mean,
kids what like if they did a Coming to America of what happens to the kids that they had.
yeah,
Remember the kids that was in there? Yeah, so
yeah,
it was their offspring coming to America too.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause I remember coming. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't good as first, but it was still really good. Like I love that whole back and forth that Eddie not Eddie Tracy Morgan and Arsenio had back and forth
Oh
arguing
yeah.
on the news.
Oh yeah. He was like, I want to be in Africa with because women have breasts like cassava melons. He's like, I don't want to be in this America. Why are we here? That man, that movie was hilarious. What you doing up this late, Zero?
So I was working late.
Oh,
I'm just,
are you done with work or are you at work?
yeah. I've been done work. I think I just got through eating like food I had, and I was like looking around. I'm like, oh, your live just popped up on the YouTube like thing. So I was like, okay, let
Yeah,
me
it
go
was
and jump on this.
impromptu. I was just thinking some things and I was just like, because I started off thinking about like how I've been struggling since I left my ex-boyfriend, right? So I left that abusive relationship. And I was
Yeah,
just like, do I need to like go online and get like, how you see these content creators, they're saying like, my kids don't have any bed to sleep in. Hey, 40 boom, what's up, baby boy? And these content creators are like going online and saying, my kids don't have beds, or I recently saw an online where they, this is the second time I've seen like a baby shower online, a gift registry for people getting married, and they're crowdfunding, and I was like, wow, that's crazy that people just give to someone who just says, hey, my kids don't have anything to eat and they need clothes. And it's like there's real people out here who are really struggling, who can't get food stamps because they have a job or something. You got a lot of noise.
I
I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay, you good now. But you see what I'm saying? So I started off the stream by talking about like what does struggle look like, because folks will look at me and they say, "Oh, Genesis, you're not struggling. Look at you. You're up on the live stream flat ironing your hair. So my hair got to be nappy for me to look like I'm struggling, going through something." They say, "Oh, you wake up in the morning and you put your eyeliner on and you get your makeup on and you do your hair like I'm supposed to just look like a ragamuffin because I'm in a struggle." Or I didn't post a GoFundMe to help me, pay for my living. I'm just going from check to check. So what is that supposed to look like? Am I supposed to look like the guy in the corner holding the sign like I'll work for food because I'm struggling? And then who are you to decide that I don't look like I'm struggling? Because what the person said to me was like, well, I can tell you don't look like you're having any issues. And I was just like, what the hell is that supposed to look like?
I don't know what people mind. I guess they like, oh well, if you don't, if I don't think you're struggling, then you must not be struggling, and and nothing you say would change their minds. And I'm just like, I say so. You don't know what the person's going through, so it's like you can't really say well they're not struggling not unless you actually know their actual story when they're telling you. Now,
Yes.
if they tell you their story, then you like hear, then you be like, okay, I gotta get a better picture of what it is. I'm not just guessing, just on what I assume person might be doing.
Yes. And I can test for that because I was the last standing manager of the famous Gladys Knights and Chicken and Waffle restaurant in Atlanta. So I was the last general manager before the restaurant closed for good, right? And it got to the point where I wasn't able to even pay my employees because the owner was embezzling so much money from the restaurant. It was bleeding it dry to the point where it closed down, right? It had to close. Um, yeah, people do like to assume 40. And the restaurant had to close down. So we're on the point where I'm having a hard time paying people because the owners are coming in and taking the money that's in the safe. We come in the morning to go make the deposit that's not there. And now I can't, we don't have payroll done. And I have, employees that were suffering but they were coming to work every day, Zero. And one of my employees came to me and they said, Miss Genesis, did you know that your cook is sleeping in the bathroom at the train station? Like he's sleeping on the train. And I had no idea because I'm thinking he went somewhere, right? But you got to
Yeah,
remember, I haven't been able to pay him. Payroll was messed up. The owners are embezzling the money. They're taking it. And so this guy doesn't have a paycheck coming from me. And it just broke my heart because he would come to work every day,
Zero, and he just would work like you would not think about it. He would laugh and joke and talk to you and kick it, and everything would be all funny. And then he would pack his stuff and he would leave. And if you know anything about Atlanta, the train will run. It runs all night, and then it stops running for like 3 or 4 hours, and it picks back up again. On this whole time, and so you can sleep on a train, and by the time it takes so long to get to the other side of the city, that it would take like 2 or 3 hours to get to the other side of the city, and you would have slept on the train. And I did not know that, and it just broke my heart. That was many, many years ago, but it just broke my heart because just to think that this guy would come to work every day, and you wouldn't, I also had an employee that literally every day for like a month, I had to give him a hug. Like he just was like, man, I just don't know how to keep going. And we had a heart-to-heart talk one day, and every day I just would come in and I'd be like, bring it in, and I would give him a hug, and that would be all he needed. So it's like now that I'm in that situation, I'm not sleeping on the train, and I have a car. So if I had to, I sleep in my car. And I have a pit bull doggy that's not gonna let anything happen to me. So he's protection, because if you get too close to me in my car, he's gonna wake up and he's gonna go crazy. But I was just like, should I be online, like telling people my story, not so much as a testimony to where like people can be inspired and you say that, oh, I can make it through. She can make it through. You're not alone. But should I be GoFunding? Should I put my Cash App up there so folks can send me? Because these folks is on these internet getting baby presents, getting fucking clothes for their kids, getting rent paid. One person was leaving their husband that was abusive, and she went online and was like, "Help me get out of my relationship." And folks started sending her money, and it's like, but I could literally not have gas to make it to work, and I can't go on YouTube and say, "Hey, y'all, I need gas to go to work." Like that's crazy. So it's like, because people look at me and say, "Well, you're not struggling. You got a job. At least you got a car. At least you're going to work." I had people coming to work every day with me, and I didn't even know they were homeless. That they were sleeping outside. You don't know that. You know what I mean? How can you tell? By just looking at me and saying, "Well, you look like you're okay, Genesis. You're online talking to Zero, so you can't be struggling that hard." That's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. I guess if you try to do something like that, I guess people like, because like those folks, they probably had to have like, like another fan base to even want to do that. And
yeah, that's I'm thinking that too.
Yeah, cause I know if I would like try to do that on my channel, ain't nobody getting me shit. Like I'm just gonna be, he'll be like,
You're gonna
that's
be out, right?
yeah, he's gonna be like, oh yeah, that's saying feel sorry for you, and they ain't gonna give me nothing.
I mean, just in general, like I've always felt like if I had to ever get to the point where I had to stand outside and hold a sign, that I don't know, that would be beneficial. Yeah, sleeping on the train 40 boom is crazy work, but I found out through one of my employees that he was sleeping on the train. And of course, in Atlanta, the train goes all the way across to the other side of the city, and it takes hours to get over there. Even at night, the train still stops where the next stop. So he's stopping every few miles to pick up nobody, but it still has to stop. So you might be on a train for like 3 hours trying to get from one side of Atlanta to the other side of the city. So it's possible, but yeah, I had no idea he was sleeping outside until I found out he was sleeping outside, which was so sad because, they're coming to work for me every day, hoping to get paid, and I wasn't able to pay them,
So what happened to the owner?
He ended up, it made news. It was Gladys Knight's son. It made the news. The restaurant closed down. They closed it down very aggressively. They closed down all 3 locations at the same time. And they came in, put yellow tape. SWAT team came in and took the computers off the wall, took all the direct documents. I had a handful of employees that were illegal aliens that were working for us.
those folks got scooped up. It was kind of
Nah, I bet they did.
yeah. And if you look it up, you can find a story of the Gladys Knight Chicken and Waffle Restaurant.
Okay.
I think they disclosed a lot of the names, like our names, before for legal purposes. So
Yeah.
all you're gonna hear mostly about the son and what the son did and how the money, taking his wife on trips and it was just bad. But I didn't know the depth of the people around me and their struggle because, like I said, they would come to work every day. They would work. They would complain about not getting paid. Of course, the servers were making tips, right? So they weren't too upset that, they were more upset at the volume of people. The restaurant's not as busy as it used to be. But
Right.
my hourly employees weren't able to get paid because the owner would take the money and, we have to say, okay, we'll try to, I'll try to do what I can. So, but, saying that to say that I never knew that that gentleman was sleeping on the train while coming to work is even more so proving to me that struggle don't look like what we think it looks like, you know?
Right.
I don't know.
When I've been like at like a lot of workplaces, like it'd be like, yeah. I mean, you would think like, yeah, you go there, you think people, think people will care about you like the way you care, like you would probably care about them. It's like, yeah, they don't care about you though. If they,
I know that for a fact. I'll vouch for
yeah,
that.
yeah, and I'll be like, yeah, you can see somebody like, going to work there, you see them walking, and you drive right by, like, oh, coworkers.
But do you think that's partly because people are jaded now and because I also remember and, I don't know if you remember the guy who was pretending to be disabled in the wheelchair and he was on the news. He was I forget, I don't want to say it was New York, but he was in the wheelchair and he would talk like he had a huge mental disorder. And he would, curl his hands up and he would be pushing his wheelchair and he would be like, I'm just trying to get some food. I'm hungry. And he talked like he was a child. Do you know when they someone secretly followed him? And this you can pull up on your computer, Zero. That man nothing was wrong with him, Zero. When they talked to him, he laughed in the face and said, "Y'all are the idiots that paid me over $100,000 a year to be in this wheelchair and pretend like something's wrong with me." And he begged, he panhandled. That's all he did. He got caught on video getting up out his wheelchair and walking away. And he said, when they caught him on camera, Zero, he said, "I made over $200,000 last year on you guys." And nothing's wrong with him. Nothing was wrong with him. He was talking plain as day like I'm talking to you now. But he said, "Okay, guys, I gotta go back to work." And he got in his wheelchair and he was like, "Num num num, I'm hungry. Can you help me put some food?" And that was his entire job. So do you think instances like that makes it hard to be like, you know what, this person is really homeless, this person really needs help? Because I've seen people get on the corner like it's their job. I've overheard conversations at the gas station of people how they're planning to go on a corner and beg people for money. And nothing's wrong with them. They don't have any learning disability, they're not handicapped, but they're pretending to be homeless and messed up so that they can, convince the public.
I've heard of people doing it, like, they'll pretend like their whole time pretend like they're homeless, and after they get all the money and everything done, they just drive off with a BMW and go to their house, go home. I was like,
So because of that, now when you see someone who actually is homeless, like I said, my situation, I became without a home because I left the man who was abusing me. A lot of women do that. A lot of women just pack up their
Yeah.
shit, pack up their kids, and leave. They don't even know where they're gonna go, but they're getting away from this crazy ass person. And to think that I should have just dealt with the abuse, and at least I would have had a roof over my head. It's crazy. That's
Yeah, I mean
crazy to think.
you have
That.
room your head, but then you probably wouldn't. You might not be here, so it's like, yeah, you have room your
Right.
head, but you have somebody who's abused you, so it's like, it's just like you want to take your chance, like maybe getting away and possibly having a better life, even though you might have to struggle for it for a little bit, or
Right.
being in a
Which
place
is
where
what's
it's kind of
happening,
like hell.
which is exactly what's happening now, is that I have to struggle to get back on my feet because, or I just could have just stayed and what the men say I could have just stayed and shut the fuck up and had a roof over my head,
Well,
right?
that's what Rims say, but they in that kind of like domestic, violence to women and all that. So that, yeah, of course they gonna say you should have stayed because that's the type of dudes they like or look up to. So
But even the women, some of the women too, Zero, they're like, well, a half a man, a piece of man is better than having no man. Because girl, at least I got a man. Remember that scene? Who was that? A baby boy, and she was like, "Jody, I can't be with him no more." And the other girl that she was talking to on the other side, her boyfriend she had a black eye, and at the end of it, and remember Taraji P Henson, the baby boy was like, "Yeah, fuck Jody, he hit me. I'm over it. I'm done with him." And the girl was like, and she's like, and Taraji said something to the girl, and she was like, the girl said, "At least I got a man, though." He said, "Yeah, but he beating your ass." And then when they showed the girl that she was talking to, the girl was sitting there with her man in the background, but she got a black eye. So, at least I got a man though. You ain't got nobody. So what if he hit you? And then the first thing they say is, "What did you do to make him do that?"
yeah,
I just can't live like that because y'all men are powerful and strong, and your hands are bigger than mine, and your body's big. So it takes, it's like 13% of domestic violence victims that were hit one time and were hospitalized or deceased. It's you
yeah.
know
I'm a bad. I'm a bad.
no, you're good. I was just saying just to add that to the point, like to be able to be like,
Yeah,
well, at least I got a man and a roof over my head. But I think
yeah.
it's a percentage of women who their man hit them one time and they never came back from it.
Yeah, I'm that one. I'm that one gonna advocate domestic violence, no matter who it is. Just like if you got to get to that point where you got to put in your hands on somebody, you don't need to be in that relationship. It's it's not. You lost the relationship when you start putting your hands on each other.
But remember that my ex was a Kevin Samuel believer, so he believed Kevin Samuel when he said domestic discipline is okay. Sometimes you gotta smack her on the butt and then pop her in the mouth. So and then you have these men who are fighting for because I don't believe a man who has to sit here and tell me I'm a grown man. If you got who you convincing?
It's thing about like the dudes that believe in Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels didn't even want to be around him. That's the funny thing about it, like cause
Yeah, he
like before
didn't.
he blew
They
up.
say he didn't like he didn't like these guys.
Yeah, because before he went viral, they used to make fun of him, saying he was gay and all that. I still kind of side eye because I'm like, I don't know. You say you straight, I don't know,
Well,
but
he was selling cologne. Remember, and he did the video on he. What
because
got me was he did the video on teaching men how to wipe their butt.
yeah,
I was like, wow.
because he originally was an image consultant, and then I guess at some point he started researching these white manosphere red pill dudes, start taking their talking points and then making them their own, and then I guess he had a viral video, and now everybody was on him because when I heard before Kevin Savage be on the dudes about how they were And when they did that, they weren't really listening to him then. But then we start getting on the women. Now everybody, flocking to him. And the crazy thing
Hmm.
about it was like when he when he started, getting, contact with celebrities, when he started talking to celebrity women, he ain't talking about that red pill stuff, no magical stuff. He was like all this image control stuff. Well, that's what he really want to do. And like had he probably lived long enough, he would have if he would have got an opportunity, he would have dipped out that man's space and act like he ain't know none of them and be right with them celebrities like doing image consulting.
You think that was probably what he was going for anyway to begin with? Like it was like, okay, I'm gonna do
Yeah,
this
yeah,
little
that, yeah,
manosphere
that,
fest.
yeah. That was all the plan. The management stuff was just to pay the bills. Once he
to get
once he
to get
seen,
through it.
yeah, I mean, once he seen like he started going viral, that was that type of stuff was to pay the bills. He, yeah, he didn't care about. I really believe a lot of that stuff. But I mean, now he was kind of on there, but yeah, he wasn't like it like the dudes who follow him.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he was like the guys who were following him. I don't know if that
Yeah,
that might
yeah,
be accurate, but I don't think he
yeah,
was like those guys either. I think he was a tad bit different. And like I
yeah,
said, for the guys that I would hear, would be watching the video in my house with my ex boyfriend sitting there, and they're just engrossed into it. They're just all into it. Like it was like, they're all hanging on every word. It just seemed strange that those guys had girlfriends, they had women, they had wives, but it was like as if Kevin was saying something that how they were thinking this whole time. Kind of, how you just have that moment where you like I say something and you're like, I was just thinking that. And so I think that's how it resonated with them. Like these guys, because we're thinking everything that he was saying.
yeah,
Because like
yeah.
I said, my ex came. I was older than him when we met, but after he heard from Kevin, he was like, "Oh, I need me a young, feminine, fertile, and fit woman." I said, "Okay, no problem. You want a younger woman." And so now, my age, how old I am shouldn't be a problem. I was older
But
when you met me.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic when they start talking about older. It's like you like a limit, like in far as like the manosphere rhetoric goes, like supposed to be 25. But I mean, I've heard like a couple of YouTube content say like yeah, if you want to have a black woman that's gonna listen to you, you need to get her when she's 16. I was like, what?
Well,
16?
that's that age of consent conversation that they keep trying to have. And if you notice
Yeah.
now, the government is even in on it because they want to lower the age of what makes you a dependent, which means your age of consent has to change. So if you are, they have that conversation of, how old is too young. And if you ask a man, would he date an 18-year-old? As old as you are right now, Zero, you would date an 18-year-old.
I mean, I wouldn't have nothing in common with an 18-year-old. Oh,
That's
so
what I,
wouldn't.
I exactly. What can you? Some men your age have 18-year-old kids. So you're gonna date your daughter's friends that all go to the same school? Like, how is that? I understand how it works, but what can I mean, what could you really do with an 18-year-old, a 20-year-old, and you are 30? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He said, "Wait, what? Yeah, the age of consent, 40. They want to talk about this consent age of, how young is too young, and they
because
want to, of course, they want to go back to the day where you can date. But who want? I'm just curious, like with the whole Shannon Sharp thing. That girl, what, 19? He's like her
yeah,
granddaddy.
yeah. I mean, and I was like, what's she doing? Then, like paying her. I was like, you just dumb, like, cause she was obviously setting you up, and you fell for it, like.
So what can
But
you possibly do with that girl, a 19 year
right,
old, when you are 3 times her age? Like what y'all gonna do besides have a whole bunch of sex? And you gotta have a sex on Viagra because you can't hang with her because she gonna wear your ass out.
right. I don't know. You know, I mean, I mean, he didn't take the advice that people gave him. Then I think at one point he tried to get Donnell Rawlings for dating somebody young. I'm like, yeah, that is looking very hypocritical now that you did this in the past, and now what's happening now?
But remember, he
Like,
said 40 Boone said Shannon was tripping. So, but 40, remember when how upset? Okay, so think about the magnitude of how people were just moved. People were so bothered by the Shannon Sharp thing, right? He's 50. He could be her granddaddy. He could, why is he with her? She's so young. But were we really upset at August Alsina and Jada Pinkett? Because August
I
Alsina
would,
is her son.
I was
Is
actually
that
kind of bothered by it because I'm like, when I thought more about it, I'm like, hold up. I said, this is some friend. I said, Jada, a whole predator out here. Like, even and the dude, and like, he wouldn't. All I said wasn't the same after being with her.
but then remember, look at Drea. Remember Drea from Hot Basketball Wives? She's pregnant. Remember she
I
got
I I
pregnant
I,
by
I,
her.
I mean, I don't know who that is, but because I never
Well,
watched that show.
Drea is 40, and she was dating her son's friend. That's who she's dating and pregnant, had a baby by was her son's friend. He's her son's age exactly. He's actually her son, I think it was one of her son's friends.
Oh yeah, I mean, I gotta find it like when it come to women dating like dating boys like that is like it's no one really has much to say about it. I mean, but it's like the other way around, then it's like, now lock that motherfucker up. Lock him up. Let's throw him under jail and all that. I'm like, I mean, it should be taken. I think both should be taken just as seriously. But that's how, like, some people will look at it. So a lot of people look at it.
So okay, 40 Boom. He said I thought it was regular shit. So okay, 40 Boom and Zero. So y'all cool with me knowing that I'm 50 years old and I'm gonna go get me a 25-year-old.
I mean,
Or maybe
I mean,
a 22-year-old. Is that too young?
yeah, that's definitely too young, but
What, he legal? He
uh,
22. He legal.
yeah, but you you got way too much experience over there, boy. Even though he might think he won't.
You know that boy would be like, I got me a cougar. I got me a Thundercat. You know they say we the Thundercats now. Did you see the breakdown? That anybody 45 and over is a Thundercat. They're not a cougar no more. So I'm a Thundercat.
This is my first time hearing the Thundercat term for older woman. I've only heard the cougar, like, oh, Thundercat. So
We ain't cougars
so,
no more. The cougars are the 30 and 40-year-olds.
oh wow, they lower the age of the cougar. Okay.
Yeah, so now if you 45 and older, you a Thundercat.
Oh,
40 Boo say whatever makes you happy. I don't want no. First of all, my sisters are both older than 25, and I'm not about to kick it with nobody that's younger than my sister. That means you just got to college, sir. If you went to college, you just what? No. Lance said his son is 26. I'm gonna date his son. Date a 26-year-old? What? No. What am I doing with a baby? I don't
yeah,
know.
you be robbing the cradle.
Can women rob the cradle, or is that only a man thing?
No, no, both of them can do it.
It go both ways.
It is one more accepted than others, but yeah, both can do it.
Hmm. Hmm. And you wouldn't be mad at a woman robbing a cradle, but mad at a man. Like lock him up under the jail.
I'll be mad at both of them. But but like I ain't the normal. I ain't the normal guy. Most dudes wouldn't care if a woman did. I mean, matter
But
of fact,
then,
most people
yeah,
wouldn't care.
but then how weird is it when you get older, right? Zero. So like I'm 50 now and he's 25. That's half my age. So when I get 60, he has to be 30. I get
Yeah,
me a 30-year-old at 60 years old.
it's gonna be quite quite weird every day somebody twice your age, but mm,
But women can do
I
it.
mean,
The men look weird with your old ass and your socks up to your knees with your granddaddy
it,
sandals on and the
it look.
pants up to your belly.
I mean, really, both of y'all kind of look weird, especially Peter High. Kind of look weird. He just like ain't nobody gonna really be saying that to the women about it. Like, well, okay, yeah, you go do that.
So if you saw an older man get out of his Ferrari with a young tender, you would give him high five. You give him some daps,
Hell
like yeah,
no,
yeah. Oh,
no, hell no.
okay. But if you saw me get out the car and this dropping this little boy off at school, talking about have a good day in school, and honey, and I drop him off at college dorm, you give me a high five or give him a high five?
No, I'm calling the
Like
police.
I'm dropping him off at college. You know
Nah,
this old lady came on Facebook and said she looking for a man. She said I'll buy you a PlayStation. She's like I got whatever you need. I'll get you. So if I got to buy you a PlayStation or a Game Boy, I don't know, Zero. That's weird. That's
I
weird.
don't know. I don't know how dudes be letting women do that because I'm the type of person I don't even like asking nobody for that. So I'm like, yeah, just let somebody do all that. Be like, oh, I'm like, nah, I don't need you doing doing all that. Say, yeah, if I feel like you gotta buy them all up or something like that. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be pretty weird. I'm probably most like gonna tell you. No, I'm gonna tell you like, yeah, go on, no, don't even buy me that. We good, yeah. I
But
feel like
Zero,
you buy
but you
my.
said you in your 30s, right? So if an old woman pushed up on you and she was like sugar, and she said, I know I'm 67, but Zero, your little country ass got me tangling over here.
I mean,
Let me go.
I'm not
Let me
country.
put some.
I've never been
She
to
said,
the country.
well, your little southern ass got me twinking over here, Zero. Let me put some brakes on your car. What you gonna say? Oh,
Put
you
some
was
brakes in
quiet
my
for the
car.
brakes. Yeah, she got it. She gonna, you don't want no PlayStation. She'll put some brakes on your car. Let me get some new tires for you, baby.
I said, no, I got my own stuff. I'm good though, but thank you.
But what if she's fine though? Like Vivica Fox fine. Like she still got it. And she like 65 and she like Zero. All I
I
need
don't
you
know
to
that
do is come
woman.
on over here and drop these drawers.
I don't know that woman.
She trying to date you, Zero. She want to take you out, take you to Chuck E. Cheese, take you out to dinner, take you to the Outback Steakhouse, and buy you some chicken wings. And she say, "Look, baby, I'm put some tires on your car, baby. Let me get your oil change."
Nah, you can move around. She can move around. She can move around.
Cause the guys, that's all they gotta do is pay the rent and get the girl a bag or get her hair done, buy her some weed,
I
right?
don't. I don't do none of that. If I feel
These
like I
old
gotta
men,
start,
they pay for college, they pay for the college books, they pay
oh,
for
oh,
gas in the
oh,
car.
oh yeah, them old dudes be tricking. Yeah, I don't see them old dudes be tricking on young girls. Yeah, yeah, they be tricking.
Hmm. That's what I'm saying, Zero. I
I,
don't understand how to do all that.
me personally. I mean, I couldn't. I could never do that because I could never understand giving my hard-earned money to some random chick. I mean, that's
Who
probably,
didn't even
probably
do nothing. She didn't even do nothing to
yeah.
get it yet.
Even if she was trying to do so, like, I still don't see you doing it. I mean, that's like why I never went to a strip club. That's like, I thought like it's like teenage. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Then when I start working, like, I don't want to go. Nah, I ain't finna give. I ain't finna get a check. My hard earned money.
Because we got a stripper that made her money, and these men was like ridiculously paying for it. You know Cash Doll. She was
I've,
she was
I've heard
in a
that name
BMF
before.
movie. Yeah, she was in a BMF movie, and she met her baby daddy or her ex husband on the set of BMF. Um, but Cash Doll was one of the young women who she was stripping, and these men was paying, and she made her a living. And now she a whole actress, and you know what I'm saying. But these men, I mean, these guys were really taking care of it. So I mean, somebody is paying for it. Hey, puppy, my puppy is sleepy. Like,
Well,
mom, you
I guess
up?
somebody paid for it. I guess somebody paid for it. That's hey. I mean, she got it. If she stopped stripping for that, I guess they paid them to stop stripping. But hey, I mean, you
I
know,
don't know.
I couldn't do it, but hey,
Yeah, I've never been able to do that. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I strip for my man, but I just couldn't be out here just, I don't know. I just couldn't bust it wide open for everything, you know?
yeah, yeah.
Well, worked up a whole appetite. Now I gotta eat this little sandwich. I just stayed up with y'all for 4 hours.
Oh yeah. Before you go, like, you like. I mean, you mentioned Atlanta. So you from AT, or that was where you were at one point in time?
Oh no, that's where I was for like 7 years even. And yeah, I just up and Michigan is cold and it's snowy and it snows. People don't like it was gloomy today, right? So like there's days we don't get any sunshine, you know? And
What city of Michigan you in?
in
I
Michigan, I'm
mean, if
from
you don't mind.
Detroit. I'm from
Oh,
Detroit.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And but Michigan, is gloomy 9 months out of the year. It's cold and rainy, or like it's even like I said, it was gloomy today. For it to be like a day, the end of May. It's cold for the end of May.
Well,
So I just
you do know that they say it's cold in the D. You, oh, did you go out? Oh no.
there you go. I told y'all when my thing go to sleep, it just go
Oh,
out.
okay. Okay, I was like,
It's
I
so
didn't.
cold in the D. How the fuck we supposed to get peace? Yeah, it's so cold here. That's like it's some part of the year. It's so cold, folks don't even get robbed because it's where you like folks. I remember this back in the day. Folks, we would get carjacked everywhere, and one of the guys that they interviewed him, and he one of the car thieves. They asked him, "Why do you steal a car?" He said, "I was just tired of walking in the cold." So it's just too cold out here to be a degenerate part of the year, and then the rest of the year it's just the other extreme is hot. But we get like summer is gonna be like 3 months, and then that's the rest of the year is cold and fall and wintry. It's beautiful because we get a true winter. We get snowy winter or white Christmas type of thing. But it's just I had to
I'm
leave
good
out
on
of
the white
here.
Christmas. I'm good on the white Christmas.
Yeah, no,
I mean, as a
we
kid,
definitely get a white Christmas.
as a kid, I thought that was I thought that was great. Now I'm like, I don't care for it.
Yeah,
but
but
the
we
weather.
people like
Oh,
the wintertime weather activities here too. You know, we have things that you can do in the snow. So you know, skiing is big out here, snowboarding, winter activities, ice skating, things like that. You know, and you know, folks like to go. We have the Clydesdale horses that ride through downtown. That you know, you can take a chariot ride through the city on the horses in the wintertime. So I mean, it's festive, but it's cold as hell.
yeah,
Right.
like where I'm at, like the weather, like sometimes the weather don't know what it want to do on some time. I'm like, I'm like pick a pick a pick a type
Pick a
of weather you
temperature.
want and just stick.
Look, you know how they
Yeah.
say no shade to the white folks. We love white people sometimes, but you can't go by
Who
you can't go by the.
who we?
I'm saying not trying
I
to be
mean,
racist or anything, but you know we judge the weather
nah,
by how the white folks dress out here. So we can tell you if it's really
I,
cold outside or if it's just cold outside. Because the white folks ain't got no coat on, then it's cold outside.
oh yeah,
Stop being.
oh yeah. Think about white folks. I see like a video like where like it's showing like TikToks like where like white folks are trying to raise baby black folks. I'm like, well, y'all can say the N word, but we can't. We I mean, he said, well, you won't let us be. I mean, pretty much saying won't let us be racist. I'm like, you be racist. You just have to deal with the consequences. Now they just want to be racist without people saying that about it. I'm like, no, that ain't how it goes. You can be racist. You just can't. You got to deal with the consequences after. That's all. If you ain't deal with the consequences after that, then stop worrying about it.
But why do you want to say the N word if you're white? Why do you want to? Why do you feel so like
See they
I gotta
see they see
say
they
it?
they try to make claim like freedom of speech. They're like, oh, you're restricting our freedom of speech. And I'm like, I was like, okay, this is cause now they're saying they got black fatigue. They're tired of hearing about black folks struggle. I'm like, well, didn't nobody tell you to sit there and listen to it?
Mm-mm.
Cause
You know what?
they get trying these videos trying to get black people mad and stuff, they find like black folks just started ignoring them. Like, oh yeah, we see what y'all trying to do.
But you steadily trying to mix our races together though and have children with us.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
and the reason for that is because they're slowly dying out.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're signs to say, yeah, we're slowly dying out. We're gonna be extinct at some point.
But you know what? I remember hearing that some years ago that after
Yeah, I
by
mean,
2025, 2020, and 30 or whatever it was going to be, you know, and then you see all these videos, these white women saying, you know, black men, we love y'all. Okay, well, y'all finna not be around loving on these black men. Mm-hmm.
I think like even time like where I thought about trying to marry a white woman, it was just more of a curiosity than like just like really wanting to be with her. But and I think I've had times I could have done it, but it's just like I just love black women more. That just pretty much it. I've never actually dated outside my race. I've
I was
only
gonna
dated black women.
say, Zero. Do you think that? Oh, do you think like they say the man? I heard a video and the man said he dates white women because they're easier to deal with. Do you think we're too hard to deal with, a black woman? You think I'm hard to deal with? I'm a
No,
black woman and I'm hard to deal with.
no. Just like dudes that tell me hard to deal with, just don't know how to handle women, and like the dudes every time women are too masculine. It's not they too masculine, you too feminine. Cause I be seeing how
See,
some of the dudes move on. I'm like, you feminine as hell. That's why they see masculine in you, cause you too feminine.
you know
Now
what?
if
I
you,
think that too sometimes. I do think
cause
that
like,
too. That is.
cause like, cause I know I've talked to women where like they do say they all masculine and all that, and around me they act very feminine. So it's like no, it's not that they're too masculine. I mean, if you operate like a man, they would respond to you very feminine.
So zero, what does that look like? Because if you operate like a man, what does that mean? That you doing what? That you opening doors, you very chivalrous. What does that mean?
I think just basic respect and being cordial, folks. I think we probably do base respect. Most people respond to that. Respond positively to that. But it's like a lot of dudes. They don't. A lot of dudes they're like follow this whole idea like, oh yeah, women should be submissive and all that. It's like they really want to just control women. They don't really want. They don't respect them. They just want. They just want them as like objects they can control. I mean, to their pleasure. They don't really see them as people they should respect, and that's why they're at where they're at. And anybody that follows the ideology, their relations start falling apart because you're no longer respecting the partner that you probably were respecting before. And it's like I don't like how they spread it to the you because you ain't even they ain't even got a chance to start dating. Yeah, you already done ruined their dating experience. Like those type of folks. I'm not just saying like it's on the men's side, on the women's side too. Because both of them are messing up the youth with like all this bad dating advice. And it's like just let them have their own experiences. They don't have to they I mean they don't have to take your advice just because they ain't worked out badly for you. Don't mean it's gonna work out badly for them.
I feel like that too, to a degree. I feel like I feel like the men don't like us.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, at least the ones that follow that type of ideology, they don't.
I
But
feel
the
like
but
the
but the,
men, there's something wrong with them. Like they don't like us. Like they speak so bad. They you could just everything is a problem. You know, you know what I mean. Like if something happens, oh, it's the women. The women did this. The women did that. It's just so frustrating sometimes. So
I get it because it's it's frustrating because it makes no sense because it can't be one group's problem for all the problems in the world. That just don't make no sense. Like like I said, like when I see the black manosphere, the manosphere, they always like whatever it is, it's always somehow the woman's fault. Like even when the woman had nothing to do with it, they'll try to somehow connect some kind of dots that didn't exist and say, "Oh yeah, this is why the black woman did this. This happened because of a black woman." And I'm like, how the hell did you get there? I said, well, no black
yeah,
women in the situation. Oh, it was a black woman's fault. Yeah. I just connected some bullshit dots and that's what happened. I'm like, really?
yeah. That I've noticed that over the time that especially listening to um this space and whatnot and seeing that
Yeah,
oh my god how that happened and seeing that
yeah,
that the men like they really literally do come back to
yeah,
the women being a women's problem. So I don't,
yeah.
yeah, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, because I'm like, and then you see like the women that like got like a big issue with me, and they'll do the same thing and just be like, it's the man's fault. Like, it's like two halves of the same coin, but they do the same thing, but it's just different genders. It's just they doing it from their genders perspective. It is. Just crazy. It's like, okay, so y'all miserable. So y'all want to make everybody else miserable.
Well, that's true though. Misery does love company,
Yeah,
right?
cause I think even when I was like in the master, I never had no hatred for women. Like I was like, cause I had a pretty good relationship with women, so I was like, I didn't. I was like, I was actually, like say, hey, I want us to come, be on some, come together shit. Like we hey, there's issues. Let's come together and work them out. Both black men and black women. Now, although at the time there were still dudes that were still on, that were on that, but there were like there were some guys over there that were actually trying to actually build relationships, between black men and black women. But then I guess over time, some of those guys that claimed they were helping, turned completely over to the complete manosphere red pill side, and and the ones that were just kind of like neutral, that was just kind of just balanced, the ones you could have a reasonable conversation with, they all got read out the manosphere. So it's like anybody if you had, if you, that's like I think I remember telling one guy, I think it was D Darrell. Yeah, I remember told D Darrell like when he was like a manosphere, because he had like all kind of hopes and aspirations, like we're gonna be joining together. And I told him, I said, yeah, I said they gonna turn on you. You gotta balance opinion. They gonna turn on you, and sure enough, that's what they did. They turned on. And I would tell this dude I would see like who would I would see come around who had like the manosphere type of who like follow the manosphere and like have like somewhat a good head on their shoulder stuff like that, and they have some kind of like fair balanced opinion. I say yeah. I tell her, hey, manosphere for you. They not gonna like that. You can try to be cool, be brothers, whatever. They not gonna see you that way, and and all I can do is give the warning, because they just have to see for themselves if they stay. But I gave the warning, so it's not like I didn't not like you didn't get a chance to get out. But
Do
I
you
know so.
think? I think that some of those men are like sometimes um they don't they don't really think on their on their own. Like they like I said, for some of them that they were thinking about this the whole time, and they were thinking this way the whole time, and they were so happy that someone finally says what
Yeah.
they were thinking. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. A lot of dudes now with Memphis, yeah. These are dudes that probably have no actual power in their real life. They have no control over anything in their life. Like even the biggest black manosphere creators, they probably have no real control of their own life. That's why they got to come over here and talk about you need to spit it, and go hard and whatever like that, because being on YouTube, that's the only power they have. Like to try to to drag women and disrespect them. That's the only power they have. If if they don't have that on YouTube, they have nothing.
Yeah, I feel like that too. When especially with the Kevin Samuels situation, and like how just like the m- they were. It was like you could. It almost seemed like they wouldn't talk like this in real life. Like if you saw them, you know what I'm saying. That's why I
Oh, of
said.
course
That's why
not.
I was saying that it was awkward for some people. Like when the guy told me, I don't know if you heard the beginning of my show when the guy said, um, he said, well, you're not that special. There's no way a woman is that special and um that's gonna make me feel awkward. That's gonna make me be awkward. And I was like, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm special, but who doesn't want to hear that? One, that you're special, that you're not special. But then he was just saying there's nobody that's gonna just fluster me that much to where I'm gonna not be able to talk or you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, sometimes these guys do that. They're very much weird. So I said, well, that compiled with them being, Manisfield or Red Pill, whatever they are, and now they're extra weird. It was like they were looking for a out, looking for a way to be reveal who they are. You know what I mean? Because they won't if they didn't have these conversations to talk about, they wouldn't be able to talk to women about it. And there's so much vitriol. They're so upset that the women, don't want them or after listening to when I listen to some of these guys talk on these, especially in this YouTube space, Zero, when I tell you, it just dries the whole vagina all the way up. Nothing about it is sexy. Nothing about it is attractive. It don't make me want to go out
Yeah,
here and be like, ooh, let me go get me
right.
a, no. After I hear these men that are like, this stuff that they say, and when Kevin Samuel said, basically, y'all women just gonna be old down alone with your dog, I was like, yep, it's gonna be me and the dog then. Fuck it. Because
Yeah, and
that's crazy and then their men are thinking this way before they even get to know you. As soon as you tell them, how old I am and I have a dog, they're like, "Yep, you're gonna die alone." Thanks, because he put that out there. That's why my tag says wall hitter because I'm gonna just start with that. I'm at the wall. Don't even worry about if I'm no. I'm already at the. Remember he said the women that are over 35 or and 40 are at hit the wall, and the women who had babies who have kids by other men are leftovers.
I be forgetting they have that term noir. I don't forgot all about that till you brought that up.
That's why I let them know. I be like, I'm a wall hitter. Yep, I sure am. Leave me alone over here at the wall. Leave me alone. How about that? Because it's more headache than it is,
and, and the crazy thing about it is it's like as much as they don't like women, it's like they're still attracted to black women. That's why they'll try to get black women to come over to their channel. They come over to their panel just so they can argue with you. They can get off by arguing by getting you all upset and getting you riled up and argue and starting arguments with you and getting you all mad. It's like it's some weird turn on for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think some of the dudes are attracted to, do you know, one of the content creators in this space, he said that he likes dealing with toxic women, that he really enjoys making the women cry so that he can be like the savior, the savior complex, be like, I'm gonna hurt her feelings and I'm gonna trigger her and say things that's gonna hurt her just so that I can be like, oh, baby. I say, remember the scene in Baby Boy where he hit her and she said, Jody, you said you would never hit me, and then he made love to her, had sex with her afterward, like try to make her feel better. Like some guys actually do that and get off on making the woman upset and triggering her, hurting her, saying things that can hurt her feelings and saying things that are horrible to her just so that they can be the one to be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, baby. Come here." You know what I mean? That's something's
Yeah,
wrong with that.
because when I really just started thinking about it, like I said they always talking about they lead the community. They said they don't want nothing to do to black people, but they never go nowhere. They all talking about we're gonna go be with other women, but you ain't left that door yet. You still here. I mean you ain't leaving. What's going on? Because you say you're not with us, but you still here. So it's like, are you with us or you just trespass? Like, what's going on here? Cause,
You said you live
'cause,
with us or you trespassing. It's funny.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like that. Cause like describing like how they was like, oh well, I'm gonna get my passport. I'm gonna go be with women. It's kind of like that kid like say, I'm gonna run away from home, and hoping that somebody say, no, please don't go, little Timmy, don't run away,
Oh, so
hoping to
you're
stop at
saying
the
like
door.
they do it so that they can go back and forth with the woman, so you can like that's torture.
They doing it like in their mind that they're hoping that you would come running, begging them to stay. But the reality is that's not what's going to happen at all. But that I mean, in their mind, they were hoping that's what happened. Like, cause you usually see like what they, I've seen like YouTube try to recommend these like passport videos. You'll see like these passport bro videos where they say like these passport bros got these black women mad. I'm like, I said, ain't nobody worried about them going to another country.
Right.
Even though I did talking about well the other women are better. I was like how are they better? I mean, cause like I'm like the women gonna still be the same type of woman you're dealing with. You just go deal with another country. I mean, I mean when I got to just question that, I said that idea don't even make the whole passport idea don't even really make sense because I mean they say they come look for love, but they not really looking for love. They just going there just paying for sex. That's all they're doing. And
Well, earlier, I was on another panel, and it was like earlier in the year or last year, maybe it was early in this year, and I had a whole conversation with a quote unquote person that was like, okay, a passport bro,
yeah,
and I was saying, it's something that triggers with the word passport bro, and he said no, they're called expats. So, expat is the term for an expatriate, right? It's a person that no longer wants to live in America, and they migrate out to another state, and then another country, and then they use their passport to travel, right? They go around to these different countries or go wherever they're going to go. In
yeah,
particular, this gentleman that I was having a conversation with was in China, I think, and and it was just interesting that he just kept saying we're not we're passport bro, and I said well maybe stop saying it. Just if we don't say they're expatriates. Okay, well the expatriate is not this passport bro person. This passport bro person they make it seem like they just get their passports and they just go around the country and go to different places and just sling ding where the expatriate is the person who says, I no longer want to live in America. America sucks. I'm done with it. Right? And they move on and they live in another country as an expatriate of American. I guess that's what it's. I
yeah,
guess that's the terminology. But it was like a line between what the expatriate person is versus this passport bro person and them just traveling about to look for a woman that's going to be docile and submissive versus going to another country and saying, I just want a better life. And I just happen to marry and be with someone from that country. Right. So if you go to
Mm.
Japan or you go to China and you say, I don't want to live in America anymore, I'm going to move to Japan. And you move to Japan as an expatriate. You're not a passport bro. You're not flying to the Dominican Republic. You're not going out to these other places, um, and just having these fornicative relationships and slinging penis everywhere and getting your passport stamped, as opposed to you saying, you know what, Genesis, I don't want to live in America anymore. I'm going to go live in Puerto Rico. Well, yes, America. Well, I'm going to go live in Australia, right? You moved out of America to move to Australia. And if you happen to meet someone in Australia and you are now engaged to be married to that person, you're not a passport bro. You left America and you live in you want a better life in another country. You're not out here slinging dingling, dropping zeros everywhere, giving all these women your penis. I think there's a big difference between that when they say the passport bros, and he wanted to argue me down, and I was like, okay, well, stop calling what you're doing. If you're moving out of the country because you want to have a better quote unquote life, then you're not a passport bro, unless you're just surfing around, going from country to country, and it's quote unquote finding you a submissive woman. That's not what that is. But it's just the conversation is like you have to change the word or assess the terminology properly. I hate when people say, like with this black fatigue. Did you listen to the show when they were talking about black fatigue? I forgot whose panel it was. And then every time someone came up on the panel, they're saying, "Well, what black fatigue means to me?" Well, now we have 6 different people on the panel, and everybody has a different definition of what black fatigue is. Why we just can't stay with the actual definition, and then you can give your perspective, what you think is happening. But that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like you stop at a red light, it's stop at a red light. It's not, you can't say, well, you know what, Genesis, for me, stopping at a red light means this. Okay, well, the ticket is still the ticket, and the fine is still the fine, and the police is still the police. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna be like, well, a police officer, he's not a police officer to me. No, he's a police officer to everybody. He pulled your ass over because you ran a red light. So stop at a red light mean the same shit everywhere. People are not saying, oh, well, to me, stopping at a red light means this. No, black fatigue is black damn fatigue. The words in itself say what it is. You know what I'm saying? A passport bro is not a person who fucking leaves the country to go find a better life in another country. That passport bro is a person that's running around the country slinging a wee wee. So I just don't. It that bothers me sometimes when people just they wanna change the definition of when they were talking about leadership. I don't know if you're listening to the show Zero. We were talking about leadership, and they said, well, first you got to define what is leadership. What the fuck is leadership, Zero? It don't mean the same shit to you. I don't know. That just be driving me crazy sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it's like some, cause I think I heard what conversation when they were talking about leadership and they were talking about like, oh yeah, leadership, you gotta have power and all that, and I'm like, and like when they were talking about power, they were talking about like you gotta rule by force, something like that. But I'm like, you gotta rule by force, that's if you gotta do that, you're not really leading. You're just I mean, you're a tyrant. Like you're not really leading like the way you should be. You're just a terrible leader. I
And you're
mean,
not
if
leading because they
yeah,
said, well, it depends on where you're leading me to. Okay, so if I'm leading you to something positive, then I'm leading. But if we're going to hell, I'm not leading you there. You're following me, right? I don't. That just drives me crazy. Like, don't change the definition because it is
yeah,
what it is. It
yeah.
is leading, and a real leader doesn't have to ever ask for anyone to follow them. They just
Right.
go, and then people want to be involved in what you're doing. So if my man or my husband was really leading me, he doesn't ever have to run around and say, "I need a submissive woman." He never has to say it because by default you're going to get a submissive woman because you're leading somewhere. These Negroes can't lead me. You know what, Zero? These Negroes cannot lead me down into a cul-de-sac with a GPS and a flashlight.
I mean, they can't even lead themselves. So I don't know how they gonna lead anybody else.
And then I'm supposed to follow you. Remember the conversation? I forgot whose panel it was when they said, "Oh, well, we want you women to just blindly follow us." What? Blind? You said blindly. Remember? That means with not knowing where I'm going, not knowing anything, not being able to see where I'm going or anything. Just follow your ass.
I wouldn't dare tell a woman to follow somebody blind because I wouldn't follow nobody blind. So I'm like, why would I tell her to do something I ain't gonna do?
Exactly. Exactly. Thank God you're not,
I,
you're a smart cookie.
you know, like, they can ask, but it don't mean that it's gonna happen. They can ask. Maybe they'll get the answer they want, and maybe they won't. But tell them you got to follow them line. That's a whole different thing.
Right, telling me I have to follow you. Well, you're my woman, so you have to follow you. I'm the man. If you gotta beat your chest and be up here screaming that you're the man, you're not the man.
And and,
My
and, and,
dog.
and
Have you ever
oh,
heard
go
of a
ahead.
dog? Have you ever heard of a dog or a cat or a lion say, "I'm a lion"? I'm a lion. I'm a dog. I'm an alligator. Don't you hear
I mean,
me, hero? I'm an alligator. The fuck?
I don't know. I don't speak that language, but I mean, I would hope they wouldn't say that.
When the last time you had someone have to tell you, if you have to tell me you're a grown up, then you're questioning
Yeah,
your adult life. You know what I mean?
right.
If you gotta tell me you're a man, then you're questioning your manhood.
Yeah, I ain't gotta. Yeah, I ain't gotta. Yeah, I ain't gotta tell them what I mean. Now, I mean, if someone try to treat me like a child, hold up, I'm like, I'm treat like a child. I am not a child. now,
Now,
now
now
that's different.
I have had to remind a person that from time to time
Yeah,
I'm an adult when they're
yeah.
talking because they assume because they say, "Oh, you look so young." So I don't look like what you're telling me that I don't look like a grown up to you. Whether you know what I'm saying, regardless of how young you think I look, I don't look like a child. I don't look like a teenager to where you got to be crazy disrespectful. So
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
That's crazy work.
I,
Well, what do you think? Well, I'm gonna end it soon, so because I need to go to
uh,
bed too. But
yeah,
while
I
I'm
need
just
to.
curious, like, what do you think about what's his name? The dude that got married. I was just looking at their his post on online. The football player who married his girlfriend, and they're like, yeah, that girl don't even really like him like that. Like she didn't try to kiss on him during the wedding, and
I don't know who that is.
oh,
Honestly,
what's his name? Travis, what's his name?
you talking about that Travis Hunter dude?
Yeah, did you see the pictures and like
Nah, I didn't know he
how
got married.
yeah, he married the girl that he was with his girlfriend. He bought her like a $400,000 Hummer, right? He bought her a huge wedding gift. Because he's a Heisman Trophy winner and he's gonna go on and have like a lucrative football career. But if you look
Hmm.
when you get off the line, go look at the if you get a chance to go look at the images, she wouldn't kiss him, she didn't hug on him. He was trying to grab her arm, being like, hey, come over here. She didn't she he just looked like what it looked like is that she was not interested and she just, you know, they were talking about him being saying that he's so ugly, but it just looked like, they that was a marriage that out of necessity. Like he loves her, but she don't really love him.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that because like when they talked about her in a picture with some other dudes, they said she was, I think they said she was twerking on him or something,
Yeah,
and he was cool with it. So I'm like, I mean, hearing that, I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was kind of weird. When I looked at the pictures, I was like, that's weird. Like usually married couples are just all, oh, even just for the show of it, like, just to think you're gonna go back and look at these pictures and your wife at the time was just like whatever. It's crazy.
I mean, just the fact that he did all that, and told folks, oh, it ain't none of your business. Well, okay. I wasn't in it anyway, but but hey, that's good to know. Like tell people that I'm like, well, said it wasn't when they business. I mean, I would say if he was if he had some self respect and he was smart, he he would hurry up and know the marriage while it's still fresh because it's like you still have time to know the marriage. Sure, it's time, but I mean, I don't know how long that time period is because I've never been married, so I don't know what that's like. So I don't know all the details, but I know you can get annulment.
Oh my gosh. I have to see I'm gonna have to learn how to post hey Hustler, Musler is back. Good morning. Oh, Travis Hunter, yeah. He was trying to help me get the name. I'm gonna try to learn how to use my tablet so that I can go live and take it with me. Did you see the
Yeah,
video of the girl who was hospitalized because she had her rose on the highest setting and she had to get hospitalized because she burned her little cooter box?
I heard that. I haven't seen the video. I think I heard something about that. I the team brought it up. I forgot all about it.
She's
I forgot all about
because
it.
I just saw it in my feed and she was talking about it. So if a woman goes viral for being hospitalized by her rose after using it on its highest setting. The highest setting is dangerous. And she said, I'm so embarrassed. She said she burned her little clitoris off. She said her jelly bean fell off, her little clit. She just used it so much.
Yeah,
Do you, is that possible?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't have one. I don't know. That's not. I mean, that's not a question I can really answer for real.
That's crazy work. That's crazy. Do you know what a pocket pussy is?
I've heard of it.
I showed the video of a man that made a homemade version one out of some rubber gloves and towels.
Wow.
And yeah, he made it so that all you have to do is keep it at home. If you need one, you need rubber gloves, some to rolled up towels. He put a
Yeah.
warm glove in there with warm water. So when you put your hoo hoo in there, it's warm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he made a
He real
whole.
damn bad.
Well, it might have been like it might have been. I want to say might have had a prison reference, like he was in jail at one point.
He still damn bad. Yeah.
He was in jail, and then he tried to figure stuff out. You know what I'm saying? And then now he's out in the free world, and he's like, "Oh, okay, let me get this going."
I mean, I don't know if we can blame that completely on jail at this point because you free now, so it's like you ain't got no excuse. You probably say like,
What?
yeah,
But
you
just
probably
think
make that
though.
excuse.
But just think if he's been in jail. Just think of how the time changed, and you could have been in prison so long. When you come out, you're like, again, you're super awkward. What do you say to women? You've been locked up. Like you just the same shit you went in jail saying, you can't say that shit no more. You know what I mean? Me back in the day,
Uh,
they'd be calling you, be like, "Hey, bitch," and now you say that, she might turn around and shoot your ass, right?
I guess depending on who you talking to.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
because some of these women are crazy. They like this. They like it.
yeah, some women you don't say that. say that every thinking like you weak dude. I'm like, hold on. I said, so I respect you means I'm weak. I'm like, okay, okay. I'm like, well, shoot, I guess that made weak. Okay, well, I guess you just have to, you know, do your. You find somebody else to do. I ain't gonna be that dude.
Hi, Grand Rising, Hustler Muscler, Grand Rising, Illuminated and Enlightened. Thanks for coming over and hanging out, my little 5 hour stream. So okay, so Zero, you said your birthday is October 7th.
Yeah,
And what are you? What's your sign?
Libra.
Libra. Libra is a part. I think Libra is one of my. Cancers are compatible with a lot of people, but we just don't like people. I think
I,
that's what
I,
it.
I,
Because
I,
I see that on my horoscope. Like every now and then it'll say like Libra, Aquarius. It said
Well, I mean, I mean, if you just go by like solar signs, I mean, if you go by just like a few, like few of you're not gonna get like your whole picture. I mean, if you get like a whole birth chart of like, if you like they'll tell you information like your date of birth, what time, you know, they got born. The exact time would be better if you could, or as close as you could, and that would tell you like that give you like a whole breakdown like of all the planets your signs fall under, the houses and all that. That gives you um a more accurate reading of yourself instead of like just doing just one sign. I don't really. But even then, I don't really be like say, oh yeah, this person's sign. Like I'm not gonna mess with this person because they're that sign. I think that's kind of ridiculous because because
well, I know
I
I
mean
don't
I,
like. I can't date a Leo. Leos are horrible for cancers.
well,
Some of the signs I can say that I can't ever be with because
well,
they're so insensitive, and cancers are very sensitive.
well, I mean, what I was gonna say like after that was like I said everybody embodies some of those traits of all the zodiac signs in some ways. Maybe some, maybe more, some less, but everybody at some point has like some characteristics that might point to each and every one of them. So I
Mm.
really I really just try to find out who the person is, not like what zodiac sign, what solar sign they are, or whatever like that, because really it really doesn't give you. It gives you like a general a characteristic of that particular sign, but it doesn't necessarily give you a good accurate representation of that person. And you might see like maybe some aspect of that sign in that person, but it doesn't give you the whole picture.
Well, everything that when I see these memes about cancers, it says a lot of it is true. Like it's like it says on like something will say like, I like I said, cancers can get along with almost anybody, but we just don't like nobody. Like that is that is true. Or like I'm very much the cancer where I'm okay with being by myself, but then I like being around people. I can be in a room full of people and then still be by myself. I could be by myself in a room like now, but I'm online with 5 other people and talking to you. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm physically in
Yeah,
the room with me and my dog. There's nobody else in the room with me, but I'm literally online interacting with you guys tonight. At the same time, I could be at a party in a room full of people and I could just be on from the corner by myself, not being bothered. And it's just that I want to have access to go talk to people when I want to. So as long as you're right there when I call. But then I also realize that like what they say about me is true too. Like I'm sensitive, I will cry. Also, if I'm crying and I'm angry, I'm probably beyond mad. And I'm just trying to figure out how to get away with doing what I'm thinking without going to jail. You know
Yeah,
that,
I
right?
mean, yeah, yeah. I generally don't like people. In general, I just don't like them. Like I could not care for most of the human population. But for those I do, I have I have love. I'm cool with it. I be cool. Like I love people in that part of human population I like.
Oh my gosh,
Everybody could get
Zero. Oh my gosh,
yeah.
Zero. So I pulled up which zodiac signs are like in bed, right? Like what is your sexual trait? So the zodiac sign that's good in bed is obviously Scorpio. But the zodiac sign that craves intimacy are Taurus, Cancer, Leo, and Libra. The zodiac sign that is a true lover is a Libra. The zodiac sign that's physically attractive is a Libra. The zodiac signs that are forbidden love, Scorpio, Gemini, Libra, and Leo. The zodiac sign that falls in love easily is a Pisces. And the zodiac sign that's aggressive in bed is Aries, Scorpio, and Leo. Leos are aggressive in bed. The zodiac sign that loves intensively are Scorpios and Cancers. Um, which zodiac sign is soft, is very empathetical, right? You care about other people. Cancers, Pisces, and Libras. Which zodiac signs like being single? Aries, Aquarius, Sagittarius, Virgo, and Capricorn. Which signs are highly romantic? It says Libra all day, ruled by Venus. Libras are romantic. Which zodiac
I
sign is loyal? Loyal is Cancer. Loyal Cancer and loyalty is a problem because we are loyal to a fault. Taurus, Scorpio, Capricorn, and Virgo. Which zodiac sign has beautiful skin? Gemini. Which zodiac sign breaks all the rules? Aquarius, Aries, Sagittarius, Scorpio, and Leo. Which zodiac signs secretly love each other? Pisces and Virgos. Oh, yes, this is true. See what I'm saying? Zero. It says which zodiac sign is super clingy? Cancers was the only one. No other ones. So Libras are romantic, really.
guess.
Oh, it says zodiac. Okay, Zero. Which zodiac sign loves kissing? Scorpios, Taurus, Leo, Libras, and Pisces. That's not true because I love kissing too. Which zodiac sign?
This is what I'm saying. Like everybody has those traits. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, like, okay,
It just
with
depends on the
like
person.
the common threads are the ones that keep. Okay, here, this is what I was looking for. These the common threads are the ones that keep coming up, right? So it says that which zodiac sign? Oh, what are your sexual areas, right? For some, and that's true because Leo's like their back rubbed, right? And whenever my nephew would be getting upset, I'll rub his back when he was a baby, and he'll calm down. Cancers, favorite body part? Yes, that's very true. The chest and the breast. You kiss me, if I put your face in my bosom and you kiss my boobies, I'd be like, ooh, okay, hey Zero.
I mean
Um,
that probably where I go for first anyway. But
Libras, the favorite body part is their lower back. Ooh. And for the women, you rub the booty. Okay. But you know what? We're gonna end the show, so I'm gonna tell you. You said that's probably the first place you would go. When I was listen, I went to church when I first started going to church, and I didn't know anything about the church, and I would
Yeah.
be like, I would all these nice men that look so good and so holy, right? When I tell you these men was whores, the pastor was supposedly calling himself praying for me. He said he had to pray for my heart. He said God told him he had to speak directly to my heart. And Zero, do you know that man put his face in my breast and was like, I need to talk directly to your heart? I almost shit my pants. I was like, I know the Lord didn't tell you to do this. But here it
Was
made
in
me think
church?
about it when you said it. Yeah. We was outside of church. He said, Sister, let me pray for you. Sister Genesis, let me pray for you. He said, but the Lord told me to speak directly to your heart. And I was like, okay. Thinking that he was gonna talk into just speak. I didn't think he was gonna put his face on my breast.
Church
And
be where the freaks at.
okay, I see he's a horror. He's a freak of the week.
The
Did he,
the
did he not
pastor
just
go be the
talk to my
freakiest one. Pastor the
I said,
freakiest one.
he done talk to my titties. What he talking to my titties for? I'm up here. I was dying. I couldn't take it. I was dying laughing. I said, I know this is not the house of the Lord. This man to sit here and say, the Lord told me to speak directly to your heart. And he put his face right in my bosom and just started praying. I said, wow. Okay.
Cause you know you saying something right. You like saying, well, that's what the Lord told me to do. I had to do what the Lord told me
I
to
had to
do.
do it. Yes, the Lord made me do. It wasn't me. God told me I'm following the word now. I'm being obedient. And then what we said earlier, is that a nipple? That must be a nipple. It's got to be a titty if my mouth is watering. Good Lord. That man said, the Lord told me to pray directly to your heart, ma'am. I had my eyes closed, Zero. I had my eyes closed and he was holding my hands. You know how you holding the hands out? I had my eyes closed and I felt his face. I said, what in the hell?
It gonna make me want to try that one time. Like, yeah, the Lord
Now,
told me to pray your heart.
now don't be out here praying for heart not Zero. Now let me find out in the Discord. The Lord said, nah, Sexy Red gonna have to touch. Nah, we're gonna let her know now. Zero want to pray to your heart, Sexy. You gotta pray for your heart, right to your heart. Gotta talk right to the heart. Had me dying laughing. And then he did it to my friend, and we both went to our car like, girl, what the hell was that? I was like, he prayed to my titties. Is that thank the Lord for titties? Hey, Hustler and Musler. Hustler and
Yeah,
Musler
I
came up
bet
here when I started talking loud, talking about my titties. Hey, Hustler and Musler.
he probably said the Lord is good. It's like, Lord, thank you. You Lord is good all the
He
time.
said,
Won't he do it?
won't he do it? God is good. All the time. All the time. God is good. Hey, Hustler Muscle, you're muted.
Salute and good morning.
Grand Rising Kane. You was up here listening to me talking about the Lord told that man to pray to my heart, and he put his head on my bosom, put his face right between my titties, talking about the Lord. I'm praying for Sister Genesis. I said, oh my God. He was he talking to my titties. I'm up here. My heart, though.
Uh-huh.
He said God
Well,
told
you
him to do it.
an angelic face and some bosoms to match.
I died laughing. I said this is, and I didn't know that the pastors was corrupt as they was. Like, you don't know because I was trying to get my life right and get right with God. And when I tell you that just had me and my friend, we were at our car. We sat at our car like, what? We ain't never seen that on the 700 Club. We ain't never seen nobody pray like that before
He
in the
trying to get
early
right with you.
morning. I
He trying to
said,
get right with you.
listen. I was
Makes
sitting
sense
there
to me.
like. And then,
Right.
like I said, it'd be all these handsome men, and you just like, okay, we're going to go to church and get us a nice godly man, honey, a man that follows and loves the Lord.
And this man will sit here and praise to my boobies.
Isn't that what y'all
He
like?
probably-
Just asking.
No, Hustler. This is not one of those. Where are you from? What pill are you from? This is not one of those faces over here. This is not what we like.
he got the red.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. Hustler is funny. He said Hustler posted up his. What did that picture you posted? Was like, this is kind of what I look like. It was an avatar still. I was like, an accurate depiction. No, it's not.
Oh
This is
yeah,
kind
talking
of
about
what.
those
Yeah,
those AI pictures.
yes, he talking about this is for all those who want to know what I look like. Here you go. He posted that AI picture, but this is the accurate depiction of me. He posted a whole cartoon, sir. He gave us a cartoon,
And what's your
and
point?
it was funny as hell because it was a whole entire lie. It was crazy. It was so crazy. What did you listen
Well,
to the show? Did you listen to me earlier? What we were talking about?
yeah, I was listening to some of it. And for the record, those AI pictures are just to keep people guessing.
Well, you ain't gotta guess. You ain't gotta guess what I look like. My pictures are me, so enjoy the visuals. You know.
Uh, yeah, I've seen your shorts, so yeah, and I subscribe to your channel.
Thank you. I feel like I've made it, y'all. I got some real heavy hitters coming over.
Yeah, you was on my show with Smitty that day. I remember.
Yeah, I come by and say, sometimes what happened? Oh, Zero, he popped out. His mic was acting up.
I actually hit the refresh.
Okay. Sometimes I come into the panels or into the chat and I'll say what's up to the men. I was explaining that earlier. Like for me, I may get a compliment sometimes 3-4 times a day. Like I'll be walking my dog and someone will honk at me, whereas a man may not get a compliment at all today. And sometimes, the men think it's aggressive because I'll just pop in, and I'll say, hey, handsome, hey, look, everyone, look at all these gorgeous men up here. And they just be like weirded out, or they like, hold on, I'm married. Okay, but guess what? Your wife left out the house and somebody opened the door for her and said, hey, beautiful. And ain't nobody said shit to you all day, not even your wife. So, sometimes it's weird because I'll just pop in and I'll say hi to the fellas, and call it like I said. If y'all up there looking good, you're looking good. If you're sounding great, you're sounding great. If you have an awesome voice, please read me a bedtime story, sir. But it's like,
all right.
It's weird, it's weird. The guys are weird. I love a good voice. Stop playing.
I think it's because we're not used to that kind of attention.
Oh yeah, that's humble.
I'm used to that kind of attention, yeah, but still, yeah, I don't mind a compliment every now and then.
I don't mind a compliment every single time. That's crazy. We were talking about the girl we were talking about bestiality. It was so crazy.
Bestiality.
But, yeah, I was talking about the woman who got pregnant by her dog. And
how the fuck you get pregnant by a dog? What the fuck?
Pull up the video. There's a whole video of her. No, there's a whole video of her having the ultrasound and her going to the hospital and talking to the doctor and what he said about, you having symptoms of being pregnant. She's like, I haven't been with anyone, which she wasn't lying because she hadn't been with a person. She was with her dog. And, the gestation period is different. So this thing is growing inside of her. And she's like, I just feel weird. I feel sick. I don't understand what's going on. And the doctor's like, you're a whole pregnant. And when they go and they find out it's like human and something else. There's not 30, what is it? There's not 32 chromosomes. There's only 16 human chromosomes. The other 16 are not, human. And they found out, but it's a whole story. You can pull up the video. I just don't know how to pull up videos on my tablet.
I would have she told the dog like, hey, you're good. I'm gonna have your babies. Hey, Fido, where you going? You're going to get milk?
You
Okay, when you
gonna do
coming
like
back?
most dogs and go run away and don't come back.
So I'm looking for Fido. He just
That's
ran
just
away. I don't know.
people because I have a big dog and I just could not imagine just getting like banged out by a King Corso, you know, a Cane Corso or a big ass Great Dane or something. Like that's just beyond comprehension. At the same time, you got a lot of feedback, Zero. You wanna mute your
You hear them now?
no, yeah, it's like when you're moving around. Um,
I might have been when I went towards the air conditioner.
but it's just interesting, like is I because it made me think, Hustler, it made me wonder, like, are people like because there's a lot of female dogs with prolapse rectums and prolapse vaginas and they're being, you know, assaulted by people. They're being brought into the vet and stuff and being assaulted by men. So it's like, okay, are men for me to have for a woman to be get pregnant by her pet and to have a be, you know, have a fetus growing inside her, are you over men? Are you like, okay, all these niggas get on my nerves, I can't deal with none of them? You know what I mean? Like, what makes a man want to screw a chicken? Because I saw a video of a guy like over in Taiwan or something, like just banging the hell out this chicken, this rooster, and I was like, okay, so there's no women, just like you just can't get Nova, JJ.
Well, I mean, ages are a little different. They kind of do their own
But
thing.
this was a
So
black girl. This was a Puerto Rican or a Hispanic woman. Maybe it was a woman of color that was in the hospital with the doggy baby. So that wasn't, you know, what we think is a white woman. It wasn't. So I mean, but it's like, are you over people? Are you like, okay, I don't want to deal with people anymore. I don't want to deal with, you know, men anymore. So I'm just gonna go get
so
it.
you tell me she was black and Hispanic because okay,
Yeah, I think she's like there's the video that he saw. The woman was black, but there's other videos, there's other publications of like, you know, in South America where a woman, you know, is doing a whole OnlyFans and it's her getting fucked by her dog or her dogs, right? So it just like again, it just made me wonder, like, do you not want to deal with a human anymore? Or is it something like, you know, how you just get bored? I can't see getting bored with a man with a whole wee wee. Like half the time you guys are horny and don't even realize it. So I don't know.
How can a man be horny and don't realize it? If I get an
Well,
erection, it's just there.
I listen. I have slept next to a man, and I'd be like, "What are you doing?" And your wee wee is just poking me in my back, and then I'll have to wake him up, like, "Dude, move your hard dick out my back." He's like, "Oh, I was asleep. I didn't even know." Okay, well, you just got a whole hard and didn't even realize what was happening.
I think he knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. I do that to my current partner. She be sleep on her side. I just poke her in the butt. She don't, man.
I mean, it's not that or like he about to pee and he just and sometimes get hard doing that too. When you got to pee and for whatever reason get hard and then after you get to pee it just goes right down.
Yep, that happens too. It happened to me a few times. So yeah, I know.
Hustler, what do you think about
Morning Wood?
Morning Wood? Yeah, what do you think about the girl who burned her cooter cat with her rose?
She did what?
She's in the hospital. I just read the post. She's in the hospital because she put her rose on the highest setting and burned her little jelly bean off.
Oh my!
You didn't catch up on that?
Like she don't have no clitoris. Like she uses so much that her clitoris is. Yeah.
You been get this man content.
I just said I don't know how to pull up stuff on my tablet. If I was on my computer, I could like pop the article open, but I don't know how to do it on my tablet. Yeah.
Do you see the feature that says share? It should be a share feature.
I don't know what. I have like it's weird. It looks weird on this side. It doesn't look like my regular.
Okay, probably doesn't
Oh,
have
I
that
see. It
feature.
says media slot. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see my screen?
No, not yet.
Okay. It's like okay. It says media slot, and then I saw somewhere else that thinks I have to like download the clip into my StreamYard or something. I don't know how this
Yeah, I
works
know.
on the tablet. Because you know on the
You
computer you
gotta
can
take
have
a.
the tabs open and then you can just click on the tab and then pull it up on the screen.
Yep, that's how they do it.
On the tablet, I'm not sure how to do it. I'll figure it out. All right, Reek Rugger, how you doing?
I
So
mean,
what do
yeah,
you think
I
about
mean,
the girl
seriously.
but burned
Oh,
her clitoris off?
That's just it's painful just thinking about it. And I'm a man. I'm getting painful for just thinking about it.
Like the guy, you see the guy that ended up in the hospital because he had like he jacked off like over 50 times and like hurt himself. He had to go to the hospital too because his little wee wee was just like throbbing.
How can
Is
a
that
man
even
jack off that
possible?
many times? I don't find
Yeah,
it
that's all he did.
unless you got hella time on your hands. That's really possible. Mm-mm.
He masturbated so many times that he ended up in the hospital. Like he over masturbated. Is that possible?
It sure as hell don't sound like it. Just
It sounds crazy, right? That's super crazy. But yeah, you can
yeah.
pull it up. Hustler's gonna have content. Go pull up that woman. She burned her. She was so embarrassed. She did a video. She's like, I'm so embarrassed that I just like my little jelly bean is just not here. Yes, that's nasty work, Roger. He said that is nasty work.
dude had to be like super down bad to over masturbate. Yeah, you must have been super down bad. You must he must have been just in the house like Dave just be doing that
Just
constant.
imagine all the socks and all the little. He ain't got no more socks, y'all. All his socks is hard and crusty. That is so
It
hilarious. That is so hilarious.
really is.
Look, so Hustler, we were also talking about the fact that I'm old, right? And
Oh,
and that and that yeah, we were talking about that I'm old, right? Older and like okay, so you know with the whole Shannon Sharp thing, right? So you got this
uh-huh.
60-year-old man with this 19-year-old woman, but then you have the
Yep,
Drea Michelle situation with the 40-year-old that's with the 20 her son's friend, right? And then you had
absolutely.
and then wait, and then you had Jada Pinkett and Alvin what's his name? Alcina, right?
Austin Oliver. Austin. Yeah.
August Alsina.
The old show.
And
Yeah,
and he was like
I did
he's like right, so he's like her son's age. So I was like,
it.
yo, so I'm 50, so I can go get me like a 22-year-old. He's legal.
Well, and that's something I talked about on my own show. Now, age gap relationships I have no issue with, but I do think lines need to be drawn. If you're in your 40s dealing with someone in their 20s, then I think that's where the line needs to be drawn. Shannon Sharp, Drea Michelle, Madonna, all them people need to draw the lines, but it's the
Oh
inconsistent
fuck, who was
energy I don't like.
what
To me,
was
it's
the
the
girl's name
inconsistent
that was with
energy.
Ashton Kutcher? Demi Moore. Demi Moore was 60, right?
Yeah. But to me, let me just say that it's the inconsistent energy. I mean, we want to shame older men for wanting younger, saying, oh, they're not mature enough to deal with women their own age, or they just don't know how to handle an older woman. But yeah, we let Madonna, the aforementioned Madonna, Drea Michelle get away with this bullshit. We let Tracy Ellis Ross literally said she doesn't deal with men her own age because they're too toxic or whatever the fuck. So can we say the same thing about these ladies? As an older woman, you can't deal with a man your own age because maybe you're not mature enough. If we're gonna call out men, let's call out the women too. Keep the energy consistent, whether it's good or bad. That's
So
where I
you're
have the
saying both
problem.
sides should get it. Both sides should get some.
Yeah, we're gonna get Shannon Sharp smoke. We better get those aforementioned ladies the same kind of smoke. As someone
Okay,
who's been
so
around the block with older women, yeah, I can tell you it's kind of an invigorating experience. But then again, I wasn't 20 years old fucking bunch of 40 and 50-year-olds. The oldest I
right,
had was like
because
36.
I
The
don't
oldest I
look
had was
my
like
age.
6 years older. You don't. You really don't.
Okay, so therefore I naturally
That's
get
what I told her.
okay,
You
but I
don't. You
naturally
don't look
get
your age.
younger men instantly. Like, and then the older men, I was sharing this earlier, like I have had wonderful conversations. I've had good interactions. I'll take myself, yes, somebody was saying in the chat, you took yourself on a date. I take myself on my own date myself I date myself, right? So I take myself out and I'm sitting at this nice restaurant at a bar, maybe eating. I was eating a crab boil, right? So I sat at the
I'll
bar.
be right back.
Okay. And then, this guy approached me and we talked and we had this great conversation, but then once he was like, by the way, how old are you? It was like everything just was like wham wham wham. I was like, okay, well, I should just start the conversation with, hi, I'm 50. Now what? I don't
Right.
know. I don't know what to do with that. Like,
Hey, you got to think about like I think I seen this one video like some old woman talking about she texting a YN and like she texted her she had to, I think she had to ask her I think she had to ask her kids what he was saying on the text because she didn't understand what he was typing on there.
oh
She's
no,
like,
that's
what this
that
nigga?
means right.
I
That
was
means
like,
it's too old. Like we're too far apart.
I'm like, yeah, you need to hang it up. You need to hang it up. You need to hang
Yeah,
it
I
up.
think that we're too far
You
apart
too
at that
old.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you too old. I said, yeah, you too
The
old.
age gap is crazy. But then, like, what you say, Rugger? Rugger says, yeah, but like, I'm 34 and it's not much I'd have in common with a 20-year-old. Right. I don't know. That's weird to me. I don't even know what to think about, like, what the age gap will be for me at this point. Like, would I be okay with 32 is young, 36 is young for me. It's not 34 is young, like 34 and 50. What do you have in common with me? Reek Rucker. You know what I'm saying?
I'm back.
What would you have in common? Hey, Hustler. So Hustler, what do you okay, so like I was saying, I go and I'm 50 and I go out and I get a 22-year-old. The age gap is ridiculous, right? But
It
even
really
at
is.
34, what do you have in common with me?
I don't know. It's hard to explain because, like I said, when I was in my I'm gonna say mid to late 20s, I was fucking with 30-plus-year-olds. Like, for example, I was 29 dealing with a 36-year-old. I was 27, had a 32-year-old. Because I've always been able to articulate myself in an intellectual manner, have conversations with them, and it just turns into flirting. So that ain't nothing new for me. I wasn't 20-something fucking with a bunch of 40 and 50-year-old. That's where I drew the line. I'm gonna say past 40, that's where I drew the line. That's just me.
So 50 and
You said you had younger men.
35.
How young we talking?
I've
How young we
always
talking?
I've always been with younger. I only can recall like maybe one. I can't even remember more than just the one relationship where the guy was older than me. Most all the rest have been younger than me.
And
And the
that's a
most
bad thing. Why?
it's not a bad thing. It's sometimes there's a huge disconnect because they're younger than me. Right. Okay. So Weak Rutger says 50 is not old. Just depends on how you carry. Okay. So yeah, for that matter, Reek, I'm usually more energetic than men my age. Like I'll jump around. Like I just said, I took my nephew to the bounce park. Right. The whole thing is nothing but bounce houses, and we're running around, bouncing around, jumping around. For some men, I'm
I'm too vivacious. I act too childish. You know, you're running around here, jumping around and stuff, and doing cartwheels. You're too childish. But sir,
I mean, some people.
you can't tie your shoe. You're freaking getting close to death and meeting Jesus. What are you talking about?
I mean, I've heard people say that. I've heard people say the same thing about men. You in your 40s and 50s, and you're still running around, jumping around like you're still in your 20s. It's like you haven't grown up or matured. I've always said some things in life you're never too old for, and that's something that I'm going to live by. I mean, we're too old for certain things, but we're not too old to just be living life and having fun now, are we?
Right. Like you're too old to be wearing skinny jeans. I should not be able to read your whole life story through your pants. I can see your bifocal glasses, your chapstick, your Carmex is in your pocket, your wallet, your cell phone. I can see the condom in your pocket. Like I can see like you don't need to be wearing skinny pants and you're old as Jesus. Dress appropriately for your age. Like certain things are beyond. Like I'm not running around here looking like Meg Thee Stallion at my age, walking around with booty shorts on and tank tops. Like I can't do that. Not because of gravity or anything. My body looks. It's just like I'm
I'm
too
not
old for
you.
that
You
shit.
definitely. I mean, you can pull it off. You definitely can pull it off, though.
Y'all think
That's
I
funny.
can? I can get it. I was gonna get a side job, waitressing, but I wanted to go to like Twin Peaks or Hooters. Twin Peaks is where they wear the booty shorts, and Hooters is where they wear the. They got men at Hooters now wearing the shorts and the tight shirts.
Nah, I
What?
ain't believe it.
Hell no. Well, I'm not going. I don't want to see that shit. You
I
want
didn't
Yeah,
to
really
they
go
have
in.
men.
yeah,
They
I'm
have
not
men
going.
at Hooters. They have men at Hooters wearing, the men look like they're Chippendale dancers with the men are at Hooters, they said, because we need to be fluid in respecting both genders. So Hooters has always been
Fuck
for
all
the
that.
women and for the
Wear
men
it
to
the
look
way it
at the
needs to be.
women. Now there's men for other women to look at.
Did they get rid of the?
That's not DEI. You're not getting no job because you just no. Like you got to look the part too. You can't be looking like bruh man from the fifth floor either. Because he gonna
It
bring
all
you no
sounds.
wings. He better not bring you my wings.
It's a conspiracy to attack masculinity. We back to that bullshit again.
If
Attack
you
on the
gonna
Here
work
we
at
go
if
again.
you're gonna bring me listen, if a man's gonna bring me my hot wings at Hooters, he's gotta look like Hustler and Mustler, okay? He has to look the part. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
I would
Oh
take
yeah,
my wings.
look at.
I would eat them very happily if you bring them to me. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, we
But if you look
got a
like
blush in
Well,
bruh
that's
man from
all.
the fifth floor, don't bring me nothing.
Well, that's all well and good, but guess what? I'm not wearing no goddamn booty shirt while I bring you your food. Okay, I put on my regular
It's the
pants and a muscle
uniform.
shirt.
They are muscle shirts, but they're just the orange shorts. You have to still wear the uniform.
Or
He said
better
he
yet,
done changed the
or
whole
better yet,
dynamic.
or better yet, do you know those uniforms that you see Olympic track stars be wearing? I'll wear something like that. Shit.
And then Twin Peaks is where the women have the booty shorts on. They have to have their little cheeks is hanging out. That's why it's called Twin Peaks. But that's the same thing like Hooters. Like the women are, the cleavage is out, but the little booty shorts are out. And there's men that work behind the bar there. They just wear tight little shirts and bow ties around their neck. Y'all ain't going for it. Zero, like, no.
I'm
That
just
sounds too
laughing.
iffy.
It's funny to me.
That sounds too goddamn iffy.
It's nothing funny to me. I mean, it's not I'm going to those places anyway, so it don't matter.
Y'all go to Hooters for the wings anyway. Why y'all care about what the women have on or the men have on?
Well, that's
I
my
don't
fault.
really
It's so
care.
Hooters not too.
I don't really
It's so
care.
Hooters not too
I
far
think it's
from me.
funny. I just think it's funny.
I go there for the food.
He said, I go there for the wings. I go there to eat, and you don't look up at all.
Nope, not me.
He said, seeing the condom through the jeans is crazy. Yes, Reek, because these men. Listen, I work in the food industry, so I see people all the time coming into my restaurant And when I tell you this, these old men have their hair. They have what hair they have. First of all, you can't even tell if it's an actual their hair because now men have man units. But they be trying to braid what little bit of piece of
Man,
hair they
we
got up there.
man,
Yes,
we
Toupees.
you can't even run your fingers through the man hair because it might not be his. And if I wake up and I see both of us I got my braid hair on the counter and you got your weave on the counter, it's gonna be a problem.
oh oh
That's
oh
what
Exactly.
oh
what
And
you
oh
see,
saying.
oh oh
that's
oh
that shit
oh.
men.
Sometimes I got spray paint. Sometimes you might get some paint, get some black paint on your hands
No,
or whatever.
no?
I
Did you
heard of
see
people
that?
doing that.
Listen, no, that be
They got a
Beijing.
they got this
That's
trick where you can spray paint your hairline with some spray paint or some shit.
No,
no,
I see
that's
people
they
spray
put the
paint the fade
Beijing
with
on
the.
there.
I see somebody spray paint the fade. I don't know how y'all did that, but I was like, okay. I was like, I said they good as long as no rain or they ain't got to sweat too
No,
hard or
it's
nothing like.
zero. Listen, I saw the video where the guy it said when you get a fresh cut on the and then check the weather. And the guy went out, the barber was videotaping him walk back in the barber shop. He walked out the barber shop and you can hear the rain just crackle like the thunder was like crackling. And the
Damn.
barber that was videotaping, he videotaped the dude walk back into the barber shop. I wish I could show y'all the video. When I say it was black shit running down his face like he had been crying, his whole head melted away. Like you gotta check the weather before you go get that done. You gotta make sure it's not no cloudies and no rain in line before you go get your hair painted on.
Either that
I
or bring
can
a
I
either
can never
that or bring
do
a
nothing
cap.
like that. I can never do like that. Hell, my hair gonna be gone. Just let it be gone. I, I'm like, man, like spread now. And then you pay somebody spray paint a haircut in? Oh, no,
Yes. And then
nah.
I
I'm
just
like, I
showed,
couldn't do
like,
that.
I looked at the man unit. I just showed one of my coworkers. I was like, "Yo," I said, why you have a nice head of hair? Is it real?" He looked at me like, "What did you say?" I was like, "I'm just asking because I showed him the video. I was like, this guy was bald, and now he has a whole head of hair like you have on your head right now." He said, "Well, my hair is growing out my scalp." I said, "I'm pretty sure it's yours. It's yours if you bought it, right?" He's like, he was so offended. Like, and I'm just sitting here thinking, how dare you as a man get offended because someone asked you, do you have a weave? That's crazy. Working that backwards now.
Well, guess what? Y'all ladies get offended when we ask y'all shit like that. Is that your real hair or how do you look without makeup on and shit like that? So
He
I
said,
guess
why
it's an
when you
even
take your
treatment
makeup off, you don't look the same?
because y'all don't. That's why I say less is more.
Some of y'all be some sorcerers. Like it be like y'all be like a whole different person. Be like,
You said it's sorcery. It's funny. He said it's sorcery.
I say y'all be some
Yes,
sorcerers.
yes,
Yeah.
I
Reeker.
got the
Yes, Reek
I got
Ruggers.
the
Yes,
I got the
yes.
beautified version when I first met you. Now I'm getting a half-ass version of you in the bedroom. Ah, fuck all that. Yeah.
See, and if
That
you
shit.
if you run into me at work, I'll probably will have a little makeup on, like my eyeliner and stuff, because I'm in front of people and
I
it's
don't.
like
I don't mind that.
you're on stage. But as soon as I get home, I take a bath, like, or if you see me at the gym, that's it. I'm not gonna have on makeup at the gym to be rubbing all over, or eyeliner on the gym. Or if you see
Yeah.
me
I mean,
walking my
I mean,
dog, I'll probably look regular as hell. It's crazy, right? I don't
I
have
mean,
on
I mean,
makeup
I
just to walk
mean,
the dog.
yeah. Yeah. If you don't need that much makeup, then yeah, you probably gonna really looking, great even without it. But it's just like you just put it on, like, oh yeah, it look beautiful, look pretty, a little bit, add a little extra something on it.
But some of these women look so drastically different with the makeup on. And then when I see
They do.
in the years that's knocked off of them when they take it off, like they look older without the makeup on. And then in the irony for the men, they put the man weave and get man. Did you see the man that had the beard? Oh my God, y'all. He had no beard. Like his beard was choppy. He got a whole like he got yaki hair. He got nappy C4 weave hair and like glued it onto his beard, shaved it down. I showed the video of the guy who has a beard cap, a wave cap for your beard. Have you heard of that?
I ain't
No.
heard of that.
Yeah, I showed the video. I showed the video on my last on one of my last lives. The guy has a wave cap for your beard. So when he takes the wave cap off, so he's like you sleep with a wave cap on your head, he has one that goes over his beard. And then when he takes it
What?
off,
What?
his because his beard has 360 waves.
I can't imagine
I
that.
I bet they run through and say, yeah, I got the Yaki. I got the Yaki.
Yeah,
But
and
then
he put
again, I'm a
he showed the whole thing, Hustler. He didn't have his beard wasn't connecting, so he went and got the the yaki braid, with afro hair, and then he glued it on and patted it down, and then he took the clippers and trimmed it down, and then he put some oil on it, and then put this beard wrap over it, and when he took it off, his beard was wavy like the top of his head was.
wow. And I
He looked like a
thought
Sharpay.
females were doing too much. And I thought females were doing too much. Now they got the men hopping on this bandwagon. It's like, what is
Oh
wrong?
no! Oh no! Some of these dudes like got a sassy, and they some of your homies too. Some of your homies
You
be
know
acting a little
what?
too
They
sassy.
all want to be pretty. So stop the cap. You want to be pretty. Just what did Muhammad Ali say? You want to be pretty like me. Y'all all want to be pretty like
Be
me.
pretty
I'm so
like me.
pretty.
Well, you do have pretty boys. You got the pretty boys, but they're usually
No,
like
they are literally
pop
pretty.
stars
Like
and
these
shit.
these niggas. No, honey, these niggas have their nails painted. They have lip gloss on. They sitting there
Oh,
opening
you
the
got me.
comics, rubbing your arm. Like,
Oh, don't get me started with that. I went inside of a GMC store. Let me say this real quick. Sorry to cut you off. I went inside of a GMC. I went inside of a GMC store yesterday to buy some workout supplement, and the guy that was assisting me, he had black nail polish on him. I'm like, what the fuck? Ugh.
okay, so the black
yeah.
nail polish should be gothic, right? It's supposed to represent like the emo, the whole gothic dark life,
Well, he
right?
didn't seem gothic to me. Shit.
Oh.
Well, he did. Well, then again, he was wearing all black, so maybe that explains it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
it might be gothic or emo.
some of these they're not painting their nails black though, Hustler, and Zero. They're painting their nails colors like teal green or purple or blue. They're painting their nails colors, not just because the black makes sense. The black is like, that dark rocker, Kiss had their
Yeah.
nails painted black, Van Halen, those guys painted their nails, the guitar players or the drum players. But why do you need to have blue with sparkles or green and glitter? Like, why are your nails that color, sir?
I mean, Snoop did have his nails painted. He was showing it off one
What is
time.
the point of that? What is that? Is that masculinity?
Nope, don't sound like
I don't know what you try to do, but I wasn't with it.
He said, I ain't with it. My name Bennett and I ain't in it. It's funny.
But
That's hilarious.
Genesis, did you ever see that video of like this like one Asian woman who was like, I think she was like taking off her like taking off her outfit. I think she's taking off her hair and all that, and only like to give her all the makeup and all that stuff. Only to find out this it wasn't a woman. It was like a whole dude in drag, but he
He
said
looks
himself
so
so much.
pretty.
Yeah, he looked just like a woman. I was like,
Yeah,
what the hell?
There's a black guy that does that. He literally shaves his beard down, and then when he's done, after he's done, he looks like a whole woman. And there's a white guy that does it, that wears like a fake breast of a woman's top. And I watch when he comes on, he does his videos. He takes everything off. He takes the breast off, the eyelashes, the wig, and he looks like a whole boy. And then when he dresses like a woman, he puts his arms in this little half top, and when he puts the arms and his head through the little half top, he has full boobs when he's done. I've seen a black guy do it. The black guy I see a lot of on my feed. He does it, and a lot of people are reacting to it because he's a man to start off with, and then when he's done, he's a bad bitch, honey. He is a
Cause I,
bad
cause
bitch.
I, cause like the video I mentioned, I remember that cause it kept showing the same video like on different Instagram channels. I was like, okay, they keep showing me this same video. Like, I don't know why you keep
Oh,
showing me the
because
same
people are
video.
reacting to it. People are reacting to it
Yeah,
because it's just so drastic. It's like, and there's
yeah,
another
it's
one. This
like,
guy, he's a dark skinned guy, and he says he does a little ting 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 dance, right? And it's a black
yeah,
guy. He's a beautiful black man. I posted it. I think I sent the video, and I think I posted it. And he literally is gorgeous. He has long hair. When he puts on the little tank top, his little muscular breasts look like he has cleavage. He's a girl. He said he's a girl all day. He said he's never going to be ever called a man. He doesn't ever want to be referred to as a man. But honey, he is gorgeous and beautiful and pretty at the same time. So okay, so you guys are men, right? Do you realize this is what us women are competing with? Because you guys don't know that from me standing next to this woman, you don't know which one of us is a woman just by looking at us, you know?
yeah. That is
So
that that
you
that is
think
crazy
about,
because
isn't that
That
crazy
is.
though to be like, how would you?
because
Because
I
think about the other side of it, guys. I have seen so many men, transgender men that used to be women. How would I know that this man, they even got the little penis pumps that they can pump up their little meat and stuff. So how would I know this is not a man to begin with unless he can't produce children?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Think about that. I remember seeing a video like of like this transgender woman who looked just like a woman, but like was like on the monkey app, but like doing doing the whole thing like telling dudes that she is trans and all that. You know, like to see her. I mean, like look at that. You would think that was a woman that's a dude that was a dude before. But it's like I was like, dang, that's so crazy. Because I'm like, but it really was a trans person. I was like, that is, I said that is wild. Like to like to look so much like a woman. That's crazy. It's like,
Because a lot
It
of you
really
see
is.
women now, like with Black China, how she got her implants removed, right? There are
yeah,
women there
she only
there
go
are
by Black
some
China, but
women.
she go,
Okay, so
yeah, she
there,
only
because
go,
listen, because there are some of these women
yeah,
out here that were very small chested and they got implants so they can look more feminine. But now they're getting them taken out to look more masculine, which is crazy, right? So how would you guys
Uh-huh.
see what I look like? So if I was standing next to a woman, how would you know I'm the woman and she's not the woman? By just looking at us.
That's how bad it is. Damn.
uh,
That's how bad that's gotten. We can't tell a man from a woman anymore. Shit.
well, I mean, I mean, I think at that point you just got to start getting to know people now. Can't just can't just hop in the bed with nobody now. You got to start getting to know people now.
I mean, it's like what the. I mean, women have been trying to compete with
It
men for
for
quite a
prom.
few decades now. They
They
always
said he
want to say,
glued his
"Oh,
that was his glow up.
we
Turned up
we
on these
can't
bitches,
compete with
80.
them. We can't compete with women and
How
yada
you supposed
yada
to know
yada."
today how you supposed to know when you look at him? Sir,
I don't
sir.
know.
Because that's
Wow.
one of my biggest
Oh,
concerns. I'm gonna meet a great guy. He's gonna be nice and he's gonna be so awesome. And he'll love me. He'll be like, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful. I love you." And
The
then
whole world.
and be a hoe. And then I go and be like, "Oh, let's go back and meet the family." And it's ain't now one picture of you when you was a little boy on the football team. Where them pictures at?
He said, who's the little girl right here?
Where you right? Because you
is that your
adopted.
sister?
Because ain't now picture of you in this house on a bicycle. Ain't no picture of you climbing a tree. No Boy Scouts. No fishing trips with your dad. Where's all them boy pictures at?
Yeah,
Or
I was
pictures when he was
I
in
was
high school at least. High school pictures at least.
Where's the prom
because
picture? But now they glowing up for the prom. So you see the boy could be a girl at prom. So I need to know. I need to know. Ask your mama. I need to see the ultrasound. I need to see the ultrasound
Man,
because the ultrasound said you
is
was a boy
this
or a girl.
is
what
this
a
really
baby
how
pictures
far
at?
we've fallen? Man,
What a baby
Hustler,
pictures at?
hustler. When I tell you, because this woman, saw a video of this woman. She was adamant about not calling her a man because she said even my birth certificate has been changed. I am a woman, and they were like, yeah, but no. And she just was so pissed. This video was circulated a while, and she was very upset for being referred to as a man because now all her documents say that she's a woman. She's always felt like a woman. Now she looks like one. Now her documents say her ID, her birth certificate, everything says female on it. She was pissed. Don't call me no man. But
I
ma'am,
remember,
sir.
that say trans tell the dude like, hey, you can't birth certificates like birth certificate. You can't tell birth certificates no more. Like I mean, shout out to that trans person being completely all honest with them, but ain't a lot of them like honest like that though.
And then here in Michigan, it's a felony to misgender someone.
it is.
Oh wow.
Damn.
It's a felony. Someone can say you misgendered me, you know. I mean, we can't do like the guy who identified as a cat. Did y'all see that video where the guy got pulled over by the police
I
and
did.
they asked him for his ID and
I see that.
he gave him his cat collar. So we can't get that extreme and be like, I think I'm not a person. I'm a cat, or the guy that's like I'm a baby. And he was like the officer was like, but sir, you're a human. He was like, no, I'm not. I'm a baby. I identify as a toddler. And it was
See,
like,
see,
Well, technically,
see,
babies are human. Babies are human. So what the fuck?
and
see,
then
see,
and then
see.
there's a woman who poured bleach in her eyes because she identified as a blind person. There's another man who rides around in a wheelchair all day because he identifies as a quadriplegic or a paraplegic. Like it's extreme because you can just say I can identify as and be that. But when
See,
you go
I,
into
see,
the extreme of changing stuff, because that the one that I follow, okay, so let me tell y'all, I found her in a rabbit hole because I was following a woman who said that she couldn't get pregnant. And I was just following the story because I'm like, maybe because she's older and she's like, well, I can't get pregnant. And she said, well, at the end of the day, she went to the hospital, see her doctor, and her doctor said, well, at a certain point, we asked for the wives to bring the husband in to see if it's something wrong with the husband on why you can't get pregnant. Do you know what was wrong with the husband? He ain't had no damn testicles. He ain't got
What
no
did he
balls.
have?
He was a
Damn.
woman this whole time. He got a sex change and got the little pump, the penis pump. So he was having sex with his wife with a penis. But when she kept saying, you keep coming and you tell me I'm about to come, baby, and I don't get pregnant, and we're married, the doctor said, well, let's check your prostate. And there wasn't one.
Oh,
Zero
shit
is finding
crazy.
this shit funny.
That shit crazy.
There was
I
no way
mean,
to check the sperm because there was no sperm going out of there's no balls and no testicles and no prostate, but there was a wee wee.
he
see,
had,
see,
probably
see,
had a
like,
strap on or something.
It's a permanent
see,
strap
like,
on. They take your skin graft from another part of your body and they make you a penis, and inside your vagina where it was, they put a pump. And you press the pump on your body and it ejaculates your penis and you screw your girlfriend. And that's all you get.
Well,
It's
hot
the whole
damn.
entire pump inside that makes you have a hard on like a man.
say me with these identified stuff. See me, my silly ass, I would just think of the craziest thing to identify as and just say that just to, just for the memes, just for shits and giggles.
Right, just for shits and giggles, I identify as an air freshener.
Like, like, come on, like I'm not knocking the identification, but when it goes to the extreme,
I identify the refrigerator.
right? Open me up and put everything in me, honey. Yes,
But,
like that's crazy.
but you know when I first like heard like the whole pronoun things, it was at a Black Lives Matter meeting. Like the first one when I first went to a Black Lives Matter meeting, they were like, introduce 7 pronouns. I was like, pronouns. I was very confused about it because I never heard this before. It like threw me up like pronouns. Like, well, why we gotta have the pronouns?
What's
I
crazy
was
is
very
that what's crazy to me, Zero, is that folks can barely
confused.
talk as it is. They can't use their nouns and verbs and adjectives right. Now you want to add pronouns to the list?
I mean, yeah, half them can't spell. Well,
Because
no,
when
I
a when
have
a when
most
a
can't
nigga tell
spell.
me when a nigga tell me he wasted this or he took the testis or
The
don't
Oasis, the
he
Testis,
wastes. Yep, he's like I don't do no wastes now. I don't do all that. Throw all that trash out because
Oh,
I don't do no waste.
waste.
So
oh, oh, oh,
I
oh,
took all the
oh,
tests. I took all the tests and I passed all the tests.
you,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
yeah. Don't get like, oh yeah. I I care about women. Yeah, all the
Women.
women. Yeah, you're gonna say women, but say I woman. You know, there were people attack woman. I'm
Or they say
like woman.
don't what he say? Don't diminish. Don't diminish what I said. Don't diminish. Like you going now you gonna
It's
add
really.
pronouns. You got to add pronouns to the list of all the shit they already can't say.
I mean, it'd be crazy. It'd be like, I'm like, how you mess it up? And some people have college education. Some people graduated college. That's the
Mm-mm.
crazy thing about it. Some
I
people
just need you to
graduated college.
pronounce your words right.
I'm
Like
like, I'm like, how
like I
you?
can't
I'm like, how you
like I
pass
can't
college?
stand it. I can't stand it if you say me. You know, I was online, but I was with. That's WIFF. WIFF is a smell. I got a whiff of something stinky.
I ain't never
So
seen that,
With.
but I ain't surprised though.
they say whiff. Me, I was online with Zero and Hustler and Mustard. I was online with y'all. We was online with each other. With
With each other.
you was no Hustler. You was with me, and I was with you. With
I get it. I don't know, but I guess when you got
Zero.
those though, I guess now to be fair, when you got them little accents depending on part of where you're from, it may sound like that. I was with him or with
if
her or with this.
No, I be watching no
if
Hustler. I watch
you,
their mouth. I look at their mouth. If they say WIFF, but you can write down the word WITH. I was with Hustler, WITH.
yeah,
But if you do it on the
yeah,
text message, they gonna say I was with or I was WITH with you. But when they
if
speak, they say I was with y'all.
if you had never
Or
been to the
maybe it's just
South, yeah, you probably would catch you probably yeah. If you had never been to the South, that's probably why you didn't catch on right away.
Okay,
yeah.
ain't no whiff
Or
of
maybe
smell
some
though.
broken English. Maybe it's broken English. I don't know.
That's before broken English. That's broken and ain't no glue to put it back together again. That's broken.
Yeah.
Cause how you gonna and then or like he gonna somebody gonna text me and say I don't mind mines. You don't mind? What's your, I said what's yours? They said I was saying I don't mind. I said exactly. You said mines as in that's what is yours. You're telling me what is yours? What part of this is yours?
Oh
No, I'm
yeah.
trying to say I don't mind you doing this. Or you don't mind. Oh, because you keep saying MINES. Mines. I died. I
Well,
died and came back to life.
well, let me say this
oh,
because I know in the hood we often say, "Oh, I'm with him," or WIT, I'm with it. We can get
But
with
even
this, with
still,
it.
wit, that's still wit. Even though wit
but
is
that's
smart, right? Intellect,
but
wit,
that's
you're
but that's
witty.
that's slang. Everybody like that's a. I mean, even though people don't want to call it language, that is like its own language. But that's different. Just completely saying the shit the wrong way.
One of my exes who got
I
a
said
college
that
degree,
too.
he used to say that. He'd be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, we're gonna get you over here and put you with admission." I said, "You have a college degree. You're working. You run a college, a university, but you're gonna say I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna put you over here with admissions. With nigga, you know how to say WITH? Say with. You got a whole degree. It's like
Mm.
they insist on saying stuff wrong. Like
I mean,
I love when people try to say
I would.
insinuate.
Go.
They can't say
Well,
assume, assimilate, insinuate, and assimilate. They say no. I would don't be trying to assimilate what I'm saying. Are you trying to say insinuate
Insinuate.
what I'm saying? Oh Lord Jesus! Don't be
Oh,
Oh yeah.
assimilating what I'm saying. Don't assimilate what I'm saying now. Don't assimilate.
Oh yeah.
insinuate.
Oh yeah.
Insinuate.
Oh yeah. Don't grade too many times. Like, oh, you think you smarter than me?
I'm just telling you that's not the word that you I don't think. But then
Right.
you get mad because I don't know what you're talking about, and you talking about I'm dumb because I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say. You open up a thesaurus.
Open up
Y'all
a
remember the
dictionary.
thesaurus? Open up the dictionary.
Yeah,
Open up a spelling book.
yeah.
It'd be
Hey, I
cracking
gotta
me
get
up
to work.
though.
Nice talking to y'all. I
Be
gotta
like,
get to
Go
be
to
work.
like,
Nice
work.
read,
talking to
nigga,
y'all.
read. Yeah, all right.
You gotta go do some work. Have a good day. Thank you. Thanks
I'll
for
be like,
coming
read,
over, Hustler and
nigga, read.
Muscle. Right. He said, I gotta go. I gotta go. That is
I, I mean, I
hilarious.
mean, honestly, I think some people just need to redo school altogether. Just start from kindergarten and come back up again. Cause
That's too far.
I don't, no, they need to go that far back. Apparently, like first grade level work is too hard for them.
Did you see the video of the guy that say spell the word orange? He said the fruit or the color. Ain't the word orange the fruit and the color?
Yes.
He said, which one you want me to spell, the fruit or the color?
See, and this, and that's one of the reasons I don't like most people because most people just dumb as hell.
That's hilarious. He said, which one you want me to spell, the fruit or the color? Ain't orange orange? Ain't the fruit orange?
See, like that made me mad. I was like, go take your dumb ass back to school.
That's when you need to go. You need to go back to kindergarten and come back all the way up. Come back all the way up.
Come back up. Yeah, come back up. Cause they're not spell right. They put a positive with anything with an S in there. I'm like, why is there an apostrophe there? That's not where it goes. Like apostrophe usually like
Tests just had me cracking up. I took all the tests. I said I think the word test is plural in itself. I took the test.
No, I mean, there's an S like for multiple ones, but yeah, like the test is
but what's funny is that
that's too much.
no, but zero. What's funny is that in other words they can say it. They can say that the right way. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then you get to they get to certain words and they add extra syllables or extra vowels and consonants at the end. But you can say breast.
Yeah.
I want a piece of breast meat, but you can't say test. What is more than one breast? It's two breasts, not breast is this. You know what I'm saying? But they can say that right, but can't say testis right. Or, you can say algorithm, but you can't say diminish. Diminish, like shit like that. It'd be funny as hell. They can't don't assimilate what I'm saying. Are you trying to say insinuate? crazy.
And don't let them niggas use a new word, learn a new word, because that's all they gonna say at that point. You see how
Like
they act?
nuance. Like, do
Yeah.
you know what nuance means? But everything you hear on this YouTube space is all about the nuance, the nuance, the nuance. Do you,
I remember when they found out about the word disingenuous. They use that shit.
oh my God, that
It
is
was
a. They need
like
to
you
come up
being so
with their.
disingenuous. You're being so
They need to
disingenuous.
listen. They need to come up with a YouTube vocabulary book of just all the shit we say on YouTube. Because
I
when have
think
you
I,
ever
I think
said disingenuous in your life?
I think somebody actually did that.
Because half
I
this
don't
shit. When
know.
have you ever said this shit in your real life? You just kicking and talking, talking
Never.
about you're being disingenuous, mom.
They they learned from somebody else, and that's all they use. Cause like I guarantee you, whatever word next they learn, that's all they gonna be using.
And didn't even know what disingenuous meant ever before now.
Yeah,
That's just hilarious.
I'm like, damn. That's a, he just be amazed me how dumb some of these folks are.
And it's like
They like,
they're okay with sounding stupid or sounding, if I can't, I have enough words in my vocabulary that if I'm mispronounced a word, I know I know an alternative word. You know what I mean?
right,
Sometimes I
right,
know there's another way to say it. I'm trying to
yeah.
sound intelligent, but I'm not getting it on. I'm not hitting the mark. So I just have to break it down and use more words to say what I'm trying to say. But at
See,
least
I
I got
said,
that kind of sense.
I use that to simplify words because I know most people ain't gonna get what I say if I use use words they're not used to hearing. So like I'll just I can say what I need to say intelligently, but I just break it down so
Break it down,
they
right?
can understand. Because if I don't, they can be like, what are you talking about?
Like it don't even pay to be smart now because folks don't know what you're talking about. That's so
Right.
funny.
I mean,
What?
and they feel like and they feel like you're too smart, then they get angry. Like, oh,
Right? You trying to embarrass them and
right,
diminish them.
yeah, diminished.
My puppy has given me the okay. You hear my dog barking?
Now here,
Oh, you ain't hear this big old bark? He just barked like 3 times,
uh,
and
I just
he's
know,
sitting by the door.
and I just know that sound you had for it ain't even. I ain't even heard it in a while.
What you hear? What? Say
So,
it again.
well, I mean, like that sound that was coming from your mic before it was. I don't hear it now. Like I was like thinking like I was thinking that for a while. So I ain't heard this sound no, for a
Oh yeah,
while.
the little burping in my ear that was coming from. I changed over my earbud.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
Okay.
I'm going to. I was gonna lay down before I had to get up, but now the dog. This is about the time that he gets up, and no matter if I have to work or not, no matter if I have to be up or not, he's going to be up to go outside, and he's like over at the door barking. Come here, baby. Hey, baby.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah. I think
buddy. Big stretch. Good job.
because you know what I didn't expect to be
Uh-oh. I guess we. Oh, did you just pass gas, Stinky butt? Look at that. Mhm. Did you just pass gas in front of me? Say something. I guess Zero. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I guess Zero dropped out, y'all. What I was gonna say was Zero said you didn't
uh,
expect to be up this late. Thank you for hanging
yeah,
out with me.
yeah,
And you're
yeah,
always more than welcome to come by. Reek Rugger, thank you for hanging out with me.
yeah,
Hustler and
yeah.
Bustler, thank
Yeah.
you guys.
I mean, Yeah, I think maybe one time I have like a stream. Maybe you want to pop on with me if you want to. If not, it's cool.
No, I always support. Everybody knows me in this space. I support. I'll come by and do my hey sugar, and sometimes I'm able to interact with the live stream depending on if I'm working or not.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
sometimes I can just listen and just support, and say and be active, and sometimes I just have to just come slide through and then go back to work. So, any last
yeah,
words? Because I'm gonna take my puppy for a walk and I'm gonna lay down before I have to go to work.
yeah, yeah. I was doing, but yeah, I know like you said, like certain. I mean, I know certain people in this space, but I really, like even though I'm not really a part of that space more, but I mean, I still chill with certain people in space. But yeah, it was fun talking with you because I, yeah, I guess I didn't expect to talk like this. It's been a while since I talked on a panel this long.
Yes, I told you I have my panels, my shows. I'll be up to like 6 in the morning. We'll just be talking and just going from one thing to the next. If I was on my computer, I would be able to pull up the videos that we were talking about. Because while we were talking, I would go look for the videos and be like, y'all, let's look and let's watch it and see. I'm gonna learn how to do it on my tablet and then get my laptop fixed. So of course, then I'll be able to uh interact, do some more, show some more. Because I actually wanted to go over one of the videos I uploaded on my page, on my
Yeah.
YouTube page. Some of the videos that I'll be talking about. But yeah, so I wanted to say thanks to everybody, of course, Zero the Infinite. He's over in the Sexy Red Discord, so go join the Discord in Sexy Red, and you'll be able to talk to all of us over there. 40 Boom 3 times. Hey, Hustler and Muscler. Killer Swag was here tonight. Killer Swag was like, when you coming back online, Genesis? Reek Rugger is new. Thanks, you guys. Please, I don't have very many subscribers. I have like 200 subscribers. So y'all come like, comment, share, subscribe, all that, and show support, y'all. That was a great show. I have to take my puppy out. Y'all know I have fur mommy duties, and he's up now. He slept the whole time I was up doing my hair and talking to Infinite and Lance. Thanks, Lance. You guys, thanks for Lance for coming over, hanging out, giving me all that reassuring and look, reassurance. Zero said his guess my phone is telling me to go to bed. It's probably time for you to go to bed too, Zero. So thanks for hanging out with me. Y'all know how I do over here. Um, y'all see my cash app at the bottom. Support. Obviously, I don't need support, right? What does that look like? I don't know. It just looks like support, and be gracious, and be helpful. Everybody out here needs help. I wasn't lying about being struggling, so I've been struggling for a minute since this separation. So yeah, he said, guess his phone is telling him to get offline, and Zero was cracking up. So next time, Zero, when you come up, hopefully I'll have some videos downloaded and we can start checking them out, and I can use it for my tablet. 'Cause I like to be able to take, my tablet anywhere. My laptop can go anywhere too, but it'd be cool to go with my tablet or my phone and have videos that we can go over. Um, and by all means, you guys always come back and check me out whenever you catch the notifications. Turn your notification bell on so you can see when I go live. Yeah, I'm gonna start trying to go live a little more. Didn't expect to go live 7 hours tonight, but it is what it is on this. So thanks for hanging out with me, you guys. I'll have more pictures of the spray painted hair and the man wigs later, because y'all, this is so funny to me. The man wigs and the beards and the wave caps and all that is just hilarious. Um, this old lady is going to go lay down and take her puppy for walkies and go potty. And this old lady's gonna get a little bit of rest before I go to work. And you guys have a great day. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Go subscribe to everybody who's in my chat. If you catch it on the replay, please like, comment, subscribe, all that. And next time, come and hang out with me, okay? See y'all later. Smooches, sugars.